Okay, I'm here. Good morning. Fuck my life. Oh, sorry. Damn, I'm not supposed to start the stream like that. I should. Did you guys hear the curse? Damn it. uh Good morning. How you guys doing? Welcome. Rough morning. But I'm here, man. I'm alive. I'm awake. Happy Valentine's Day, as they say. The day of love or hate. The day of, I don't know, whatever. It hasn't started. Oh, what the heck is that? What? Let me fix what the heck is going on here. What in the skeezy going on here? What the heck? Hold up. That's from last night. What in the skeezy going on here? It's left screen. I don't know what did I do? What did I do last night? Let me see the right screen. They text me. Mel, where are you? You said you were coming. I got some fixing to do. For now, let me just adjust this to, I'm talking, right? Okay, you can hear me good. That's the first thing. I hope you can hear me today. I hope so. Good morning. Rise and shine. Day of retail, right? El día del diablo. El día del diablo. Buenos días. If you guys were here last night for the shooting, I haven't even had any chance to check on any updates. Happy Valentine's Day. What in the heezy going on here? I got to do a sweep one day to make sure there's nothing inappropriate on the computer. Because God knows what could pop up. What could pop up? What in the heezy? I'm kind of hungry now. Rise and shine. You fell asleep? Yeah, I stayed up for a little bit and I knocked out. And then I had to be up really, really early for school, Maddie's school. Good morning. There are 5 people in this world I trust with my life. They're all grown. They're all my grown children. I thought you were going to put iCkEdMeL in there. I do trust my boyfriend of 11 years. Today's our anniversary. But it's not the same kind of trust I have for my kids. Ooh. Savage. Watch out, though, man. Some of these kids be wilding out. You know what I'm saying? You know, what's going on with these kids? These kids be killing because you didn't let them go out and play. These kids be killing because you told them to stop playing video games. These kids be killing because you told them get a job. These kids be killing for all kinds of shit, killing their parents. No, Mom. I already started the stream with the F-bomb today, huh? That's damn. Living the loose life. What do you guys think about Valentine's Day? I got a little something from Maddie. I did. So last year, I got some flowers there for later. I don't know that kid's really. I mean, I got her something last year, and when I went to go pick her up at daycare, it was really cute. It's on my Instagram. But so some people, you know, the comments that I got. So there's a lot of people like, oh, you know, that's so sweet, and you know, show her how to be treated, blah blah blah. But then there's other people who are like, you know, on the other side of the coin, oh, but now you're treating her to expect something from guys or some shit, right? I don't know, whatever it is. I just thought it was sweet. I don't think into it that deep, like the future ramifications, you know, or whatever these people are saying. But I don't go crazy with it. I don't really particularly think Valentine's is a day to go crazy. I'm more of a random person type of shit. Do shit just cause, not because society or whatever. holiday. I'm not really into Christmas anymore either. Like, it's just for Maddie, but like, I just don't think, like, so many people stress themselves out over this shit, you know, the one day. And then to go out to eat when everybody's going out to eat too. What do you guys think of Valentine's Day? What's your thoughts on it? Is it indoctrinating into the system's holiday, retail day, as they say? But you know what, too? You know what's kind of... So I feel like it's a mixed bag, right? I've sometimes dated chicks, women, you know, that I've done something as simple as flowers, and they're like, wow, nobody's ever done that for me before. And it's like, what the... what? You know? What the... So I don't know. But yeah, I agree. I think keep it simple. I go crazy. Even Christmas, you know. Overrated. Just Mel says, I hate Valentine's Day. I hate it. Yeah, I don't go crazy, man. I don't. I'd rather do something on another random day, you know, whatever. Whatever. I'm a humbug, hate all events. People who go all out is too much to me. Yeah, I think keep it simple, casual. We're not gonna go crazy and nuts and shit. Hotel hot room tonight. Hey. Yeah, I mean, kids too. What Cece said. Cece said it's overrated. I told my fiance just to worry about my daughter, get her something. She's only 5, but we always get her something. You know, the kids are doing stuff at school too. They have when I walked up to drop off Maddie, they had like this little Valentine's thing. And it's right here. And it was like $1. All the kids were buying it. And it's a little candy thing or whatever, you know? Yeah, they're doing stuff in school. She was gonna take it in there, but she gave it to me. I think she was like shy. Sponsored by chocolate and flower retailers. I know. They're making a killing. I don't, you know what? It almost feels like an obligation sometimes. Like, you gotta do this shit. It's the day, you know? And if you don't, you'll be shunned by society. You didn't get it? What? No! You better get something for me. And I really was just gonna get her a little thing to hold, but they didn't have any of that conveniently, right? But I think it's not bad. If you get some flowers, you put it up in the kitchen somewhere or in the room somewhere after to get some sunlight. Has a nice little vase. Whatever. It's a lot of pressure, right? Seems like it sometimes. Christmas and all this kind of shit. You work at a chocolate factory? No. Is it magical like Willy Wonka, or is it not really that magical? It's like mundane and shit. Oh my god. Give Maddie a sibling or a puppy. She's asked for like a sibling 2 or 3 times already. But she thinks you just go pick him up at the daycare. She still don't understand the process. Leo, happy Valentine's Day. Good morning. Or flowers you smoke. I feel like the character list is building up. I wonder if we need to make space or condense them more.
All right. Good morning. We can have our witness back, doctor.
So the doctor's back. Okay. So remember, this was super long and dragged out. Well, no. She was actually kind of interesting. I was already just tuned out. She was interesting, I guess. And Alec was very emotional, and so now it's a defense, and I'm really curious what the defense.
They bring the jury.
Are they gonna dig in as deep, or they're not even contending because they're trying to say it wasn't him, somebody else shot her? You know, how far are they gonna go with this? She's 6, Bonnie. 6. All right, I gotta check my messages too. But yeah, I hope you guys are having a good day, man. Thank you so much for joining me early morning today. Thank you for the people that were with me last night writing out. You know, love you guys. Appreciate it. Kind of a little burnt out. A little burnt out. And I don't think this trial is gonna be done by March, especially if Alec takes the stand. If anything, I'm just gonna move on the weekend, the 4th. We'll see. We'll see. I'm gonna keep monitoring this week and next week. Alec. Keep an eye on things.
Thank you. Good morning. Day number 17. Cross-examination.
Please, court, Your Honor.
Yes.
Let's get it. Yeah.
Good morning, Dr. Reamer.
Good morning.
Let me at the outset say we're going to be just.
Let me get the cam too.
Direct. We saw some very graphic images, and I apologize, but we're going to have to do that again today. You, of course, this is what you see every day, but I'm sure you understand how other people may, especially people related to the deceased, might react to that.
Of course.
Now, let me also explain at the outset, until I read your autopsy report, I had never really considered the mechanics of a shotgun or an AR-15 or blackout impact on a human body. So I'm learning even as we speak, and I hope I can learn some things today that help me understand your opinions and also help me understand what may have happened or didn't happen, okay? So if I ask you questions that seem simplistic, my understanding of this process is somewhat basic. So I'm going to try to walk through this in a way I can glean what the evidence is and what your conclusions are, okay?
Absolutely.
So tolerate my somewhat sophomoric approach to this, if you would, okay?
Of course. I'm sure you'll be fine.
So let me understand, first of all, let's talk about Maggie for just a minute. And were you shown photographs of the back of her thigh that were taken at the scene?
No.
The back of her calf, I'm sorry.
I did not.
Okay. So let me see if I can find these. And it'll take me just a second. I thought I had them laying right out here. Beg the court's indulgence, one moment.
Oh, let me get you the cam, guys. I forgot. I was supposed to do that. I like cam. Lord, oh Lord. We'll start out this morning that COVID cough. COVID sneeze. Okay.
I apologize. I thought I had everything sitting right here. Apparently I may. Okay, here we go.
Everything's jacked up. Whew. While they're fixing.
If there's an item in evidence, you don't have to show it to opposing counsel to continue with the witness.
This is not in evidence. I
Oh,
apologize.
Judge is snapping this morning. Want to get it on. Get it over with.
Your Honor, I would offer into evidence Defendant's Exhibit 115.
Any objection?
No objection on the site, Your Honor.
And could I get that, please, on the screen? Have you seen that photograph before?
No, I've not.
Okay. In your, I noticed in your autopsy report, you remark that there is a bruise on the back of the leg in that similar position, correct?
Oh, I don't recall.
Could you look, please? Thank you.
Oh. Get emotional. Good morning, good morning, good morning, guys. Wake up. Sunrise, sunshine. Hit the like button, please. We got the Alec cam. Let me get the chat set up.
I don't see in my report where I remarked of a bruise on the left leg.
Okay, so was there a bruise on the right leg?
I don't have any, I didn't make any comment about that in my report.
No one asked you to opine about any issue on the back of her left calf?
No, and I did not observe that at autopsy.
And by the time it got to autopsy, had her body been washed or
No.
Okay, but if this is mud, you wouldn't necessarily expect to see it.
It could have fallen off, correct.
Correct. So, you were not asked to opine about whether this was whether there was bruising on the back of the left calf, which would have been consistent with somebody stepping on her calf.
No, I was not asked about that.
Okay. And you were not shown this photo?
Correct.
Okay. And just to deal with Maggie a little bit further, you testified yesterday that the shots were consistent, I think, with someone circling her.
Well, I didn't actually use that term. I said that she was shot from at one point from behind her and at one point from above her. So that could mean that there was it could mean that she was turning before she got the first one and then fell, because she could have also been moving.
Well,
so
we know that the shooter was moving because some wounds have stippling, stippling and soot. Am I saying that correctly?
well, there was no soot, but just
Now, what
we
does
have
soot indicate?
soot is a contact wound.
Okay.
So she had stippling, which is not quite contact; it's further back.
3 to 4 feet?
Well, usually we don't see it more than 3 feet away.
Okay.
So it's somewhere within 3 feet.
Okay. And so she may have been turning. The shooter may have been moving straight on. I mean, that's as good an explanation for what you saw as
Thank you. Happy Valentine's Day.
somebody circling.
Happy
correct?
Valentine's.
Yes, I mean, from my perspective, based on the autopsy, that is a reasonable explanation.
Of course. So the reasonable explanation is she's moving, trying to perhaps avoid being shot, turning around, trying to run, whatever, right?
Well, she could be turning around after getting the initial shots.
Right.
And then if the shooter was still stationary, then she could have gotten that one. So it doesn't imply that she could have been moving, not just the shooter.
Okay. And the ones without stippling were the barrel of the gun would have been more than 4 feet away from her.
Well, it's kind of a rough estimate, but I would say, it would be more than 3 feet, possibly more than
And that would be the barrel, the end of the barrel of the gun.
That's right, because that's where the gunpowder starts coming out.
That doesn't mean the shooter was 3 feet away.
Absolutely
4 feet
not,
away.
just the barrel of the gun.
Right. And you testified about why there was a wound that would appear to be parallel to her, and your indication is that the shot that would have hit her kidney or pancreas or whatever, she might have been bent over.
No. The injury to the pancreas and kidney was on the right side of the abdomen,
Right.
and that went from front to back and exited the left back. The one that was kind of along parallel to her body was on the left side of the body going up.
So why did you testify that one of the shots would have been so painful she would have bent over? What was that consistent?
Yeah, that was the one to the right side of the abdomen, and the reason I believe it's probable or quite likely that would have caused her to bend over is because a subsequent shot was going sort of upward in the body, and it's hard to imagine that wound going upward and then into the head unless she was bent over. So it's a possible explanation of how she was in a position to actually get that gun.
So she bent over and it would go upwards. Why?
Because if somebody is standing behind her, and there's no close range here, but at least a few feet away.
So she got shot, turns around, bends over, and then you're saying...
She could have turned around or not turned around, or I don't know if she turned around or the shooter's moving.
Trip her up,
Did
trip her up.
anybody ask you to look at the pattern of ejected shells from the blackout?
I wasn't asked to look at those.
Okay. So your conjecture, opinion, is based on purely the wounds and trying to figure out how that happened.
Yes. So I basically I do the autopsy. I have everything to do with the body, and at the time I never heard anything about. I composed my autopsy reports without any reference to the scene.
Okay. So let me move along to Paul for the moment, okay? And you indicate that the first shot would have been buckshot to the chest.
I believe that was most likely the first shot.
Well, because the second shot is basically executes him.
He would have fallen to the ground.
Right. And clearly he was upright when that first shot was made.
Yes.
Okay. And it goes in his chest. And would he have to be turned diagonally to the shooter for it to come out his left armpit?
No, not necessarily.
Well, if he shot straight on with
Yes.
that buckshot, and if that was a contact wound or
No, it's a close range.
close range, closer than 3 feet.
Yes.
Okay. Can't estimate how far.
I can't. You'd have to testify.
Okay, so the chest shot, if it's straight on, wouldn't it just go right through his lungs and his heart? And kill him?
Yes.
Okay.
So this was shot at an angle across. So that might indicate that his body was positioned perpendicular to the shooter. Now, the shooter could also shoot from the side, doesn't necessarily shoot from the front. So we can't be 100% sure
So
about these things.
if you're the shooter and
Yes.
I'm Paul, and you shoot me with that buckshot, if I'm faced to the side, would the results be consistent with your autopsy examination?
Yes.
Okay. And we know that some of those pellets, you think his arm was down by his side.
I feel confident about that.
Okay. And the reason for that is there are pellet holes in his arm right?
No, that's not the reason. The reason is because there's bruising around the exit wounds. They're kind of shored exits, and then we have corresponding bruising on the underside of the arm. So it indicates that they were in close proximity at the time the pellets exited and then re-entered. Because if there was a distance, we wouldn't have the bruising around those wounds.
Okay. And do the pellets go through his arm?
Yeah, there are pellets that exited through the arm.
And so there's little pellet holes
Correct.
on his arm exiting.
Yes.
Did you see a corresponding entrance wound with the pellets?
Yes, the entrance pellet wounds were on the inside of the arm.
Right, and then they go out, and I think they struck things after that, as far as you know.
I don't know what happened to them after they left the body.
So either the shooter is to his right,
Yes,
shooting across,
yes,
okay, and you think that shooter would have been closer than 3 feet, but you can't say how
right,
close.
right. He could have been to his right, or Paul may have turned his body in that perpendicular manner yes.
But either way, there would have been almost immediate bleeding. Well, not a fatal wound. There would have been immediate bleeding from that wound, correct?
There would have been bleeding. It's hard to say how much, but certainly I would expect some bleeding.
But if there were footprints found halfway into that feed room, and those are Paul's footprints, would that indicate to you that he had stepped in his own blood?
Oh, that's certainly possible.
Okay, not inconsistent with what you have.
Correct.
And that second shot would have come, I mean, as I understand it, Mr. Barber, could you take your coat off and come here, please?
Ooh,
Hate to
let's
do
get
this,
it, baby.
but
Let's get it.
I can't really do it to myself. So, if you would step down here, with permission, Your Honor, may she step down? Okay. And what I'd like to have you do is, we need to not block these folks over here. Let's see how we do this. Or that gentleman right there.
You want me to stand back here?
That would be good. And he's fine. They're
Good
fine.
morning.
Well, unless I get in their way. Let me see if I can avoid
Morning.
falling over. Okay, so we've already talked about this wound. Left side. Okay. This wound, which goes in right about here. Show the jury where the wound went in.
Yeah, it was like between the sternum and the left nipple, so kind of right over there.
Right over there. And Mr. Barber's a little bit taller. He was, I think, 5.
Yeah, I measured his height. I don't recall.
We'll talk about that in a minute, but I believe Mr. Barber's a little bit taller than he was. But I think we need to know that, because I'm going to ask you to sort of chart things out. So the entrance wound is here, and is consistent with him being, how about Mr. Barber, turn just a little bit that way. So the shot would have gone like this?
Yes, that's approximately correct, and it has a slightly front to back.
Slightly front to back.
Right,
about
but
like
mostly it's right to left.
Okay.
His right to.
How about raise your left arm for me, please? So, and his arm was not raised, but I want to point out it comes out. We're going to see some pictures in a minute. Okay, turn a little bit this way. So it would have come out right under his arm.
Yes, we do have the exit pellet wounds there.
And we also have wadding, do we not?
Yeah, we have wadding stuck in the underside of his left armpit.
And then it goes through his arm,
Yes.
still coming front to back.
Well, it's left to right, but there is a slight front to back because we have some exit wounds on the back.
Okay, so if I told you this is a narrow room,
Okay.
have you seen any crime scene photos
From here? No.
from
Oh yeah, from this case, crime scene photos in my career, yes.
in this case?
I really didn't, I may have been shown a very small photo, like a couple of weeks ahead of trial, but I didn't form any opinions based on
If I
that.
told you that small room, the gap between some stacks of dog food here and the wall and the little thing over here is maybe 3 to 4 feet. And this buckshot goes through the back window on this very narrow, very small. So that would be consistent with what you're saying. Some of the buckshot comes through, and that was buckshot that you shot with in the chest.
Yeah, it was shot. I don't remember the exact size.
Right.
Buckshot is usually bigger, but
Okay, assume I'm not
Yeah.
misleading you, okay?
Right, some shot.
Buckshot goes through and hits the back window. That leaves holes in the window and hits in the door, the window frame, and goes out. One of them embeds in a tree back behind. So that is consistent with your findings, correct?
Yes.
That first shot. I'm sort of intrigued. Is there anything about the exterior of this shot? What's beveling? You know what a bevel is, beveling?
Yes, of course. Beveling is a pattern of defect through a bone. So when there's a gunshot wound that, for instance, goes through, let's say we could get an entrance wound over here and an exit wound over here. We're talking about handgun wounds generally.
Right.
The way, when there's basically a hole in one side of the skull, I can tell which is an entrance and which is an exit, even without looking at the skin. Okay, so for instance, if I get skeletonized remains with a hole through the head, I can see which is the entrance and which is the exit because the bone bevels in a characteristic way depending on the direction of the bullet.
What is a bevel?
Yeah, bevel is like an angled chipping away of a hard surface.
So as a bullet goes through, and I guess the head is all the bone, right?
Well, it's like a solid bone, right?
Right. So you can tell this is the entrance because, I mean, is it like?
It's the entrance, on the outer table of the skull, it's a smaller hole. On the inner table of the skull, it's a bigger hole. So the bone is beveling outward as the bullet goes in.
So it would bevel in on the entrance and bevel out on the exit?
Yeah, well, bevel in, meaning sometimes people don't always use these words consistently, even forensic pathologists. But there is a inward beveling, but means it's kind of beveled outward. So
Bevel outward, inside the wound, you see something that would indicate
wider, yes.
Wider.
It's wider on the inner table of the skull than the outer table.
And when it exits, do you have a narrower bevel, if you will, or defect on the inside than on the outside?
Yes.
That was a lot. Okay. So, was there, since this didn't enter bone, is there beveling with the flesh?
No, it doesn't bevel because there's too much elasticity
Okay.
and also just shredding. Frequently, we can't see beveling on long bones either. The skull is kind of a flat bone, so it has that characteristic.
Okay, and the second shot, as I understand it, you indicate is, can you, well, first of all, assume that he is, no, you can't assume that. So maybe we just forget about the feed room for just a minute, okay? So show the jury, please, where the initial, I mean, there's a shot, it's shot with a shotgun,
Yes.
and it is more than, since there's no stippling or soot or anything that would indicate a close shot, correct?
Correct.
So more than 3 or 4 feet away.
More than 3, yes.
More than 3. And where is the initial shot? Where does it hit him?
On the top of the left shoulder,
When you say the top,
the apex.
okay, are there pellets in here?
Yes.
In the apex?
Yes.
And I'm going to show you an X-ray in just a minute and have you demonstrate on Mr. Harper, where that hit. And they're shot in here.
Yes.
And you indicated you thought his chin was vent to the
Yeah,
left?
this is something that I believe, not necessarily you have to be bent, but I do think it was at least tilted in this direction. The reason being, if this is in a horizontal direction and then goes through his cheek, let's say he's just your head up, okay? And let's say it's just going through here, and it would just kind of hit like over this side of his head, okay? But meanwhile, it's kind of over here. So, and then the exit wound is back there. So at least we have a little bit of directionality like this. I don't know if he was completely turned to the left, it would have gone through his face. But I think it makes the most sense knowing that a wound travels in a straight line, basically. Of course, these are pellets, so there's going to be a lot of destruction. But the fact that his face was spared from damage indicates to me that he had his head somewhat turned, or I don't know exactly how much, but that it kind of coursed the top of the left shoulder into this left, neck, cheek area, and then exited the back of the head on the top.
I don't know, man. And there's rumors that Alec might take the stand. What do you think if he takes the stand? Maybe he's innocent. Maybe he didn't do it.
1 second.
What? Hell no, what you said? And if he did, do they have beyond reasonable doubt? I feel like so far they kind of don't have enough beyond reasonable doubt, honestly. Like, there's some like
I'm going to show you where you're standing right there.
Snapchat stuff, the timeline.
And see if you can identify them.
Well,
and if so, we'll put
the timeline still kind of fits his thing. And do we get Cousin Eddie, man? I want Cousin Eddie to take the stand. That'll be the highlight of the month. I was going to say year, but I was like, I don't want to go that far. Highlight of the month. Well, maybe not. Moving probably highlight, but you know what I mean.
So I'd like you to look at these 3 photos and tell me if you can identify these. Am I speaking loud enough for the court report? Am I speaking loud enough when I'm facing that way? Okay.
Virginia.
Yes, these are X-rays that were taken at the commencement of the autopsy.
Okay. Your Honor, I would offer defendant's exhibits. 111, 112, and 113.
No objection, Your Honor.
They're admitted.
So could I have, please, step over a little bit that way. There it is. Okay, I'm sorry. Oh, that's much better. Okay, so let's see. Okay, let's see 113, please. Okay, so this is his left arm, correct?
Yes.
And this material up here, we see these little dots. What is that?
Yeah, those are the shotgun pellets.
Okay. And they are, yeah, that's perfect. And so we see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. Along that line, 20. Along these would be pellets that would be along here, correct?
Yes.
And they begin at, is this his shoulder? I mean, the shoulder bone?
Yes, it's no, the soft tissue of the shoulder. The soft tissue of the shoulder.
Okay, I'll give you the
Yeah,
pointer.
okay.
You know what you're doing.
Yeah, this is the humeral head.
Which would be
Humeral head, which
to
is
show on Mr. Barber where that
Yeah,
is.
this is the bone of the humerus. So our humerus is that long bone from the shoulder joint to the elbow joint, and we can see that this is basically, it's not really perforating the bone. There may be some defect at the edge of the bone, but it's pretty much on top in the soft tissues.
Okay, and it goes on for a ways, and then if you would show me exhibit number 112. Okay, and would you focus on the upper right-hand corner, please? There you go. Now, that corresponds to this large picture, that orientation.
Yes.
Okay, so what is this showing us?
There are significant numbers of pellets also in like the left neck area.
I'm going to do a
Show
poll.
us on Mr. Barber where that would be.
Yeah, so the entrance is here, and pellets are basically spreading, so they're not, they're included, there are pellets in the left side of the neck area over here, and then there's also some going into the brain.
Okay. And let me see if I can count those. So, I mean, are these part of what we looked at before?
Yes.
Okay. And how far down did the new one start?
It's a different view, so may not include all of them.
Okay. So, but a number of them.
Yeah, I mean, the purpose of the X-rays is basically to show what kind of ammunition remains in the body, if any.
Did you remove these pellets?
Not every single one, a representative number.
Okay. So there's an exhibit that was shown to you by Mr. Waters of some pellets that you
Yes.
recovered. But that's not all the pellets you recovered.
That's all the pellets I recovered. I don't stay for days to recover each pellet. It's actually a lot harder than it looks. Here they look like you know exactly where they are, but you can fish for like an hour to find one pellet. It's fairly small and there's a lot of tissue, and
So
I get a handful of them, and that's sufficient.
Did you keep the buckshot separate from the birdshot? Because this is birdshot.
I don't think any of it was actually buckshot. Buckshot is very large, so they were all. I believe they were all collected together.
Okay, so you thought they were all birdshot?
No, I didn't make that conclusion. They're some kind of shot. I didn't make a determination.
So you didn't determine the...
Yeah, that's really the firearms. I'm a pathologist. It's the firearms expert to determine what kind of shot it is.
So...
I said shotgun pellets, and that's
right, so
sufficient.
If previous expert testimony was that the chest was a buckshot and the head was duck shot or
Buckshot.
bird shot, you're not going to disagree with that?
I really didn't. It all looked similar to me.
Okay. Now, let me see Exhibit 111, please. And can you, I guess the lower left, well, maybe not. Let's start with the lower left of this, his left, lower, right there, okay?
Yeah.
This is the total picture.
Okay.
And so what does this represent?
Yeah, we can see his upper and lower teeth here, the upper teeth, the lower teeth, and so he actually did not have any fractures of his teeth. So the projectiles were going behind the teeth. His teeth were not all fractured out.
So would you show on Mr. Barber where these pellets would have been?
Yeah, this is just a two-dimensional image. So they're anywhere between, like, here and here.
Okay.
It's hard to say based on a two-dimensional image.
Okay, and I think, show us where you think the exit wound was.
On the right side of the top.
The back of his head.
The top of his head.
The top of his head.
Toward the back.
Towards
Yes.
the back. And if you were to extend out the shoulder wound, the neck, the path of these pellets, and then the exit wound, I mean, did you actually see an exit wound? Was there?
Yes, it was a blown-out exit wound of the skull, and that is how the brain left the skull.
Well, actually, the skull exploded, basically, correct?
Well, the skull, and there was a defect there. I could not reapproximate the skull, so there's a piece of skull missing.
Was there a bevel around that piece of skull?
We don't get beveling when there's shattering of the bone.
Okay, we'll pursue that a little bit later.
It's not a typical feature. You could potentially see something that you can say, well, this looks like a little beveling, but in my experience, that's very difficult to assess because there's so much damage and fragmentation of the bone.
Take that pointer, please, using Mr. Barber as a mannequin, and show us the path of that shotgun blast.
So it was going along here and into the left side, I believe, makes most sense like this, and out the top of the right side of the head.
So if you, and that was, you say, at least 3 feet away.
Yes.
I'll make a...
Okay. Let me have that pointer again, please. And if you would step right over there.
have a clean screen when we need it so we can fully see what's going on.
Okay. So your testimony is, and correct me if you need to step over here and correct the angle.
No, I don't like that.
Okay, well, show me what you
don't
like.
like it?
I like this
Tell him.
straight.
Right.
Tell her how it's done.
And then, because this is basically not, it doesn't look like it's going upward. It's going straight and then entering around there. So we have two distinct defects, a defect here and a defect there. So I believe the head was at least angled a little bit like that in order for the corresponding continuation of that defect to go in there. But I don't think it's going upward. I think looking at the left shoulder, it looks like it's kind of and if it was going upward, we wouldn't have as much in the neck as we do. So I think it's more like straight on.
But that would still be coming upward at some angle, right?
No, I think it's more straight. I really,
Well, how does it come out the top of his head?
Well, that's because if his head is like bent like that,
Right.
then it's going to go in that direction. Yes.
If it's straight, it's going to go here and then out the top of his head?
Well, it absolutely could. The thing about the neck,
we're missing this though.
heads can be twist and turn.
I can't
it's
switch
not
screens.
at all inconsistent with that. It's most reliable that we can look at the shoulder wound and see that it's kind of, it's very difficult to assess the angle from where you're standing. And that's only because the head can bend and twist. And so we can only know where it entered and where it exited. And it's possible the head could have been twisted or turned to correspond to
Would
that.
it be more consistent if he turned your head the other way, Mr. Barber? Like that to get it out the top of the head?
That could be. However, we have a defect over here. So how would that happen?
Pull your head back and keep it over in that direction. In other words, adjust him. Back and then over that way.
Yeah.
Is that consistent with it coming in here, going this way, and then out the top of the
Yes.
head?
I think that the head tilt to the right, as you've just demonstrated,
Right.
is perfectly consistent with that. However, because the hole here is here, I think even if his head's to the right, it would still be turned like that. Okay, now that makes sense to me.
So,
Right.
So the shooter would be at least 3 feet away from that right there, right?
Yes.
And would he have it up or would he have it down? Or
It's hard to say, and that's because the head can tell. We only have one area of an entrance wound here, and it seems to be
that's
approximately
interesting.
horizontal. But it's impossible for me to say whether it's the entrance is kind of below him or at his level, or potentially above him with Paul leaning over. It's hard to know, and that's because people aren't necessarily standing up straight, and they also. The thing about injuries on the head and neck, there's so much twisting and bending possible.
Okay, Ms. Barber, stand up straight. You get the crick there? Okay, I'm sorry. So, now what you tell us is basically from here back on his skull, if they can see. Why don't you stand over there for just a second so you don't block him. From here back on his skull, and I've looked at your autopsy pictures, all this is gone.
To the right side.
To the
Yeah,
right
and
side.
there were fractures on the left.
Okay.
So we know it's going in a left-right direction.
Do you have a seat for a moment, please? Thank you. I may be done with you, but don't put your coat back on. Okay, if you go ahead and take the stand again, please. Okay, let me ask you a couple preparatory questions. Are you familiar with this book?
Yes.
Okay, and it is like a definitive, I mean, I'm told most pathologists have read this. And
Yeah, it's a highly respected book on gunshot wounds.
Okay. So, if you go to page 228 in this book, sorry.
Painting Steve by Services, thank you for the super chat. Says Mel, it's been a while. Whenever you sing, my dogs howl. How you doing, man? Welcome. Good morning.
Can you identify this as page 228 in this book? Those images?
Yes,
Oh,
228.
I'm showing, say, a copy of page 228.
So 76% of people, or 77%, don't believe Alec emotions are genuine. He's grieving the loss of his family because somebody else killed them. 23% say yes, they believe that his emotions are genuine and that possibly somebody else killed them. How can she slap? I mean, he's tearing up, man. It might be, bro, if he takes the stand, I can see he's probably going to get very emotional, teary, maybe break down on the stand.
Defendant's Exhibit 116. Is this a copy of what I just showed you out of the book?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, we'd offer this into evidence.
Says the state.
Your Honor, no objection.
Admitted.
Thank you. Okay, could I have this on the screen, please? Can you do this for me? Would you start, show me the first two slides up top along with what's written there. Okay, so the caption on this is show the sequence of events that occur at the muzzle on the firing of a shotgun. Note the large gas cloud that is partially responsible for the severe nature of the wounds in the contact range. So the first A is the shotgun being fired, correct?
That's what it looks like, yes. I didn't
Okay.
read the captions.
What now?
There's captions at the bottom.
Are there
yeah,
captions at the bottom?
so-
Okay. No, I don't think there are, but I'll show you the book.
Okay. Okay, so I imagine that's sequence, right. Okay.
I didn't write the book.
No, that's fine. Okay.
So the sequence of a shotgun shell being fired are, the first one is it being fired. The second one, note the large gas cloud that is partially responsible for the severe nature of the wounds on contact. And the third one is at contact range. And then you see on the last one,
I don't see them on my screen.
I'm sorry, okay,
Yeah.
go down to the last two. There you go, C and D. You see I guess at the front end would be the pellets and the gas would be preceding the pellets. Is that correct?
No, I don't think that's correct. This is depicting contact range. It's specifically says at contact range.
Right.
So pellets are not yet released from the wadding.
Okay, well, we're going to go a little bit further on that in a minute. Let me,
Yeah.
referring again to, well, let me ask you this question. If this book says contact shotgun wounds of the head are among the most mutilating firearm wounds there are, you would agree with that?
Yes.
Extensive destruction of bone and soft tissue structures with bursting ruptures of the head are the rule rather than the exception. Correct?
Yes.
These are the wounds of which an individual is said to have had blown his head off, right?
Yes.
In some cases, this is almost literally true. The skull may be largely fragmented and the brain pulpified. Large fragments of the cranial bulb and cerebral hemispheres are often ejected from the head. The scalp is extensively lacerated due to two factors: the charge of the shot entering the skull and the gas from combination of the propellant.
Objection to the form of the question, Your Honor.
What is the question?
Does this, and one pathologist told me this is the Bible of gun wounds for pathologists, is that correct?
Well, there's a lot of literature, and this is a highly respected primary source.
Say it's the
Something.
Bible.
But what are you asking me about?
Does the shot, well, are there two factors which contribute the things we just talked about, the shattering, perhaps even the ejection of the brain? Are there two factors, the charge of the shot entering the skull and the gas from combustion of the propellant?
Okay. Well, he's actually discussing contact shotgun
Yes, ma'am.
wounds,
Just-
and that's not what we have here,
Oh.
but we have similar destruction.
Right. Well, we're going to talk about that in just a minute. But this is about a contact wound. I agree.
Okay.
You have not indicated it was a contact wound.
Correct.
We're going to talk about that in a minute.
Okay.
The shot directly, does the shot on a contact wound from a shotgun directly fracture the skull and shreds the brain while at the same time producing pressure waves that increase the severity of these injuries as well as ejecting the brain tissue?
Yes, it frequently happens that way.
Okay. The gas entering the closed chamber of the head expands rapidly, let me make this a question so we don't get objected to. Does the gas entering the closed chamber of the head expand rapidly, adding to the pressure waves, acting on the bony framework of the skull? The only way for the skull to relieve the pressure produced is to shatter.
I would agree with that.
Okay. So, it's your opinion
Yeah, look at him. Yeah, he's.
that, well, let me ask you this. If the shotgun muzzle was 3 to 4 feet away, would gas have entered the body?
Well, it's still a very destructive wound. In my experience, there is still a huge amount of energy that would enter the head from a shotgun wound, even if it's not contact.
Okay, and perhaps I misstated the question. Would gas, just a yes or no
Yeah.
be fine, from 4 feet away enter the body and be destructive?
Yeah, I don't know if it's gas that's causing the destruction, but there must be some amount of energy that's causing this destruction, because a shotgun wound to the head, no matter what the distance, causes. But whether it's due to gas or not, I really can't answer that question. This is not something I've done not experiments like this, as in the book.
But this is a book you check for reference, correct?
Well, it's a good source, but I don't know whether gas would be responsible for the destruction of the skull from a few feet away. There is destruction of the skull. I don't know if it's attributed specifically to gas or to other factors. So I really can't answer that. And if he says that, that's fine. But I don't know. He's talking about a contact wound. I can't not necessarily extend that conclusion to what would happen a few feet away. But there is frequently destruction of the head.
I understand that there was massive destruction of the head. I'm just trying to get my arms around the definitive work on one of the definitive works indicates that the most instances, the vast majority, that kind of destruction is caused by gas on a contact wound.
Well, this is a mechanism that he's describing based on experimental data, and I'm a forensic pathologist. I've not performed this kind of experimental data, and nor would I extrapolate from his conclusions about a contact gunshot wound to whether the same amount of gas is produced at a distance.
Well, ma'am,
Ooh, let's go, baby.
Dr. Reamer, we can walk through this, but these are based on...
Snap!
These are based not on some experiment, but actually on people that typically shot themselves in the head, contact wound with a shotgun. Would that surprise you?
Still different.
Well,
A little
these
different.
are depictions of shotguns being fired. Yeah, contact shotgun wounds to the head cause massive destruction, and a lot of that is from gas buildup.
Okay, now we're on the same page, literally. So it's your position, there's a lot of energy when it's fired from 3 or 4 feet away, hits the shoulder, hits the neck, comes through, and hits the head, and the head explodes, correct?
Yes.
And have you had a number of autopsies you've done of victims whose heads have exploded as a result of a shotgun?
Yes.
Okay. And many of those were contact suicide wounds?
Yes.
Okay. Have you ever had one, and we can talk about the details of that, where someone was shot from 3 or 4 feet away, no initial contact with the head? You would agree, no initial contact with the head?
Correct.
It goes through the shoulder, the neck, and then the head explodes. Have you ever had one of those?
Yes, these are very dynamic, and he still actually had a lot of his head there. Sometimes with the shotgun wound, the entire head is basically, you don't really see very much except above like the teeth. So this was, there was obviously horrible destruction of this skull, but his face was intact, and frequently a contact causes fractures of the face. So, I don't see any evidence of contact range discharge on the left side of the neck. So it was not my conclusion. That was not my opinion that this is a contact shotgun wound.
Well, let's talk a little bit about this. Your position is the energy by a shotgun blast that went through the arm, through the neck, and then up to the brain still had enough energy. Is it the energy caused by, is it pellets going into the brain?
Yes, well, not just pellets, but there's also fracturing of the base of the skull, which is a bone that holds underneath the skull, and that fracturing with sufficient force can actually push the brain out.
Oh.
And
So it's a variety of mechanisms that could contribute to the destruction and the loss of brain tissue.
It not only pushes, it fractures the skull. In this case, the brain was brought to you in a separate bag because it ended up laying at his feet. It went up in the air and then plopped down at his feet, correct?
Yes.
Okay. The entire brain.
Most of it, yeah, except for the brain stem.
It exploded out of his head.
Yes.
And the skull was at least almost destroyed around where you say the exit wound is, correct?
Yes.
Now,
Wow.
you've indicated the state did not show you any crime scene photos, correct?
Yeah, I really didn't look at them. Yeah. I mean, they might have said, oh, here, this is a picture of the wall, but I didn't look at them. And they were thumbnail size. So this is a couple of weeks before trial.
Okay, now if you would put back up exhibit number, here we go. Exhibit number 112, please. chest. I apologize. 113. Can you focus on that area where the pellets are, please? And the gun. Yeah, that right there. So at his shoulder, how big a spread is that? I mean, as it comes in, is it 2 inches, 3 inches, 4 inches, 5 inches, that wound?
I didn't measure the spread of the pellets.
Okay. So how about, I apologize to the jury, this is pretty graphic. How about pull up 109? Okay, so this depicts a very big wound in the shoulder.
I wonder if he's watching. Alec, he's watching the photos?
That's a typical appearing shotgun entrance wound.
Okay, and would you come down here for just a second, please?
Tom, thanks for the super chat. Says, I wish they would have taken him into custody that night. The murder weapons were still on the property or in his possession. We wouldn't be in a 17-day trial. I think this is going to go into March, honestly, maybe.
You're right. I need to offer these.
Your Honor, the statement requests that the defense be exhibit and evidence before the judge and the jury.
I apologize, Your Honor. And this is exhibit number. Got multiples of these. What's this exhibit number? I'm sorry. 109. 109. Okay. Yeah. Here it is.
That popped up here.
I apologize, Your Honor. I got ahead of myself. Won't take 2 seconds. 110.
Mace.
109. Here we go. This is state defense exhibit number 109. Have you seen that before?
Yes, this is my autopsy photo.
Offered in evidence, Your Honor.
Submitted.
Would you put it up the screen, please? Now, as we look at this photo, we see this is the entrance wound,
Yes,
and then it goes in here, correct?
that's correct.
So, but this is a much larger wound than the next one in line, is it not?
Well, that's okay.
Well, let me ask you this. In terms of understanding a shotgun pattern, as we saw in the photo, starts out basically the size of the shell, right? If you just answer the question, and then you can explain. Does it start out as the same size as the shell?
Yes.
Okay. And as it goes forward, the pattern expands, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And it continues to expand even after it hits something, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So now please explain to me why this wound, and it looks like it's, I mean, if you use me on my left shoulder, what is the
Yes. I'd be delighted to tell you why this entrance wound is larger than this one, even though what you said is correct about the spread. And that's because the entrance wound to the left shoulder, it's not straight on, perpendicular. If it was straight on perpendicular, then we would have a smaller hole. But this is going in a tangential manner across. So we're not really looking at a perpendicular, entrance wound that's going to make a round hole. So as it's coursing along the top of the left shoulder, we get more of an oblong hole. In contrast, its continuation into the left side of the cheek is kind of straight on at a 90-degree angle. So that's why that is smaller. So there was nothing about this that was inconsistent with what I would expect from a shotgun wound.
So tell me, so you're saying this shot, this second hole was made in this direction. Is that what you're saying?
I just said that was a continuation of the logical sequences. It went through here, it's causing a lot of destruction, and then entered the left side of the neck.
So that big wound is because it's in a different direction than the small wound, is your explanation?
At a different angle,
right,
along the surface of the skin.
Okay, and there's no pellets in his face, are there?
There were some pellets that we saw in the X-ray.
But not in his face?
Not in the front of his face.
Right. So as it continues on, is there any evidence that it expands even more?
Well, it did cause, there's so much destruction, we can't exactly, have a single, easily tracked path. Because when the skull is involved, there's so much expansion, usually either from gases or just from the blast of the projectiles, that it caused, we can't really track, it caused an exit on the right side of the back of the head with loss of the brain, and lots of skull fractures, predominantly on the right side. Okay.
But you would agree with me that wound appears to be much larger than the next wound?
Oh, absolutely, yes.
Okay. And one explanation, you have an explanation for that. Could the other explanation be that this is an exit wound and that is an exit wound? Could that be a reasonable explanation? I'm going to show you something in a minute that may assist you in making that decision. But is it a possibility?
That is not, I do not believe this is consistent with an exit wound from a shotgun. There would be a lot more destruction because, it would be coming, it had to be coming from somewhere, right? Somewhere else.
How about a contact wound on the head, on the back, right back of the head? What would you expect to see on the bone structure of the back right of the head if that was a contact wound on the head?
Well, I would not expect the brain to come out. We would have had opening of a lot of skull. We would have had a path through the brain, which is not at all what happened here.
So if there was a contact wound, and we saw a moment ago, and you agree, that the gas would enter first, explode the skull, the brain would pop out. Did you find any pellets in the brain?
I don't remember if they were from the brain, but the brain was basically intact. A contact gunshot wound to the top of the head would cause, a huge defects of the brain.
Right, because the gas going in on a contact wound would create such a pressure, as we just read, that the skull would explode and the brain would pop out.
No, I don't think that would happen from a wound that was going toward the brain from above. I think we would have certainly destruction of the brain, but it wouldn't just pop out because it's in the path of fire. There's going to be massive destruction of the brain. It may end up on the floor, but it's going to be in multiple fragments. So in my experience, doing this for a long time, I do not think that the brain would have popped out the way it did from an entrance wound on the top of the head.
Okay. Now, let me ask you to look at...
Press, sir.
Would you put, and this is under seal, and I would also, Your Honor, ask the other photos I put in be put under seal.
They're under seal.
Thank you. Would you put defense exhibit number 59, and I apologize to the jury for the graphic nature of this. Go ahead. Okay, I would like you, do you recognize this?
I've not seen this photograph.
Would you disagree with me that's a photograph of, it's been testified, Paul Murdaugh
It does
at
look-
the scene?
Yes.
And the way he was found? You've
I
never
don't
seen-
know how he was found.
Okay, but this is a photograph you've never seen.
I've never seen this photograph.
Okay, let me get one thing before I ask you questions about it. Okay, a couple things. If you would,
What is that woman doing with the thing on her face? Somebody asked down the chat.
center on his head. Okay. And
Wow,
make
look
it
at,
a little bit, can you make
damn.
it a little bit bigger, please?
I don't know, man.
So do you see
Wow, he's crying. He's breaking down.
a sort of semicircle defect in the skull right here? You see where I'm looking?
Do it again.
Right here?
I do see a defect, yes.
Right, in the skull.
Yes.
Semicircle.
It does have a semicircular.
Okay. Can you determine from looking at the photograph any beveling?
As I said earlier, beveling is not really too reliable when we have so much destruction of the head. But if you're asking me if that could have been a contact shotgun wound to the top of the head with a kind of curved entrance, I would expect to see soot. We always get soot from contact wounds, and it's deposited on the outer table of the skull. So there is no burning, no soot on the outer table of the skull to support that.
Did you take an autopsy photo of this area of the skull?
Well, when he came in, I do believe I took an area of the skull, but it may not have caught that
Okay.
perfectly.
Did you shave his head?
No, I did not.
You did shave Maggie's head for a head wound, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And why didn't you shave his head? To examine this, you would agree with me, had his head been shaved, you would have had a better look at this wound.
Well, I believe that my assessment of it was correct, and without usually shaving is along an entrance wound, not an exit wound. So I determined this was an exit, and shaving is not done on exit wounds. I shaved Maggie's because that was an entrance wound, and it gives me an opportunity to see the margins of the entrance defect.
I guess what I'm asking is, you decided that was an exit wound without shaving the head, without looking for stippling, without looking for so, because you would agree with me that to do that effectively, you have to shave the head.
To observe marks on the skin, yes. But
Okay.
also there would be soot on the outer table of the skull.
Well, did you look for it? You apparently had already decided.
Yeah, well, I did
good.
look. I didn't take a picture from this angle necessarily. I did take a picture after from the top of his head. But my determination,
Tripping up.
based on my experience, was that the entrance wound was over here. Doesn't mean somebody else cannot disagree with me. But that's my opinion.
Somebody could disagree with you, and that would be a reasonable disagreement.
Well, I would say that people can disagree, but that doesn't mean that doesn't change the truth.
Oh!
You would also agree with me, though, that your notes contain no mention of the lack of or presence of stippling or soot on that part of his head. You never looked for it, did you?
Well, I look for it. I look at all of the wounds, and if there was, I would have documented it. But I don't document the absence of soot or stippling on what I determined to be an exit wound.
And I don't see any note of yours where you examined that exit wound in detail. I mean, shaved his head, looked for some distortion that would be inconsistent with the conclusion you'd already come to, correct?
Well, I came to the conclusion based on my examination of the entire area.
And as this book indicates, the vast majority of this kind of damage the vast majority, I mean, they say most probably, almost certainly, is a contact wound to the head that injects the gas, which explodes the head. Is that not true?
No, I do think that you're kind of you're extending his statement. He's describing contact gunshot wounds to the head. Actually, a contact gunshot wound to the top of the head like that, like I told you, it would have caused fragmentation of the brain, not ejection of the brain, based on my experience. And then there would be a lot more, we would have a lot more fragment. It would never have just left the rest of the skull intact. We would have had fractures of the face. There's massive amount. I don't believe that the fractures of his skull are consistent with that being a contact shotgun wound. I understand that that is a massive destruction of the head from shotgun wounds. But in this case, we do have the brain basically left intact. We don't have a path through the brain. It's a very dynamic, there's gases, there's pellets, there's fractured bone. But in my opinion, based on my experience, that was not an entrance wound, and that this was not an exit.
And you indicated, I looked at your autopsy report, that well, first of all, do you believe this was caused by pellets entering the brain cavity?
No, I think it's a combination of different things. I don't think it's from pellets specifically.
What was it?
I think it's from the gas buildup in the brain and fractures of the skull, and that just basically a lot of gas buildup.
So where did those gases come from?
Yeah, it's a huge amount of energy from a shotgun.
I'm sorry, if you'd answer my question. Where did the gases you just testified that caused this destruction come from?
From the shotgun wound.
A shotgun wound you testified was created by a weapon that was more than 4 feet away. The gases traveled through the air, traveled through that shoulder wound, traveled through the neck, and then exploded his head.
It's not just gases, but it's a combination of gases and the pellets as well.
But there would have been a significant amount of gas involved to explode his head.
Yes.
And there would be pellets. Would they be present in the brain after that brain exploded?
The brain, the pellets may not have reached the brain. The brain may have been ejected just by virtue of the skull fragmenting and the base of the skull pushing it up. It's not possible for me to say exactly why the brain came out here.
But you would agree with me, based on the literature, it's much more common for a contact wound where the gas goes in contact to explode the head.
Well, in my experience, a contact shotgun wound could cause this type of damage, but it would frequently cause even more damage. Like a lot of times there's just massive destruction of the entire head. At least the front of his face where bones were intact.
I hear what you're saying is that it would have produced massive destruction, but it would have always included massive destruction of the face.
Okay. Well, let me tell you, there are other reasons why I concluded that the entrance wounds were here. Okay. We have basically a bunch of tight pellets over here.
Right.
If they would be more spread out if the entrance wound was here. By the time it got to here, there'd be a lot more pellets over a wider area.
How many more?
Well, it would. No, I'm not saying more pellets. I'm saying there would be a wider spread of pellets. This was still in a relatively narrow range. It was along the top of the shoulder. So
from my head to my shoulder on a direct line.
Yes.
How far is that?
Well, honestly, the spread would not. I don't believe they would have been as tight along the shoulder. I think we also would have had a larger defect. Probably on the
larger defect.
Yeah, look.
Between here and here.
Every single shotgun wound and gunshot wound, they're each a little bit
Yeah, he
different.
pushing, bro. He pushing.
So a lot of this is judgment and assessment at the time of the autopsy.
Well,
and it's not theoretical whether there's gas buildup or not gas buildup. I can see this as a shotgun wound. We have pellet entrance defects around this large
Break it down.
defect.
What's
Shoulder
the
shit.
pellet? You just told me you couldn't do a bevel assessment on skin. How do you know their entrance rather than exit on the skin?
Well, I'll tell you.
Good.
And the reason is if pellets are going through the shoulder, we wouldn't have a big, large, oblong defect. We would have holes from the pellets, not an oblong, ovoid defect. So you'll recall on his arm, Paul's arm, those pellets, they came from, and then along here, we just basically have pellet exit wounds, and we don't have that on the shoulder. We have basically a larger confluent wound that was not caused by individual pellets.
Okay, well, let me ask you this then. If you can take that picture down, please.
Yeah, it's not my opinion that is the entrance wound is to the top of
And
the head.
could you put up? No, we don't even need to do that.
Shit.
I don't need to see.
Got kinda hot in here.
The chest shot
I,
goes through his chest, comes out under his arm, right?
Yeah, on the left side, yes.
The left side comes out under his arm. And what do we have? What do we have on the inside and outside of that arm?
We have pellet,
Coming in and out. We have a pattern of pellets.
yes.
Just like the pattern of pellets that you're talking about on what you say, the exit wound here. Exit wound from about the same distance, pellets. From the same distance, pellets, correct?
Well, there are pellets in the shoulder, but we
Yes.
have a ovoid defect at the top of the left shoulder. They're not a bunch of individual pellet wounds. We have pellets embedded in the tissue, but the actual defect, we don't have a defect like that on his arm, even though it may be the same distance. And the reason is because the pellets are exiting, but each one is going through the left arm individually. Okay. Whereas if this was the entrance at the right side of the top of the back of the head, it's a good thought. Let's think about this. And if it was coming through the head, regardless of what happened to the brain, and then exited here and then went along here, we would have a lot more individual pellet wounds on the shoulder as opposed to a large, huge, big area of skin and subcutaneous tissue loss. Pellets don't cause that type of damage on their own.
So you and I both counted something between 30 and 40 pellets in that shoulder wound a little while ago, right?
Yeah, there were something like about that.
Do you know how many pellets are in a duck shot or bird shot 12 gauge shell?
No, I don't remember.
So you don't know whether that was 90% of the pellets or 60% of the pellets or 50?
No, I do not.
Does that make a difference to you? How many of the pellets that were fired ended up there?
No.
But you're saying just because the wound here is bigger and the wound in his chin is smaller doesn't mean the shotgun pellets spread out, right? They spread out and they don't contract. You would agree with me? Just please
I don't
answer-
really
please
know
answer-
whether to agree with you because I'm not understanding your
shit.
question.
Okay, let me rephrase it.
the only thing is he's
If
kind
you
of.
view that wound on his shoulder as the entrance wound, and I believe you have,
Yes.
you would agree with me that it is, whether it's coming across the top or whatever, it is a bigger wound than the wound in his chin. In other words, are you saying that those were so focused that they, as they went through or across the top, they actually contracted?
No.
Okay.
I explained that this was larger because it was tangential across the top of the shoulder. So that's the kind of wound.
You agree with me that reasonable people could have a difference of opinion about these facts?
Yes.
Okay. Pardon me.
That's it. Well, the thing is, he's pressing a little too much. I don't know how the jury's gonna take that. Kind of like in a.
Just 2 seconds to make sure I put everything in the evidence I want in.
Dick going hard today. Answer the question. No mention of the virus today. Tomorrow, the jurors are supposed to get tested. Dick, I don't know if this is good luck.
Apologize, Your Honor. I spread everything out over here. I'm going to leave the rest of this until after his examination, if that's okay with the court. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court. Your job is to do what? What do you do?
I do an autopsies in order to determine the cause and manner of death.
And when you're asked to do an autopsy, are you told any sort of conclusion to come to, or do you just look at the evidence in the body before you and come to whatever conclusions that body tells you?
Yes, and I examine the body, and I come to a conclusion based on reasonable medical certainty, based on my education and experience.
So is it part of your job to look at crime scene photos and that sort of thing, or are you relying on what the body tells you?
My job is to look at the body. That's my job.
Good
Crime
cleanup,
scene
good
photos,
cleanup.
crime scene evidence is somebody else's project. That's not incorporated into my conclusion.
I want to talk a little bit. We've gone into a long examination about the top of the head, and you talked about soot and stippling. So I want to make sure the jury understands the soot and stippling and what that tells you and what it doesn't tell you.
Okay. So the stippling is like the pieces of gunpowder that deposit on the skin when something is fired within 2 to 3 feet from the barrel of the gun, not the shooter, from the barrel of the gun. Soot is like real burning powder, burning marks from very hot gunpowder that's still basically burning, and it causes like a burning wound. That's the soot, and we don't see soot except within a few inches, depending on the gun. But we would like not expect to see soot further away from 6 inches. So the fact that we have stippling but no soot, we can fairly say it's not closer than 6 inches, even though I know it's most likely within 3 feet.
All right, so you observed stippling on the wound to the chest for Paul, correct?
Yes.
Did you observe stippling anywhere else?
No.
All right. Did you observe any soot at all on Paul's body?
No.
And did you, particularly on the top of the head, did you observe any soot there?
No.
You got a haircut too.
You were
Fresh
asked
cut.
a little bit, and you had testified yesterday about the tilting of the head and the manner in which the shotgun blast went through the chest, through the shoulder, into the neck, and then out the top of the head.
Yeah, I think that's a reasonable conclusion.
All right. And that still is your most likely conclusion, is that
That's
correct?
my most likely conclusion
All right.
to a reasonable degree of medical certainty. It
So
doesn't mean it's 100% the only thing, but that's my opinion based on my experience.
All right. And how many autopsies have you done?
Approximately 5,500.
And how long you been doing this?
20 plus years.
Okay. Dr. Reamer and Professor Reamer, correct?
Yes.
You were asked about the book, and all that discussion that the defense counsel was talking to you out of the book, that was dealing with a contact wound, correct?
Yes, I mean, I'm not going to disagree with a book, but the discussion is regarding a contact shotgun wound.
All right. And when your expert opinion, to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, you saw no evidence of a contact wound in this particular case with Paul, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, you were asked a lot, and let me ask you this. A lot of what was in that book, when they're talking about those contact wounds, they're exploring someone using a shotgun to commit suicide, correct?
Well, frequently contact wounds do indicate a suicide, but potentially people can be shot by another also at contact range.
All right. And your manner of death that you determined for Paul to a reasonable degree of medical certainty was what?
Homicide.
Homicide, which means?
Death at the hands of another.
All right. And did you see, with this shot to the chest or the shot that went through the shoulder into his head, any evidence whatsoever that this could potentially be a suicidal wound?
I do not believe that it was at all consistent with a suicidal wound.
To a reasonable degree of medical certainty?
Yes.
In your expert opinion?
Yes.
Let's talk a little bit more about the head wound, and you've been asked a lot of questions about the possibility that this was a contact wound from the top of the head. Is that correct?
Yes,
And your opinion, to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, is that it is not.
it was not.
Okay. And let's talk about, just very quickly, without belaboring the point, some of the reasons. First of all, you saw no soot, correct?
Correct.
And then also, with the damage inside Paul's head, did you see any evidence that would indicate that the force...
Your Honor.
Did you see any evidence that would indicate to you, from the damage that Paul suffered, that the force of the shot was going this way as opposed to that way? Going down from the top of his head as opposed to going...
Yeah, I don't believe that it was going from the top of his head down. I don't think the damage to the head was consistent with that.
Okay. And with the brain, you said that the brain came to you in a separate container. Is that correct?
Yeah, most of it.
All right.
Yes.
And did you, in examining the brain, did you see any evidence whatsoever that would have been consistent with the force of the shot, including the pellets and everything else, going into the top of the head and into the brain that way?
No, I did not see any evidence of that.
To a reasonable degree of medical certainty?
Yes.
Did you find any wadding in Paul's head cavity?
I don't think there was any wadding.
You were asked a lot about the shoulder and how it was, in the picture you were shown, it was more, in that picture at least, it was kind of a gaping sort of wound. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. And his shoulder, was it kind of squinched up in that picture a little bit? I don't know if that's a technical term, squinch, but...
You mean the photograph?
the photograph that you were shown.
Well, I took a picture of his the shoulder area. Yes.
Okay. And just so I understand, as opposed to a direct-on wound and the sort of the size of that, and then a wound that goes along the side of the shoulder, like you identified in this case, explain to the jury again how those are going to create different shapes of wounds.
Yes.
Your
So,
Honor, not in response. He's asking her to explain again. That would be repetitive.
Sustain the objection.
Was the wound to the shoulder, was that straight on or oblong to the side?
yeah, it was a tangential type of shotgun wound.
With that shoulder wound, that you've identified that as the entrance wound, the initial wound,
Yes.
would you still expect to find the pellets in that wound consistent with what you saw in Paul?
Yes.
Thank you, Dr. Raymond. Nothing further.
Yes. Just a couple questions.
Oh, come on, man.
I want to make sure I understand a couple of the answers you gave to the Attorney General. We previously established you did not see any real crime scene photos in this case.
Correct.
In many crime cases or some crime cases, do you look at crime scene photos to help you or assist you in your opinions concerning certain things in the autopsy?
No, honestly, I don't. It's my job to examine the body, and I come to my conclusions, and I don't really, look at the crime scene photos. I could potentially ask for them if I saw something very unusual, and I'll say, wow, how did that happen? Or sometimes I'll see an entrance gunshot wound that has, I'll assess it. There may be a lot of glass around it, and I'll say, well, did this go through a window first? And I'll ask that question. I don't necessarily have to look at the photos. So there is information that I might ask, but looking at the crime scene photos is really, not something that I do to help me come to a conclusion. Whatever's on the body, I will rely on what I see on the body, and if it fits with the crime scene photos, fine. But if not, I have my conclusions based on the body.
But you just conceded you do occasionally ask to see crime scene photos.
Right, you just said that.
No, I don't ask to see the crime scene photos. I will ask to see, ask if something, like I just recently had a victim of multiple gunshot wounds, and I thought she may have been sitting in a car. Nobody told me anything like that because there was a bunch of glass fragments, kind of on it, all the entrance wounds were to the left side and all the exit wounds were to the right, and then there were like fragments of glass and kind of car parts, banging into the skin. So I was like, was she in a car? But I don't ask to see the photos. Really, I don't, it's not part of, my evaluation of the cause and manner of death, doing an autopsy.
But like in this case, you had conversations with investigating officers, did you not?
At their request.
Did you have a conversation with Sweat Agent Owens about the bruising on her calf?
Well, I did not actually observe that at the autopsy, so I really couldn't come to any conclusion. And it's very possible that that was dirt from a shoe that was already gone by the time it came to me. I'm not autopsying the bodies at the scene. There's, there's transport, there's movement into a body bag, but it may have been asked to me, but I distinctly said I didn't see that.
But you did have a meeting after the autopsy, and your report.
You ready to jump up?
I believe it's Lieutenant Owens with SWAD, the chief investigating officer, and discussed did he show you the muddy print?
Objection beyond the scope.
Objection is sustained.
Oh, he pissed. Oh, Dick! Dick! Oh! Dick. Oh, boy. Oh.
Well, I think that's probably all I have. Thank you so much for being here today. But an opinion is an opinion, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Amazing. Amazing. Dick. All right, so who's the next witness? Maybe take a little break. Let's see if we get a break.
Gentlemen, we'll take a break for about 15 minutes.
15 minutes?
Please do
God
not
damn, that's a
discuss
long time.
this.
Get a little break. Little cha-cha time. Relax. Oh, what you think about this whole thing with this witness? Harpoolton. It's not Harpoolton, it's Harpoot. Harpootlian. No, but he's from Ireland. So it's like Harkpootlan. Because he's from Ireland, so it's not pronounced like that. You're wrong. All right. Okay, so today is Valentine's Day. Last night we released the body cam footage for Alec at the crime scene. I think there's other videos too that came out. Yeah, she nice. She nice. You know what I'm saying? She nice. She nice. Oh, let me get the super chats too. Let's see. We just got. I think I'm pretty caught up. Let me just make sure. I think I missed one here. Tom N, thank you for the super chat. Says put a 1 in the chat if he said I, or put a 2 in the chat if for they did him so bad. 1 for I did him so bad, or 2 for they did him so bad. That was a whole conversation we talked about previously. Sunny California, thank you for the super chat. Says happy Valentine, Mel and Maddie. Why is Alex's head shaking nonstop? Like, what the hell's wrong with him? Is it? Oops. Is it because withdrawal, painkiller drugs? Could be withdrawal, or I don't know if it's that disease. Is he developing Parkinson's or something? A lot of people in the chat saying 1. Somebody said 3. Alex is shaky. Thank you for that super chat. Blue Eyed Candy says, is defense pushing murder unaliving? I don't know. That would be an interesting thought, but what would be the reason and why? But that's a good question. Is that what they're trying to say? Heaven on Earth, thanks for the super chat. Happy Valentine's Day. To the best YouTube channel. Thank you, Mel, for all you do. Thank you. Happy Valentine's Day. Tom, and I wish he would just stand up and say I'm guilty. Oh, that's never gonna happen, buddy. That's never gonna happen. Let's see here. Oh, so there was something that was sent to me earlier. Talk about it today, man. And so let me do this. Let's do something in the chat real quick too. Are you start a poll? Are you celebrating Valentine's Day? And when I say that, whether it's just getting flowers, whether it's just going out to eat, whether it's just putting on a shirt, or you're just like, nah, I'm not into it. Are y'all celebrating? Are y'all celebrating? Hey, Just. Good morning. Yo, I was up late last night, so if I'm lagging at some point, if I'm not making sense, if my facial expression looks messed up, if I look like ish, all right, take it easy on me, okay? Take it easy. Bam, Skin 25 says, after watching the body language experts and knowing what to look for, it's very interesting watching the new interview 3 days after the murder. So, what the hell was I gonna say? I saw that body language expert thing too. I'm wondering if they'll come out with a new one for the body cam video, or maybe they'll wait for something else to come out. And somebody says Taco Tuesday. That's what I'm celebrating. What this Valentine's Day thing? I'm celebrating Taco Tuesday. Yeah, I get the single life shit. I get it, bro. Damn, 35% say they're celebrating. 65% say no. F that. I'm not down with that ish. F that. I'm not down with it, bro. Got this little flower thing. It's kind of they didn't have the other thing. I didn't feel like, because to get this for a kid, but it's cute though. I'm gonna bring it to her. Just a little, you know. That's gonna go up in the kitchen later. There's some chocolates. Here you go. 65% say no, they're not messing with Valentine's Day. Screw that. I'm not down. I don't got time for that shit. Or some people are just like, you know, some people are just kind of like, you know, they're unhappy, or maybe they're single. Isn't it? It's what it is. It's single, maybe. Single. I celebrate with my kids. Yeah, I guess that's what I'm doing, kind of. I guess. Every day is Valentine's Day. Every day is Christmas. Christmas, thank you for the super chat. Says Valentine's Day on the weekend in the Dominican. Oh, for real? Shambot says we do something for the baby, but partner and I don't waste money. True, man. We're doing tacos. Yeah, I'd rather go out and have a drink or something. Valentine's? I don't mind doing something a little cute. I'd rather something thoughtful. Like, do something thoughtful. But I'd rather go out to, like, I don't even know that I want to go out on Valentine's Day, because, like, everybody's going out, right? It's going to be packed. You gotta wait and shit. Ooh. Ooh, she says she don't care about a fake holiday. Oh. I go out and have a drink. That's what I do. I've been married 35 years, Ellie says, and no Valentine's Days. Is that good or bad? Me, myself, and I Jess says, me, myself, and I scrounging up some old Halloween candy. I really don't. I don't think about it that much. I really don't think about it. So, like, because some people, they get like sad and depressed on it, because like being single, which being single could really bring some peace about you. Because then when you're in a relationship and shit's going to shit, even though you can have a nice relationship too, but I really don't think about it like that. So I don't get depressed, you know, like, or sad or whatever. I get maybe if you just broke up with somebody or something, maybe, you know, I don't know. Stuttering? No, the stream should be smooth. Should be smooth. Everything on my end says it's smooth right now. So last night, for those that missed it, there was a shooting at Michigan State University, I believe. I don't know. I haven't checked the updates. Still says 3 identified. 3 dead, 5 critical. That was 3 minutes ago. 3 killed, 5 wounded. All right, and let me check. So the Alec Murdaugh. I think Dick was going like a little, like really trying to shake her up. I guess he sensed that maybe he could shake her, and she seemed a little nervous, but she was still fighting back. Alana says, iCkEdMeL, Valentine's Day is just a Hallmark holiday. Usually don't, but Hubs and I are going to dinner. That's nice. That's nice. That's true, Trudy. True, Trudy. I think the only thing, like, with those holidays, too, like, if you're struggling, you know, with finances and stuff, I can see that adding a bunch of pressure, you know. If you're caught up in, like, you got to do something kind of thing. Making tacos. I mean, staying at home don't sound bad either. Staying at home, do a little champagne. I'm glad. So last night when I went out to eat, it was for one of my family's birthdays. I'm glad I just kept it light. I had 2 glasses of champagne, and I wasn't driving either. But I had 2 glasses of champagne, kept it light, because little did I know I was gonna come right back on and be on stream for like 3 hours last night. Look the video I sent on Twitter. All right, let's see. Oh, okay. So is this who I think it is? Maybe not. So the mob crew. So let me say this. This is not the video I saw this morning, but this person, I've heard of this channel before, but this person did a really nice, it's not this one that I saw. There was something this morning that popped up on my feed. He does like really nice recreations, I think, or something, right? Oh, for some reason I don't hear anything. Oh, it's muted. That's why.
In today's short video. What's up, Mom?
The Alex Murdaugh fall causing an upward angle of trajectory. So I don't like playing people's videos if I don't know, because I don't know how people are, you know what I'm saying? But he does pretty interesting stuff on his channel. I don't want to cause any problems, you know what I'm saying? I don't want that smoke. But he does like these, from what I've seen, these pretty interesting short recreation videos. If you ever want to check it out. I watched one this morning that I thought was good. Let's see. One of the first things I saw when I woke up. Okay, so the one I saw this morning was from 20 hours ago. I watched that. All right, let's see what else. All right, and I'll put the link in the description if you want to check it out. Let me do that real quick. And we never finished behavior panel too, so at some point we can finish behavior panel. And the reason I played the full thing of behavior is because they have their licensing that they put on their videos. You can just use it without a problem. I mean, I could do fair use, but I'd rather not if I don't have to fuck around. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? I'm gonna have to add on to the list of shit that I gotta deal with. Let me do that. Put his link here. One second. Okay. Recreation or reconstruction videos. Okay. So yeah, if anybody wants to check that out. All right, what else we got? Amazing. They want proof of FPL. How do I do that? How do okay. I don't know how the hell. How do I prove I set up the shit? My account.
It in a very quick turnaround, unless you have this thing strapped to your body somehow, like the military does. It's an odd situation, and I've thought about that quite a bit, relative to this, and I don't have any reasonable explanation for it. Of course, you begin to think about, all right, is it possible that there were two shooters at the scene? I think the big crux to this whole thing.
That's the whole thing, the 2-shooter question. And by the way, for the poll, we got 700 votes, so thank you guys for voting. 33% say yes. 67% say that they don't celebrate it. Well, when I said celebrating, I meant whether that's getting flowers, whether that's going out to eat, whether like whatever, or you just don't F with it at all. Some people just don't F with it at all. Whatever, that's what I mean. Whatever it is that you do. Just try to log into Insta.
Thing is this gap of time. How much time elapsed between when Paul was shot and when Maggie was shot. And I don't know that we've narrowed that down sufficiently.
Let me ask you this, Joseph, because I think we're working on getting Jonna back up. How strong do you feel about the prosecution's timeline of when these killings happened? If you ask me, I'm convinced it happened at 8:50 p.m. around that time, based on the cell phone evidence, based on the car data from Alec Murdaugh's car. Where do you stand on terms?
No,
of
I'm right with you, brother. I got to tell you, up until that time, I think that there was more speculation. I'm more, being a forensics guy, traditional kind of guy relative to forensic pathology and crime scene investigation. I list more toward that. I'm more fascinated by the digital forensics in this case, because I think therein lies the key. When you begin to think about movement, which was demonstrated early on, or at least the movement of the phone. We can't say the movement of the person, right?
Right, because we don't know who's holding it yet.
That was key. And then, of course, these other videos where we have a video and then we have a Snapchat video. And that's important to differentiate between those two as well.
Yes.
Because I think a lot of people are kind of conflating those two in some way. A lot of digital information, and again, the car data, because that's going to marry up. The key is, I think, though, Jesse, is can the prosecution bring that home? Because it's so complex. We've covered a lot of complex cases. Would you agree in our time together?
Yeah.
I mean, layered cases. Maybe you do. I don't recall anything like this that had so many twists and turns.
I don't recall a case where at this point, I'm still not sure. I can't recall a case where at this point, once the prosecution presents their case, I can say one way or another. I could say I think the jury's going to come back finding him guilty or finding her guilty, or I'll say I don't know. I think that there's a strong chance this person's going to be acquitted. I'm split. Every day I switch, and maybe the jury's feeling the same way. Let's hit a break. When we come back, we'll get more into it, and of course, we're going to try to get Jonna back up and wait to jump live. Stay with us.
All right. Trying to figure out what the hell for this FPL stuff. Still waiting there for come back from the break. Here it is. There we go. I found it. I'll just print this out. Not bad. There we go. Pain in the butt, but I got it. Okay. I kept myself on full screen because I didn't want anything to pop up by accident. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to dox myself or anything. Boom. Done. Okay. All right. Finito. Damn, even Hoax has a heart. He says, "Happy Valentine's Day, ladies. Happy." I'm trying to act hard too, because Hoax is here. I don't want to be like, yeah, Valentine's Day. I don't want to be like too sweet in front of the guys. You know what I'm saying? Gotta play it up. Call your mama. Good morning. Good morning. All right, let's see what else is going on with Alec. Anything else, man? Alec. I'm glad that witness is done. Ooh.
I'm Avery Wilkes with the Post and Courier, and we are here in Walterboro for day 17 of Alec Murdaugh's double murder trial. Last week, it was a bomb scare, and this week, the latest existential threat to the case is the COVID-19 pandemic. We learned yesterday morning that 2 jurors had been excused from duty after testing positive for the virus, and that raised alarm in the courtroom that this case could potentially end in a mistrial, or that at least it could be suspended if there turns out to be a greater outbreak in the jury room. We're already down to just 3 alternates of the original 6 who were pulled along with the 12 jurors. So if further jurors get sick, we could be in some trouble here. Both prosecutors and Murdaugh's defense attorneys asked Judge Newman to consider a possible delay in the case. to see how things play out. They also asked him to enforce a mask mandate and social distancing, but Judge Newman declined. He wants this trial to keep moving forward. He said he consulted with the doctor, and he did encourage masks in the courtroom, and court officials handed out masks to anyone who want one, but he said he would not enforce social distancing, and for now there will not be a delay in the case. I should note that the courtroom is jam-packed. Spectators are coming from all over, and even over the live stream you can hear coughing and sniffling
the entire time. Somebody upset yesterday, somebody got upset. They're like, why do you keep mentioning COVID or the virus, blah blah blah, whatever. It's like that's what they're talking about. I mean, I joke around here and there too, but that's literally the conversation that's being had. One of the conversations being had.
Basically throughout the day. So certainly hope that not everybody is sick with COVID, but that's something that we're going to be monitoring over the next couple days. Once the jury did return yesterday, they heard from a host of DNA and blood experts, all kinds of highly technical, somewhat confusing testimony. Not really revelatory. Most of it we were already aware of in terms of how...
Yeah, Hoax, I just read this guy's someone out there to love all of you. Well, probably not, but there's always the future. That was funny.
Alec Murdaugh's shirts, shorts, and other evidence in the case tested for blood and DNA. And then we finished with a forensic pathologist named Ellen Reamer from MUSC. She performed Maggie and Paul's autopsies, and she described for the jury in great and gory detail how they were killed and all the devastation that the gunshots wreaked on their bodies. Paul was obviously killed with a shotgun, while Maggie was killed with a military-style assault rifle. And Dr. Reamer will be on the stand for cross-examination by the defense when court resumes this morning. For that and more, stick with us at the Post and Courier for the very latest in this case.
Okay.
I'm Avery Wilkes.
Somebody was asking how long is the break, AK. They said 15 minutes. So we're just kind of cruising out right now, right? It should be back soon. 15 minutes. The prosecution says by Wednesday. So today's already Tuesday. So according to the prosecution and what they have planned, they'll be done by tomorrow. So we'll see if that actually happens. And it should get pretty interesting because and so Eddie too, he should, unless they said screw it, we're not going to take our chances with this guy. He's too Russian roulette. He's too like a roll of the dice. Cousin Eddie, we're supposed to be getting Cousin Eddie. Will it happen today? In a little bit, I'm going to have to leave too, but I'll leave the stream running. He may have fallen back when shooting Paul. Scene recreation. Happy Valentine's Day. I see all people messaging me on Twitter. Reply back. Happy Valentine's Day. Damn. Loretta says, I married a con man, slug, on Valentine's Day, and I'm not with him anymore. But don't overthink Valentine's Day like I used to. I mean, if I'm with somebody, you know, maybe we'll do a little something, or I'll come up with, you know, but otherwise, like if, like now, I'm not going to be stressing out about it. I'm really stressing out about that, man. Careful what you wish for, you know? I don't really remember days too, as far as like the horrible moments maybe you had with somebody. Like some people remember the significant days, like on this day this happened with us, and now forever I'll remember it as an anniversary to the time we had a fight or something. Ah, man, I ain't trying to remember that for the rest of my life. Do you remember that time, Melvin? Years ago, you remember that time when you said that to me? I'll always remember it forever. Like what? Mel, what's your Modern Warfare 2 tag? Trying to squad up. It's iCkEdMeL, but I don't know what the rest of it is. I really don't like, and I haven't played in a long time, I really don't like part 2 of Warzone. I would probably play Warzone 1 again. I'd hop on there maybe. I have a lot of fun. I used to play with Sylvia. We used to have a lot of fun. I just don't feel like on Warzone 2 they don't make it fun. It's just like some bland. They didn't even try with that game. I don't know if it's still in its like phase of like they're fixing it. But I remember with Warzone 1, we used to have Christmas Crumpus. And I used to play with Silver. He used to be cracking up. Christmas Crumpus. He used to be there high, smoking and shit. We'd be playing. I had Christmas Crumpus. They had a lot of little fun things to do on there, like seasonal things on there. I used to be pretty decent too. I mean, now if I started playing, it would take me a while. I'd have a lot of rough games probably. I also like that they have that. Oh, they're coming out with 2.0. If you want to email me at Gmail, or if you have Discord me. I'll send you the full. I don't want to open up the game right now and try to get my full tag because it's iCkEdMeL, but I don't know what other. Because I think they do hashtag and some numbers and stuff. iCkEdMeL, do you have your daughter today? I have her all the time. Take her out to buy. I already have flowers for her too. I have some flowers and candy, and I'm actually gonna take her to family right after I pick her up because they want to spend a little time with her. But we just went out last night. Like that's the thing too. Like all these holidays and stuff like that. Like I go fairly often with my family out and spend time. Like we were out last night. So like a particular day that like they deem you're supposed to go out, it's not that big of a deal for me. We always go out.
Take your seats.
You know what I mean? Happy Valentine's Day.
I mean, bring the jury.
Just like Christmas. It was like, what'd you get? What'd you get? Like, Maddie is so spoiled. She gets stuff all the time. That girl's too spoiled. And on Christmas, I really don't even have to buy anything because you know how much family is like sending things and mailing things and sending presents? I get like maybe one thing, but beyond that, it's like, and then Maddie with her toys, one day she's interested in it, the next day she's like, that's just in the side somewhere. Maddie just gets over that stuff like quick. Somebody's calling me.
All right, thank you. You may call your next witness.
State calls Devin Newell.
Good morning.
Raise your right hand. Left hand on the Bible. If you're present testimony about to give the court in this trial, I'll be the truth so help you God.
Yes.
Thank you. Take a seat in the witness stand, please. You can adjust the microphone. State your name again for the record.
Devin Patrick Newell, Newell.
All right. Good afternoon, or excuse me, it's almost afternoon, Mr. Newell.
Good morning.
All right. Where are you employed, sir?
General Motors.
All right. And what are your duties there at General Motors?
I'm a senior technical expert in advanced driver assist systems.
All right. And can you just give the jury a very short version of what that entails? Very short, please.
I investigate field performance issues and concerns with our advanced driver assistance systems.
All right. And as part of that role, do you help maintain certain records that are kept by GM in a normal course of business?
I don't necessarily maintain those records, but I'm aware of records that we keep on servers relative to vehicle data that can be of assistance in our field performance investigations.
Okay. And when you say field performance investigations, that's something you do, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And that references generally what? What does that mean when you say field performance investigations?
Understanding how our vehicles may perform in the field. Active safety systems include things like forward collision alert and automatic emergency braking. So as we look at how those things perform in the field, vehicle data and other data we collect can be helpful in understanding what is occurring with those events, understanding how our systems are performing.
Okay. And do modern GM vehicles, under certain conditions, upload information to GM servers?
That's correct. We've got telematics units in our vehicles. That's a fancy name for sending information over the air. Those, as part of a normal course of business, those electronic modules in the vehicle collect lots of pieces of data from different sensors and modules in the vehicle, and that information can be sent via cell phone networks and or Wi-Fi back to servers at General Motors.
And General Motors then keeps that information in the course of normal business, correct?
That is correct.
Now, if someone buys a GM vehicle and they're not comfortable with uploading certain types of information, can they opt out of some of the things?
Yeah, certainly privacy, customer privacy is a big concern at General Motors, as you would expect. We've got lots of teams that look at that, investigate, and understand that. And we've got various protocols in place to protect the customer's privacy.
Okay. And just let's speak generally again. What specific sorts of information is routinely uploaded from GM vehicles to GM servers?
It can be a lot of different pieces of information. Diagnostic trouble codes with your engines or brake systems. It could be information we upload. We monitor the performance of things like your battery to understand if your battery is getting low or needs some charging, and other pieces of information about what the vehicle may be doing. That can and does include, I would say, GPS information, your vehicle location, and potentially speed and things like that.
Okay. And that sort of information is kept by GM in the course of normal business, correct?
That's correct, sir.
All right. And I'm going to draw your attention to March of last year. Are you aware, at least as of today, that SLED sent a search warrant to GM?
That's correct. I believe a search warrant was sent to General Motors to generally request information we may have about a particular vehicle.
All right. And I know you don't have the search warrant in front of you, but did you make a note of what vehicle identification number or VIN that search warrant was requesting information for?
I do. I have that number here with me. I can read that.
Can you read that, please?
Yeah, VIN is a vehicle identification number that uniquely identifies the vehicle. It's a 17-character number. 1GN SK FK D0 MR 210998.
Okay. And let's fast forward to last Friday, which I believe was February 10th, if I looked at my calendar correctly. Did it come to your attention that even though that search warrant had been served back in March of last year, GM in fact had some information that was responsive to that original search warrant?
Yeah, that's correct. I wasn't necessarily involved in the search warrant back in March, but I did become aware Friday evening that additional information not previously given before existed.
All right. And so GM did, in fact, have some information on servers for that particular event, correct?
That's correct.
That had not been previously provided to law enforcement prior to last Friday, correct?
That is my understanding, yes.
All right. And, okay. And I'm going to show you what's been marked as States Exhibit 515, 515.
Thank you.
And I'm going to ask if you recognize that CD, sir.
Yes, that's correct. That's a CD with information on it that I reviewed on a laptop earlier today.
This SLED?
And I've signed and dated the CD.
All right. And did you verify that the records contained on that CD is the information GM provided in response to that original March search warrant?
Yes, that's correct. I reviewed the 3 spreadsheets, Excel files that were on here, and those are in fact the same information that was stored in our databases and provide to you. And yes, I can authenticate that.
Okay. And so those records contained on the CD are authentic copies of records maintained by GM in the normal course of business?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. And just briefly, what sorts of information is contained? And we're not going to ask you to go line by line or anything because there's a pretty voluminous amount of data, correct?
Yeah, there's 3 different Excel sheets, information collected over 3 days. Again, as I kind of talked, I have not reviewed the details of this. I'm not asked to analyze it.
Sure.
The form and content is what we get there. But generally speaking, that information includes, it says vehicle diagnostic information, information on the battery systems, and GPS information.
Okay, GPS information including speed information?
That's correct. Longitude, latitude, speed information are included in there.
At this time, the state would move to enter Exhibit 515 and All right. All right, got further from the state.
By the defense.
This is quick and easy.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I like it.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Aww.
Just have maybe 1 minute worth of questions. So you were not part of the, you weren't working on this when the search warrant came in, is that correct?
That's correct.
And you just became aware of this on Friday?
That's correct.
How did you become aware of it?
General Motors legal staff reached out to me in response to the subpoena as a person who could come down and authenticate these records.
The legal staff told you that you had information responsive to the search warrant?
That's correct.
Okay.
I'm sorry, the General Motors had information responsive, not me personally.
I apologize for that. Of course, General Motors.
Thank you.
Are you aware of the testimony that occurred earlier in this case regarding reverse engineering the electronics in the Chevy Suburban?
I have general knowledge that some FBI folks have looked at some information inside of the infotainment system in the vehicle.
But do you have any knowledge of any reverse engineering efforts the FBI conducted over the course of a full year?
I have not been involved in those or not aware of any details of that, no, sir.
Maybe you can answer one quick technical question. The timestamps in this data, where do they come from?
Again, I have not reviewed this specific data, but the timestamps out of these things here, when GPS information is collected by a GPS receiver, included in that is timestamp information.
And then finally, this is information that was uploaded to a server at GM.
That's correct.
No further questions.
Anything further?
Nothing stated.
You may step down. We call your next witness.
Roger Dale Davis.
Do you swear or affirm that any testimony you give today be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
If you would, please, sir, be seated. State your full name for the record, spell your last name, and adjust the microphone so they can hear you.
Name is Roger Dale Davis Jr. Last name is Davis.
And Mr. Davis, do you go by Dale?
Dale, Roger, either way.
Okay. Or Mr. Davis?
It don't matter.
If you could do me a favor, because it's a little hard to hear some folks in this courtroom, if you make sure that microphone's pulled close to you and speak into it, we'd all greatly appreciate it. All right, Dale, why don't you tell us a little bit about yourself? Where were you born? Where were you raised?
I was born in Hampton County. I was raised in Hampton. Went to Hampton High School.
Okay. And again, if you would, please try to get a little closer to that microphone. I know it's tight in there. All right, what line of work do you have you done?
Construction work all my life.
Did you ever have an opportunity to work at the farm in Moselle?
Yes.
Okay. Is that close to where you actually live?
Mile and a half.
How did you become familiar with the Murdaugh family and the Moselle property? How did you start working there?
I was walking, and Alex would stop and talk with me, and he asked me one day about cleaning the kennels for him, and probably a couple months, 6 months later, then he asked me to come do it on the weekends.
And that started about 4 years ago?
About 4 years ago.
And walk us through the process. What you do? How many times a day did you do it?
Twice a day, once in the morning, once in the evening.
All right, what time in the morning, generally?
Average around 7.
You wake up early?
Oh, yeah.
So 7 a.m. and then what time in the evenings, generally?
Usually around, I try to get there around 3:30, 4 o'clock.
How long does the process typically take you?
About 45 minutes.
And walk us through what that process is. What do you do out there?
In the morning times, I would go feed all the dogs, give them time to eat. I'd feed the chickens. That way the dogs would have time to eat. Then I'd wash the pens out. Then I would usually roll the hose up, and then go to the house. And then come back in the afternoon and repeat the process.
Now, you mentioned washing the pens out. Now, the dogs, did they have dog beds in their kennels?
Yeah, Buster. Excuse me.
Buster.
Grady and Bubba had 2 dog beds.
And if you're washing it out, meaning are you spraying it with water?
Sprayed it with water.
What did you do with the dog beds?
I would stick them up on top of the dog box.
And then, did you leave them up there or did you put them back?
Normally, typically, once I wash the pens out, I would lay them back down. Especially if it was cold in the wintertime, I would lay them back down on the ground. But during the summertime, you would wait to that afternoon to lay them back down on the ground.
In the 4 years you worked there, did you get to know the property fairly well?
Yes.
Did you get to know the folks that lived there pretty well?
Yes.
Did you get to know Maggie Murdaugh at all?
Yes, sir.
All right, well, tell us what your experiences with her were.
Normally, she was just so laid back. She would talk to you like a normal person. We'd sit there and talk about the dogs. She'd talk about sometimes where she would be at the beach. But she normally would tell me, I'm going to the beach. I'm taking Bubba and Grady with me or whatnot, or I'm going to leave them. Or if it was real hot, she would want me to put them over there in the ice house, turn the air conditioner on where they have the ice. The coolers at.
Did Maggie like to spend time with the dogs?
All the time.
And you mentioned the ice house. Was that the processing house kind of on the back of the hangar?
Property. That was the.
And why was it air conditioned? Is that why you said she put them in there?
Yeah, during the summertime, if it got real hot.
In that house, does it have air conditioning? That shed?
Yes, sir.
All right. Did you get to know Paul at all?
Yes.
All right. What was your experiences with him?
He was a little wild and crazy, but he would work. That boy would work.
He liked being at the farm.
He liked getting out and doing things, hunting, but he would work on the tractor or whatever, and Daddy needed him to do.
And did you get to know Alex?
I did.
Is he here today?
Yes, sir.
Where is he?
He's sitting right over there.
Smiling too. Okay.
Do you explain what he's wearing?
Wearing a suit, pair of glasses, blue-looking shirt.
And what were your experiences with Alex?
He was always very particular. He would want the dog buckets washed out. If it looked like they started getting any kind of green or brown-looking stuff in the water, he wanted to make sure, which I usually washed them out every 2 weeks anyway, with bleach. But I always dumped them every day.
Was Alex easy to get a hold of?
No.
All right, explain that. What do you mean by that?
He would either be in court or doing something with business. It would sometimes be a little bit difficult to get a hold of him.
Who did you see most often when you were out there?
Miss Maggie or either Paul.
And how did Maggie and Paul typically come to and from the big house to the kennel area?
Paul would usually be in his truck.
We've heard a lot about trucks. Which truck was that?
His white F-150. And unless his daddy had him doing something, then he would have to drive the F-250. But most of the time he'd be in his white F-150.
And what color was the F-250?
It was also white.
So 2 white trucks were what he typically used?
Yes, sir.
And how about Maggie?
She normally drove her Range Rover until she got the black Mercedes.
And then what would she drive after that?
Most of the time she would drive the black Mercedes.
And would she load her dogs, the house? Well, first of all, let's go back. Which dogs were down there? Do you remember all the dogs?
Bubba, Grady, Maggie. Then they started letting, can't remember his name right off. Dahlia was there, Armadillo, and I call her Taffy Toes. I don't know what they called her, but that's what I always called her.
And I think the other dog, was that a dog owned by one of Paul's friends, Rogan? Is that the one you're referring to?
Yes.
What type of dog was it?
A lab, chocolate lab.
And which dogs were the family dogs, the family pets?
Grady, Bubba, and Maggie.
And what kind of dogs were they?
Labs.
And colors?
Bubba was yellow, Grady was black, and Maggie was yellow.
And would they where would they typically stay, those dogs, those animals?
It all depended on, most of the time, because Bubba was very rambunctious, so they would got where they would lock him up in the kennels at night, and most of the time they would lock all the labs up in the kennels to keep them from roaming off. But Miss Maggie would take them out when she was home. Usually a lot of times after I done left, she would take them up to the house and let them roam around the yard for a couple hours, and then she would bring them back down to the pens.
Cunning. Maybe so, yeah.
And would Maggie load them into her car if she was taking them elsewhere to the beach or wherever else she was staying?
Wherever she was staying at, she would load them in the vehicle. Most times she would load them right in her vehicle.
Bubba. Yeah. Sorry.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked State's Exhibits. Jim, any objections to these? I'm going to hand you what's been marked as State's Exhibits 505, 506, 502, 503, 504, and 516. Dale, if you wouldn't mind, please take a moment to review all these and let me know if you recognize what they show.
They showed a kennel.
Okay, and then I believe there's one diagram there. If you recognize what that shows.
It shows diagram drawing of the kennel.
Very good. Your Honor, we'd move to place all those exhibits into evidence, I believe, without objection.
No objection, Your Honor.
They're admitted without objection.
All right, Dale, I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 505. Do we have the Elmo, please? Okay. Dale, while we get this loaded up, tell me a little bit. I know, did you have a particular way of hosing down and with dealing with the hose? Tell us a little bit about what that was about.
The particular way of me putting the hose away, or
right.
Normally after I got through washing, I would stretch the hose straight out.
Into which direction?
Back towards the shed room right there, the dog feed room.
All right, and we now have the Elmo up. We're looking at Exhibit 505, and the feed room, I believe, is what you're referring to. Is that the structure on the far right?
Yes.
Okay. All right, and then where is, in this picture, where is the hose you're talking about located?
It's back towards the left-hand side, back towards the forest end.
Is that yellow?
That's that yellowish green-looking hose.
All right, go ahead and explain to us what you would typically do after rinsing off and putting the hose away.
I would stretch the hose out back towards the feed room. I would cut the valve off at the top, which is right up above as the hose come in. Then I would walk back down and cut the valve on at the end of the hose. That way it would release the pressure, and then I would roll it up slowly until I had it uniform.
Were you pretty particular about how you wound that hose?
Yes,
And why would you do it that way? And did you do it that way every time?
every time.
And why would you do it so particularly?
Because if you notice how the hose right now is kinked up, it would start making the hose, if you didn't do it right, eventually would it keep kinking, it would start making it where it didn't want to, and it would cause the hose to start having little splits in it.
The picture that you're seeing there, that hose, is that the way you would rewind it up?
No.
How do you know?
I'm very particular how I roll that hose up, and it's kinked up. If you notice, there's pressure on that hose. Somebody used that hose after I did because it is twisted, and the nozzle is too far up. The nozzle, I would always have it made sure it was laid down flat. That nozzle is too far up.
Dale, I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 516. And again, please briefly explain what it is we're looking at there.
The drawing of the kennel.
Okay. I'm going to hand you a pen, and with the court's permission, I'm going to ask you to go ahead and fill in the, well, first of all, let's back up. Did you work were you aware of the events surrounding June 7th, 2021, where Maggie and Paul were murdered?
I received a phone call from CD that the sled wanted to see me because Miss Maggie and Paul had been murdered, and I thought he was joking, but he told me no. I told him give me 5 minutes, I'll be up there, because I was going to carry my trash off at the time. And I got up there, and the dogs was raising Cain, and I asked them could I go ahead and feed the dogs so they would quiet down, and they told me to give them a few minutes, and then they gave me permission to feed them. As soon as I fed them, they just quiet down. They didn't bark no more.
Okay. So you were familiar about that incident? Event?
Yes, sir.
And you went out there what day?
That morning.
Was that the 8th, the morning of Tuesday?
When the murders happened, yes.
Did you work every day leading up to that day?
Yes.
And did you do that normal routine, which you already described?
Yes.
All right. And did you, in fact, do that normal routine on the Monday before the murders?
Yes.
Okay. Walk us through that day. What did you do in the morning?
I got there probably around 7:27, 8 o'clock. It all depended on when I got up. But most time I got up early, I would be there before 6:30, 7 o'clock. I would go through there, feed the dogs, then go feed the chicken. That give the dog time to eat their food, and then I'd wash the pens out.
And was anything unusual or out of place when you were down there in the morning?
No.
And did you repeat the process again in the afternoon, in the evening time?
I did.
What time did you, on Monday, June 7th, what time did you go back to the pens?
I got there before 4 o'clock. Because I remember leaving at 4:30.
All right. And was anyone there at the time you went to the dog kennels that day?
No.
Did you notice anything out of place when you went there at the dog kennels in the evening time?
No.
And what did you do after arriving?
Well, once I arrived that afternoon, I got out. I fed Grady, Bubba, and Maggie. Because we fed them twice a day. The hunting dogs only got once a day. Took and fed them. I picked the dog beds up. I dumped all the water out because I washed all their bucket, gave them fresh water, washed the pens out, stretched the hose out, cut the water at the valve off at the top, went down there, cut the water on, the valve on down at the end of the hose, so the water would come out, roll the hose up, and pull 30 out left.
And you rolled it. Did you roll the hose up the way you've always done it that day?
Every time.
Do you remember how the dogs were laid out in the kennels that day when you left?
When I left, yes, sir.
And with the court's permission, I'm going to ask the witness to please, if you would, write on that piece of paper the exhibit, State's Exhibit 516, beginning with, first of all, on the far right, what's that door signify in the
Storage
diagram?
room, storage room, feed room.
Okay. Beginning with Kennel 1, next to the feed room, what dog was in there when you left that day at 4 o'clock or before 5 o'clock?
Grady.
All right. If you would, please write Grady in there. Okay. And then moving on to Kennel 2. What dog was in Kennel 2?
Bubba.
And for our reference, Grady was the black lab?
Grady is the black lab.
Okay. And Bubba is a what?
Yellow lab.
Okay. And who was next to Bubba in pen 3?
Maggie, because she was getting bigger than Bubba.
And Maggie is a what color?
Yellow, a yellow lab.
All right. Were there any dogs next to Maggie?
No.
Okay. And that would be Kennel 4 was open?
That'd be, yeah, that one should be an open. The next one down should have been Rodin's dog.
Okay, can you write that in there? Just write Chocolate Lab? Or Rogan's dog, whatever you want to write. That would be Kennel 5?
Trying to remember Rogan's dog's name. That should have been there. I don't remember what Rogan's dog's name was at the time.
Was there any dog located in Kennel 6? And if you want to work, however you want to do it, sir, if you want to just fill out the rest of the dogs, the working dogs, that's fine.
Well, Dahlia was at the very end, Kennel 10. I know that. Then let's see. Armadillo should have been the next one coming back from Ken. Let's see, empty on 9. All right, that should have been on. Yep. Armadillo should have been right past the hose right there. And then it would be Tappy Toes. It would have to be Tappy Toes right there because they always kept Rodin's dog and Maggie. There was a kennel in between them. So that should have been Tappy Toes right there.
Okay. Thank you. I'm going to put this on the screen. Just verify that that was what you filled out. All right, Mr. Dale, I see starting with number 1, Grady, then Bubba, Maggie, then 5 is Rogan, 6 is Tappy Toes, 7 is Armadillo, and 10 is Dahlia. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. And that's the way it was when you left the property at around 5 o'clock that Monday, June 7th.
Yes.
And for our reference, on this diagram, that green circle, that represents what?
The hose. Garden hose.
All right, I'm going to show you a few more pictures. If you would, just describe what we're seeing. Are you familiar with that angle?
Yes.
All right, where are we looking at at this angle, where are we looking at things?
You're looking straight down the kennel where you got the hose and the walkway going down in front of the kennels.
And on this picture, where would the feed room be located?
At the very end on the right hand of this picture.
Okay. When you, in the 4 years you were washing out the kennels, did water collect or pool in certain areas?
It did.
All right. Can you identify in this picture those areas?
Right under the hose, and right there, which should have been Armadillo's pen. That should have right there, and then right below it should have been collective. And maybe one more little spot right down there towards the end of the post right there, but that'd be about it.
For the record, I think I'd like to say for the record, this is states 504. Moving on to states 502, a very similar angle. Dale, do you see those pools of collected water that you mentioned just on the last exhibit?
Yes.
Okay. And also states 506. And again, do you see the same angle, just pulled a little farther back?
Yes.
Who's the dog there on the last pen that we can see in the dog shed, in the dog house?
Dial.
All right. Did water ever pool over by the feed room?
No, because usually that's the reason I would go in the afternoons, the sun would come down and beat. It would dry it up a lot quick. Especially in the summertime, it would really dry it real quick. In the wintertime, the sun would actually still hit the concrete around 3 to 4 o'clock. It'd be usually around 6 or so before the sun wouldn't be hitting on the concrete.
Did water pool in the front of where Bubba would have been located or Grady?
No.
Showing you States Exhibit 503. Dale, are you able to see the water located near the feed room and in front of the two kennels, 1 and 2?
Yes.
Is that how water would normally pool when you washed the kennels for 4 years?
Normally, no. There's too much water right there. You can tell when the concrete's already done started drying, but there's too much water right there around the second and third pen.
Looking at this picture, what dog do we see in Kennel 1 and what dog do we see there in Kennel 2?
You see Bubba in Kennel 1 and Maggie in Kennel 2.
And again, Grady is what kind of dog?
Grady is a lab.
What color is he?
Black.
Black. Is that the? And when we say the spots where you would put them or they were located, were there assigned kennels necessarily to the dogs?
Not really, but most of the time Miss Maggie wanted Grady to be in that kennel right next to the feed room. And then we'd usually put Bubba or Maggie in the following.
So that was just out of habit, mostly Maggie's habit?
Yes, sir.
All right. Did anyone else in the family put the dogs in a specific location, or did they put it wherever they could find a spot?
They would put it wherever they could find a spot.
But Maggie was particular about where she put them up?
Most of the time, yes.
Dale, I'm going to ask you about firearms in general. Are you familiar generally with firearms?
Yes.
Did Paul have any firearms that he favored over more often than others, just in your experience with him?
Yes.
All right. Are you familiar with an assault rifle style rifle?
Yes.
All right. Tell us about the one that you observed Paul having with him most often.
When he went hog hunting, he would have a AR style 300 blackout.
And what color was it?
Black.
Did it have a scope on it?
Yes.
All right. Did Paul also favor a camo shotgun?
Yes. During turkey season.
The family owned, as far as you knew, the family owned a lot of firearms. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did you, in your experience, and did you spend a lot of time primarily down here at this dog pen area?
Yes.
Twice a day, every day?
Yes.
Did they occasionally leave guns at this area?
Yes.
All right, where would you have found them? And when I say occasionally, what does that mean to you?
That would be, especially when it was during hunting season, they would leave either on the golf cart or side by side. Sometimes they would leave them in the truck, but most of the time it would be on the golf cart or side by side.
And how often was that? If you're there every day?
Sometimes it could be once. Sometimes it could be 3 or 4 times.
In a month or
in a month. It just all depends on how hurt he got.
But that's during hunting season, right?
That's during the hunting season.
And did Alex carry a firearm?
I've never seen him carry a firearm, but I know he carried a pistol in his vehicle.
Did you have a chance to listen to a kennel video in meeting with law enforcement?
I did.
And did you identify the voices on that kennel video?
I did.
Whose voices did you hear?
Paul, Maggie's, and Alex.
In all the time that you spent out there in the 4 years, every day, twice a day, did you ever see a gun left in the feed room?
No.
And you went in the feed room every day, twice a day for 4 years?
Yes.
Back to court's indulgence. When you refer to Alex carrying a pistol in his car, is that because how'd you know that?
One time I had to drive his vehicle over to the law firm, and then every once in a while he would happen to roll up the window or something up, it go to rain or something up, they happen to not be home.
You mentioned the vehicles. Were the vehicles unlocked? All the vehicles on the farm?
All the vehicles on the farm, keys in them.
Keys in them, so someone could just open the door and drive them?
Oh yeah. If they wasn't in the switch, they would be in the center console.
And in this picture here, that's still on, do you see the dog beds located in those pictures?
Yes, they're on top of the dog kennel.
They haven't been put down?
Haven't been put down.
No further, thank you.
By the defense.
Board. Good afternoon, Dale.
Good afternoon.
I'm Jim Griffin. We've met a few times, haven't we?
Yes, sir.
I want to start by asking you just how long did you work at Moselle for Alec Murdaugh?
About 4 years.
And twice a day, every day?
No, it started off on just the weekends, and then I went full time with him right before Ronnie quit.
Okay, and that's Ronnie Freeman?
Whatever his last name is, I know Ronnie. That's all I can tell you.
Yes, sir. And a couple things. You've said you've never seen guns left in the feed room, but you certainly seen guns left down in the work shed and
yes,
and in the what you call side by side, and that's a off-road vehicle that two people can sit beside each other.
Yes.
And then I guess they had golf cart
Yes.
down there, and you seen them left guns there.
Yes.
And you have seen guns left in their vehicles.
Yes.
Unlocked, right?
Unlocked.
And hog hunting, there's really no season for hog hunting, is there?
No.
And a couple of those dogs in that kennel were used for hog hunting.
We had Paul had got rid of the blue tick, but he kept Armadillo, but he never really hunted him anymore after that last time he got hurt.
Right. Now let's just be when you're hog hunting with dogs, I don't think you can use a gun, can you?
Oh yeah, you can use a gun.
Oh, you think? Okay. The
Unless you man enough to go in there and catch him by the foot and bring him out.
Well, somewhere along the way, I heard you had to use a knife as opposed to a gun, but I don't. Let me ask you I'm going to pull up this video, Exhibit 297. It's the Kennel video. And hang on, let me get around here. Dale, it should be on the screen there. And if I'm going to tell you when to stop, Doug, but if you go ahead and play it. Now, we can stop right there. Is that Rogan's dog?
Yes.
Dog named Cash, you think?
Yep, that was it.
Cash. And Cash was... I'm saying, but what you've got labeled on Exhibit 516, Cash would be in kennel number 5. Is that right?
Should have been. Around.
And that's a few kennels up from the hose. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. All right. We're going to run this, continue, and I get ready to stop when I tell you, Doug. All right, stop. Oh, go back. A few seconds. Well, right there. What do you see up there in the top left on that picture, Dale?
Hose.
That's the hose?
Yep.
Now that hose is on the ground, isn't it?
Yes.
Not rolled up, is it?
Nope.
Okay. And there's water around there, isn't there?
Yes.
Okay. So someone, before this video was taken, had taken the hose down that you meticulously wrapped it up. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. You can take that down. Now, you said Mr. Ellick was particular about how the hose should be wrapped. Is that right?
Well, not particularly him. He liked it to be wrapped up, but he wasn't very particular how, as long as it was wrapped up out of his way.
Okay.
But I was very particular how I wrapped it.
You were very particular?
Yes.
Okay. How about Paul? Was he meticulous how he wrapped it?
No.
Okay. All right. Now, you mentioned that water would not normally accumulate up by Grady and Bubba's because that's where the sun would come in the evening.
Right? You washed it because if you didn't be very particular,
right?
They didn't seal up underneath that door, so the inside the jams started to rot. So I tried to make sure. Because if it was any kind of puddling or whatever, you'd have to make sure it was gone.
Right.
So you would try not to make sure there was no puddling there. So puddling didn't usually happen around the dog bean room. It would usually a couple posts back. You would have under the hose, usually around about where Armadillo's pen was, and there was a few other little spots around the post that normally would puddle.
Now, and you were meticulous about not letting water build up around the feed room door because of the rot.
Yep.
And in fact, there was sealant in the feed room where you would have to routinely put by the door to keep it from rotting.
Alex done it the last time.
But you had to periodically do that, right?
Yes.
And you do that because water builds up, right?
Well, because the water was splashed, they didn't seal up underneath the door jamb right now. And it would just run up underneath the plate right there where the cement. It would run and drain off.
Now, can we agree that Paul was not as meticulous as you were about spraying around the kennels?
Nope.
We can or cannot agree?
We can agree to that.
All right. And so, and we saw the hose out, and you don't know what time that was, but I think the record reflects it's sometime 8:44 in the evening. I mean, that's about sundown, right, in June?
Oh, yeah.
And so there wouldn't be a hot sun burning the water off if the hose had been used, you know, right around that period of time, would there?
No.
And if Paul had not been meticulous like you, it wouldn't be unusual to see water build up where you see it in the photo, right? Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And sometimes the dogs would knock over the water bowl.
They would.
And that would, and I think maybe we can see in the photos that would cause water to run off too as well, right?
Oh, yeah, it would run off.
Okay. Now, Dale, what's lovey-dovey mean to you?
What did it mean to me?
When you use the phrase lovey-dovey about Alec and Maggie, what does that mean?
It means they loved each other.
What in your presence, you described them as being lovey-dovey, didn't you?
Yes.
And tell the jury what you meant by that.
Every time I always see them, I've never seen that man even raise his voice at his wife or kids, or his wife. I've never seen him even, none of them argue. But he always, anything she wanted or the boys wanted, he would try to get it.
And what was your observation about his relationship with Paul?
They like to hunt and fish together. I mean, they drink beer together.
Okay. And his relationship with Buster?
I didn't see Buster as much, but it was always friendly. I mean, just never seen any harmful way or anything with them.
You remember, Dale, one time one of the hunting dogs got hung up in one of the kennels.
Yes.
Choking to death.
Yes.
And that dog was badly injured, wasn't he?
It was. It didn't survive.
And the decision was made to mercy to put the dog down, wasn't it?
Yes.
And Mr. Allen couldn't shoot that dog. He asked you to do it, didn't he?
Yes.
And did you do that?
Yes.
Now, on June 7th, the night of June the 7th, you got off work, I think you said 4:30?
4:30.
And you remember what you did? Did you go home?
I went straight to the house.
And you stay at the house all night?
I sure did.
You stay inside?
I did.
And you live?
A mile and a half.
Mile and a half. I've driven a lawnmower down that road, I believe, when I was last time saw you.
I did.
Did you hear any gunshots that night while you were in your house?
No, I did not.
Now, you mentioned Paul liked to hunt with a blackout, 300 blackout, I guess?
He did, hog hunt.
Yeah, before the murders, when was the last time you saw that gun? You remember?
I cannot remember exact, but it was quite a few months. He had said something about going hog hunting. He had it in his truck.
Right. Okay.
But it was a couple of months. I know at least 5 or 6 months.
All right. Two last points. Bubba's been getting a bad name, but Bubba's a little stubborn dog.
Stubborn? No, he just rambunctious.
But would he listen to you?
Somewhat.
You listen to Alec?
He would.
And in that feed room, did you keep shock collars back there for the hunting dogs and stuff?
We did.
What else was kept in that feed room besides feed?
Shock collars, feed, chicken feed, the GPS tracking collars.
Was there some medicine?
There was medicine. There was all kinds of stuff in there.
So if you need to put something on a dog's skin for rash or something? That had that in the feed room?
Had that.
Okay. And now Ms. Maggie would go down there. I mean, you said she'd take a Mercedes sometime, but she'd ride her bike down there too, wouldn't she?
Bicycle, golf cart. And then sometimes she would walk.
She'd walk. And she liked to get the dogs out. Grady and Bubba and Maggie, I think, was Mr. Randolph's dog, wasn't he?
Yes, sir.
And she liked to run the dogs in the golf cart sometimes, let them run behind.
She would. Sometimes she just would get out there and walk with them.
Now, those were pet dogs, but they stayed at the kennel, right?
Most of the time they did.
And they didn't let those dogs in the house because Buster had eczema. Were you aware of that?
I didn't wear that. I knew they would take them up to the house. Now, whether they went in, I didn't know.
You didn't know whether they went in or out or did not?
I know they stayed outside around the house.
And you know they had electric fence?
They did.
And sometimes it worked and sometimes it didn't?
Yes.
Okay. But it wasn't unusual for Bubba, Grady, and Maggie to be down at the kennels at night, right?
They wouldn't.
Okay. And they like to chase chickens? Bubba the one?
They never would chase chickens until Alex had got a rooster that would roost right over there. After he let that rooster out, that joker got there with taunt them jokers. And they got where they would chase the chickens.
Because the rooster would be taunting the dogs.
Yeah, they aggravate the dogs to death.
All right. That's all the questions I have, Dale. Thank you so much.
Redirect.
Curious, Dale, what happened to that rooster?
I can't remember if Grady got him or Bubba got him.
The rooster got his, apparently.
One of the dogs ended up getting the rooster.
All right. We heard a little bit about, well, first of all, did Alex do a lot of hunting?
I don't know how much hunting he done, but I know he done hunting.
Okay. And hunting involves killing animals?
It did.
So as far as you knew, he was a hunter?
Yes.
The slope of the concrete, the concrete out there on the dog kennel, did it have a slope to it?
Yes.
And that would be for what reason?
To run the water off.
So water would naturally drain out there even if it wasn't sunny?
It would.
And I think you mentioned and talked at length about the feed room and how there was issues there, but were the issues caused, the widening road, was that caused because it was actually draining?
When they done that room, they didn't, like I told that gentleman over there, they didn't seal that bottom plate like it should have been, and it would allow water when you sprayed the concrete off. That water kept just slowly getting underneath the concrete until it started rotting out around the door jambs and stuff.
If Maggie was down there at the kennels, would she have put the dog beds down for the dogs?
She would have.
If the kennel lights and the hanger lights and the underneath lights are on, is it fairly well lit out there?
It is.
You mentioned bed. What's your bedtime? You said you rise early. What's your bedtime?
My bedtime, it all depends.
Okay. What time are you in bed?
That is a good question. Now, I can tell you my routine.
All right, tell me your routine.
Usually around 4 or 5 o'clock, I go get a shower, and I'm in my recliner usually the rest of the day.
Okay, so if you're not in bed, you're in that recliner. After you shower, you're in that recliner.
How's it?
And the day is done.
Done.
Okay. And June 7th, that was that Monday, were you done that night at whatever time you took your shower, 4 or 5 o'clock?
I was done at 4:30, 5 o'clock. I had done had my shower. I was in my recliner.
And you were with your wife?
Yes.
Last question. When you were out there at 5 o'clock at the kennels in Moselle, were there any firearms anywhere on that property?
That night, that particular day,
That particular day?
I did not see none.
Thank you.
Anything further?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. Call your next witness.
State Post Carson Burney.
You're good, thank you.
Do you swear or affirm that any testimony you give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
If you would, please, sir, be seated, take your full name, spell your last name, and then use the microphone where they can hear you.
Carson Burney, B-U-R-N-E-Y.
Now it's the afternoon. Good afternoon, Mr. Burney.
Afternoon.
Tell us a little bit about yourself, Mr. Burney.
My name is Carson Burney. As I mentioned, I've lived in South Carolina a little over 20 years. I graduated from University of South Carolina 2013 with a degree in finance. In 2015, I went back to USC, completed a 6-month paralegal certificate program there. 2019, I joined the Department of Revenue as a sales tax auditor. And in 2021, I was hired on as the forensic accountant in the state grand jury division at the South Carolina Attorney General's office.
So we work together.
We do. We used to have offices right next to each other.
About how long have you been with the Attorney General's office again?
Approximately a year and a half.
And about how long were you with the Department of Revenue before you came over to us?
A little over 2 years.
And say again for me, what is your job title with the AG's office?
I'm the forensic accountant in the state grand jury division.
All right, forensic accountant. What is a forensic accountant?
So a forensic accountant, it's a broad term, but essentially what I do is compile records, primarily financial records that include loans, credit card statements, bank account information, compile that information, and then pass it on typically to law enforcement or the prosecutors in my section.
And when you talk about you look at these records, what sort of volume of records are we talking about? Hundreds of pages, thousands of pages, 10,000s of pages?
In this case, thousands of pages of records, yes, sir.
Thousands of pages?
Yes.
Would it be fair to say tens of thousands of pages?
Probably, yes.
Okay. Do you like your job, Mr. Burney?
I do like it. It can be tedious, but I do like it. I find a sense of fulfillment.
Do you have any certifications in connection with your work?
I do. I am a certified fraud examiner, which is a test, essentially. You learn and you are tested on different fraud schemes, how to investigate those fraud schemes, the law surrounding that, and then different fraud prevention and deterrence methods.
As a forensic accountant, are you familiar with a concept called tracing?
I am.
What is tracing?
Tracing, in the context we're going to talk about, it's looking at the source of funds and tracing it out through to see where the final disposition of those funds ultimately end up.
And in your employment as a forensic accountant, have you had opportunity to conduct any tracing analysis on records provided as part of this case?
I have pretty much all the alleged stolen money I have traced.
Your Honor, the state would at this time move to qualify Mr. Burney as an expert in forensic accounting, particularly as to the tracing of funds.
Your Honor, we don't have any objections to his qualifications. We would renew our previous objections on this whole line of testimony under 404 and 403.
He's qualified as an expert.
Are there different ways of tracing funds, Mr. Burney?
There's several different methods.
What method did you apply in this particular matter?
I used what's called a first in, first out method. Simply put, the first money into an account that I'm looking at is the first money out. And in context of the tracing, it'd be the money from the source of the checks and then the first money out.
Now, and I kind of jumped ahead of myself a little bit. When money is moving around between different bank accounts, the banks aren't transmitting, the serial numbers on particular dollar bills, are they?
They are not.
All right, so you can't necessarily tell that a dollar with the serial number is the same dollar as that serial number and going across multiple accounts, can you?
No, you cannot.
And so are these methodologies how you go about deciding that a dollar in one account is the same as the dollar from another account?
That's correct. When you have a bank account, obviously it's a pool of money, so we have to apply some rules to say this money comes from this source.
Now, you indicated you use the first in, first out method. Is there any sort of lay explanation or description you can provide to us?
Yes. I like to use the example of, say you have $10 in your bank account, and for this example, we'll say it's legitimate money in that bank account. You go over to Grandma's house, you get sticky fingers, you take $10 out of Grandma's purse, you put that money in the same bank account. So now you have commingled funds, and we'll call the $10 from Grandma's purse illegitimate funds. And then you have a transaction, let's say it's $15. So you're pulling partially from the $10 you previously had, the legitimate funds, and then $5 out of the $10 from Grandma's account. So that's how the first in, first out method would work.
And so under that first in, first out method, what portion of that $15 would come from those legitimate funds, and what portion of that would come from the sticky fingers money?
The $10 would be legitimate funds, and then the $5 from Grandma's $10 you took and put into your bank account without her permission.
What other methodologies are there for the tracing of funds?
There's a lowest intermediate balance rule. Typically you see it in trust account, trust fund accounting. It's with commingled funds. And typically the principle behind that is any withdrawals out of those commingled funds are deemed to be personal funds, and the funds remaining in that account would be trust funds. You see it sometimes in bankruptcy proceedings. Another one is the one I mentioned, the first in, first out method. Then you have the reverse, which would be the last in, first out method, or last in, first out method. And then one I call essentially a proximity rule. If you see a large transaction, a large deposit come in and then almost immediately come out with a similar amount, you can draw a conclusion that those funds were to fund that other transaction.
So to go over that last one a little bit, if you're looking at a bank account and you see $1,000 come in and then right away $1,000 come out, would that be the proximity rule that you just described?
That's exactly correct.
And in that circumstance, you wouldn't even necessarily need to apply that first in, first out, or last in, first out, or any of the particularized math. You just say 1,000, it's all the same.
That's correct, yes.
Okay. In this particular case, were you asked to look into the deposit of $792,000 into accounts under the control of Murdaugh?
I was.
All right. When was that money deposited into which accounts?
Can I review my notes?
Please do.
Okay, the $792,000 you are referring to it has been called the Ferris fees in previous testimony. It was 3 different checks, all from the Wilson Law Group. The dates deposited were March 10th, 2021, March 23rd, 2021, and April 20th, 2021. The first check was $192,000, the second $375,000, and the third was $225,000, and all had a check date of March 10th, 2021.
And I'm sorry, what was that last date again?
The last date, the $225,000 was deposited on April 20th, 2021.
And did you apply any tracing analysis to the disbursement of those funds?
I did.
And which form of analysis did you apply to it?
I did the first in, first out method.
And without getting into any granular detail of the expenses from the account from that money, What generally was that money expended on?
So a large portion of the money was checks to associates, known people to Alex Murdaugh, and then the remaining of the funds, primarily we see credit card payments.
When was that $792,000 exhausted under that first in, first out analysis?
So it was completely exhausted out of the account by May 25th, 2021.
There's been a lot of attempts at math from the stand over the course of this trial. Am I correct in judging that to be roughly a month apart from the date of the last check deposited?
Yes, that would be approximately a month from April 20th, 2021.
So $792,000 exhausted in just a little bit over a month from the date of last deposit. And what was the date of the first deposit again? I apologize.
The first one was March 10th, 2021. So from that date to the last date, I believe 2.5 approximately months.
Were there into which account was that deposited again?
So all three checks were deposited into a Bank of America account ending in 6779 under the name of Alex Murdaugh.
Right. Now let's take a step back and talk a little bit about the accounts of Alex Murdaugh. Was that Alex's only account at Bank of America?
No.
All right. What was his other accounts at Bank of America?
He had other accounts that have been called the fake forge accounts. There are 2 of those accounts, and the accounts seemed to run consecutively. One account ended, and then a second one was created. The reason, I'm not exactly sure just from looking at the statements, but there were 2 different accounts. There's also a credit card account at Bank of America.
And did Mr. Murdaugh have accounts at Palmetto State Bank?
He did. He had several accounts at Palmetto State Bank.
Was there a particular account there that appeared in your analysis to be his primary account?
Yes, an account ending in 6092, checking account.
Generally speaking, when following funds from Bank of America, well, let me rephrase that question. Was there any pattern in the flow of funds after they were deposited into either the fake forge account or into that Bank of America checking account?
Yes, so when checks were deposited into the fake forge account, typically they were transferred out or withdrawn in cash. If they were transferred out, normally they would go to his personal banking account ending in 6779. Occasionally we would see cashier's checks come out of one of the forge accounts.
Now on those cashier's checks, would it say, hey, this is from the fake forge account on the face of it?
No.
When he would cut checks on that personal banking account, would it say, hey, this is stolen money on the face of those checks?
No.
Okay. So in those who would receive those checks, it would just say something to the effect of Alex Murdaugh or something of that nature?
That is correct.
Aside from those Bank of America accounts, did any money make it to Palmetto State Bank?
Yes. Occasionally, once the checks went into the personal account at Bank of America, another check would be written, typically just to Palmetto State Bank, and then ultimately it would be deposited into one of his accounts at Palmetto State Bank.
And would the funds thereafter be dispersed from that account?
Yes.
Circling back around to the $792,000 of Ferris fees or Mack truck fees, were you able to determine when any of those fees or other replacement fees were returned to Chris Wilson?
Yes.
All right, can you tell me a little bit about that?
Yes. So previous testimony had mentioned a $350,000 wire from Palmetto State Bank that went to the Wilson Law Group.
And from which institution did that wire originate?
Palmetto State Bank.
And, well, that's $350,000. Were any additional funds provided to Chris Wilson?
Yes, so in Alex Murdaugh's account ending in 6779, we see a check was mobile deposited for $250,000. And then the next day, on July 16th, 2021, there's a wire for that same amount of money, $250,000, that went directly to Wilson Law Group, IOLTA account.
I'm showing you a document that is labeled as State's Exhibit 518. Do you recognize this document?
I do.
And is this the document that you were just describing of a $250,000 instrument deposited into Alex's account?
That is correct.
State moves to introduce into evidence Exhibit 518. My understanding.
There's no objection, Your Honor.
Submit it.
And is that the instrument you were just describing a moment ago?
It is.
Can you pull it down a little bit? We got a touch of glare. Thank you, Mr. Waters. All right, and that is a check made out to Alec Murdaugh for $250,000. What's the name at the top of the instrument?
It says John E. Parker.
From your work with investigators throughout this case, do you know who John E. Parker is?
I do.
All right, and who is he?
He is a former law partner of Alex Murdaugh's at what we've been calling PMPED.
All right, and right here above Mr. Waters' cuticle, there's something written in the memo line. What does that say?
It says loan.
All right, so on the face of this check, does it purport to be a loan to Mr. Murdaugh?
It does.
So that adds up to $600,000. Did you identify any additional funds sent back to Chris Wilson's office in replacement of that $792,000?
I did not.
And I apologize. We took that. With court's permission and I suspect without objection from counsel, we have redacted certain personal identifying account information from the face of this document. What's the date on this instrument, Mr. Burney?
It is July 15th, 2021.
And is that the same date as the wire of funds from Palmetto State Bank to Mr. Wilson's trust account?
It is.
In the course of your analysis, did you have an opportunity to look at Mr. Murdaugh's balances on or about June 7th, 2021?
I did.
And did you look at his balances on all of his deposit accounts?
I did.
And did you look at his balances on all of his outstanding loans and lines of credit?
Yes, all that I've identified, I reviewed them, yes.
In your opinion, Mr. Burney, on June 7th, 2021, across Mr. Murdaugh's deposit accounts and demand lines of credit, did Richard Alexander Murdaugh have $792,000 available to return to Chris Wilson?
He did not.
On that same date, June 7th, 2021, across his deposit accounts and his demand lines of credit, did Richard Alexander Murdaugh have $500,000 available to give to the sons of Gloria Satterfield?
He did not.
On June 7th, 2021, did Richard Alexander Murdaugh have, across his deposits accounts and his lines of credit, did he have $10 million available to meet the settlement demands of Mark Gensley?
He did not have $10 million.
And it might seem obvious, given that we went through each of those individual scenarios, but on June 7th, 2021, did Richard Alexander Murdaugh have enough money to fulfill all three of those conditions?
He did. He was not able to fulfill all three conditions. That's correct.
No further questions for this witness, Your Honor.
We're going to break for lunch now. You may step down, do not discuss your testimony. Let's, just a moment, ladies and gentlemen, great step down. And we'll resume at 2:15. Please do not discuss the case.
Okay. All right, pimpin'. How you guys doing, man? Thank you for hanging on. Jeez Louise, where am I at on the camera? Apparently, all of a sudden, the camera's not there. Okay. Oh, shit. All right. How does it go? What did I miss? Everything? Well, the witness is good? Well, the witness is good. Okay. All right. Where the hell did that go? Hold on. Okay, let me move this back up there for later. All right. What is up? Somebody say he's guilty. So Gypsy, thank you for the 3-month membership. Appreciate that. Gypsy says happy Valentine's Day, Mel and chat. Laura, thank you for the super chat. Says no love. What? No love. Your show question. Did you see? What the hell is that? Did you see the interview with the police and Alex in the car? Have you ever seen that before? An interview like that in a car? Thought that was weird. Yeah, we've watched that video a couple of times, and the body language experts. Second witness was good. Yeah, the keeper, the dog keeper. Don't you tell. Let me show you guys. Jeez, I might need to turn up a bit. Turn up. Love me today. Turn up. I'm gonna need my caffeine shit. Let's see. Oh, you know what? Maybe I'll send these videos to myself and then you can see it on the computer, I guess. I don't know. We'll see. Somebody said, what did I get Maddie? I got her some flowers and some chocolate, and she got a bunch of candy at school, apparently. She got a whole bunch of candy at school, and she actually gave me a gift too, which was nice. Let me see. Download this. Download. Let's see. He's so sweet. Make sure there's nothing there. Okay. Okay. You see that?
Aww, he's so sweet. Aww. Let me read it. It says roses are red, violets are blue. Mom and Dad, I love you. Aww, thank you, baby. It's so sweet. It's beautiful. Someone loves you. Do you know who? Take a look inside. The one who loves you is me. Aww, thank you, baby. Mwah. I love it.
And she got my little. That was nice. That was nice. I should have actually shown it, but I didn't want to pan the camera too much. You know, these people dissecting everywhere. Oh, I know where you're at. I know what school you're at. So I just kept it very close. I don't celebrate Valentine's Day. It makes me feel like it makes others feel excluded in my point of view. We all deserve love and affection. Oh Lord. So, Jojo, so should people not hold hands in public? Should they not kiss? Should they not post social media pictures? I don't know. I'm wondering about that. I feel like some people really do get in their feelings about Valentine's Day and stuff. Or even any particular day, I guess. I don't know, bro. I'm not gonna... She's not here right now. Everyone gets so bent out of shape about V-Day. Just shut the F up. I don't think it's. I just think people get really caught up too much into this. Like, I mean, if you're upset about it, you know, like some people get really like angry and antsy. I don't know, maybe past relationships and stuff like that. I don't really. I don't know. I mean, I think there's nice and sweet things. If it's like something that's stressing you out, I was just talking to a friend about this on the phone. If it's stressing you out, I wouldn't bother. But then maybe it's like the expectations people feel. Because on social media, everybody's posting Happy Valentine's Day, and people posting like diamonds, and they're out in the Caribbeans and shit. And then maybe you feel like you got to compete or something. Happy Valentine's Day. This guy over here showing his crotch. Happy Valentine's Day. Boy, we're flexing. And some Speedos and shit on Twitter. Happy I could show you guys something too the other year. All right. I mean, a day late and a dollar short. Hold on. This was from last year. Let's see if I can. That was last year. Happy Valentine's, everybody. Make sure you let everybody know you're in love. Prove yourself to social media. It's not real if it's not there. Yeah, for me, I'd probably do something like chill. Go out to the beach, eat by the beach or something. Oh, good. Yeah, this one over here showing it all out. Happy Valentine's. I don't know. Money is the motive. Oh, I'm looking at old messages. Can you do hair, Mel? Not really. I mean, I can't. I don't know how to braid hair. I'm sure I could look it up how to do it, but I don't. The only thing I do is just like ponytails or one ponytail or double ponytail, or like I put it up in a bun. That's kind of it, pretty much. I usually take her to like my mother's or something, get her hair done, braids and stuff. I'd do a beach walk or picnic if the sun wasn't out, Oak said. I know some like nice chill spots. I'd rather go low key. I don't want to be like packed with a bunch of people, crowded. You can't even walk anywhere. All you hear is noise and all that shit. I'd rather go somewhere just like low key, chill. A bottle of wine or some shit. All right, so let me ask you guys something. Okay. So what do you feel is the better, and I'm going to do a poll, right? Let's do a poll real quick. And I'm still a little confused on the understanding of this, but okay. Lease termination. What's the better lease termination option? Okay, so there's two options. The guy says that you have to pick one for the contract. So one is you pay 2 months, you give 30 days notice, you pay 2 months, and you get out. The second option is you pay until they find someone. You give a 30 days notice, you pay until they find someone, and then once they find somebody, you pay for 2 additional weeks because it takes 2 weeks to clean the apartment. What do you think? I'm going to do a poll. So 2 months payment or wait to find and pay 2 weeks extra. And pay. Let's see. Okay, let's do that. Pay 2 weeks. So I'll repeat it again. For a lease termination, if you have to, they give you an option. If you have to terminate the lease, which is the better option to pick for lease termination? 30 days notice and you give 2 months payment and you're out, or 30 days notice, you have to wait until they find someone, you have to pay until they find someone, and then you pay 2 weeks for cleaning. What you think? Set me free. I don't know. Most of how long does it take to find someone? No idea. Because my only thing I was thinking when the 2 months sounds, I mean, and keep in mind, it's kind of expensive, the apartment. So the benefit of the 2 months thing, I guess, is that you're in and out kind of like if you have, for some reason, if you have to go, for whatever reason, then you don't have to feel like you're stuck waiting or whatever, or I don't know, they're going to prolong things. I guess that's the benefit. But then the other thing of like 2 weeks, is I guess you just, whenever, well, the thing with the 2 weeks, I was thinking of what if they just pretend like they prolong this shit. Like, oh, this guy's going to be paying for whatever amount of time anyway. We'll leave this apartment for last to sell and we'll do all the other apartments, you know? 2 months and be done. Because he told me I have to pick one to put into the contract, the lease. So I was like, I don't know. I never thought about that. The only reason I could see myself as having to terminate is if I get a house before the time's up, you know? That's why I'm actually thinking about it, because the house thing. I don't know, Mo. How long do they give you to pay? I'm not sure. I mean, but if I'm still good, I'd just pay the 2 months. I don't know. I don't know if they give you a payment plan. That's a good question. So Stace said, former property manager. Okay, so let me see what Stace said. Pay the 2 months up front and give notice. Okay, so Stace said, get the fuck out. Just pay the 2 things and get the hell out. My mother was kind of making the argument. She was saying that the thing with the 2 months is that you pay the 2 months and you just lose out on the money, versus like waiting to find someone and paying 2 weeks. You get to kind of put that money to use by, I guess, living there. And then when they're ready to leave and they fix the place up, so maybe but then the thing is, if you're stuck, you know, I don't know. Let me be. How much is the deposit? It was $600, but that was because my credit was lower. That's the least you can pay. It's between $600 and $1,200. Pay the termination and get the hell out. That's what they say. Ashley says, don't get evicted. Ruins your credit so bad. I let that happen once. Credit ruined. Damn, 7 to 10 years? Is that bad? iCkEdMeL's GoFundMe for lease termination. Bro, they would cancel me so quick. I never thought about that. I mean, I was never even given the option. Usually it's just like they put whatever into the contract or lease and that's it. So it's never really been a thought for me until now. Yeah. The other thing I was thinking, when are they coming back? 2:15 or 2:30? Maybe we could listen to some Nancy or something. My privacy score is 100. Rewardful. And thank you to the people that have signed up to Data Seal. Appreciate that. Love is in the air, folks. Try not to breathe. Hulk said I was paying $1,200 for 2 rooms down there. Where? You're not finding anything for that right now. So I wish. Oh, Carly says if you were to find a house, it would take 2 months to close anyway, so you live there those 2 months. Not a bad idea, I guess. I said, not bad, pay the 2 months. Damn, you paid 3 months? Gila says she paid 3 months to break it. Holy crap. $600. Let me see. What's somebody say? Give them 30 days notice and pay the 2 months. We require people to pay out the entire rest or forfeit security deposit. Somebody said, but if you want the other place, you would have to pay two rents until they found someone. 2 month deal is a better deal. The thing is, so what I was talking to a friend about on the phone too, what I didn't understand, which I called to get back. If I were to pick the deal, right? Sounds so dumb saying that. The deal. If I were to pick the 2, wait until they find somebody and then pay 2 weeks. You can live there, right? While you're waiting for them to find somebody. If you're paying monthly rent, my friend was saying that no, you leave and you're just paying for an empty apartment. I was like, what? Because my mother was saying that like it might not be a bad thing. Like if you're going to be in the market for a house months down the line, like let's say in the middle of the year, somewhere a little bit later in the year. And just like somebody said about like it takes time to close. If you find a house and you're going to close, then you tell them, you know, I don't know, like give them a 30 days notice and then let me know when you find somebody. I'll pay the rent in the meantime and then I'll just pay for the 2 weeks. Ashley said, I have a 4-bedroom, 2-bath. It's $1,400. You must be, wow. Where are you living at? The only people I know out here in South Florida that I pay that little, it's like people that own their houses and it's like from a long time ago. Some people said, no, you leave. Yes, no, you leave. That's what I'm trying to find out. Because if they make you leave and you're just paying for an empty place, I'm not doing that shit. Fuck that. Yeah, I don't know who's paying cheap rent, really. I'm in Minnesota, okay, and pay $850 for a 3-bedroom. Wow. But the bedrooms are so small. I feel like I need to move out somewhere eventually. Your month-to-month rent, it'll be insane. Month-to-month rent at my apartment is $4,000 if they didn't have a lease. So when this guy calls me back, I'm going to ask him if you end up going month-to-month, then like, no, I just pay the 2 month, the 2 month's rent and call it a day. $1,800 square foot house, 900 month mortgage. Damn, that's nice. That's what I'm thinking, Heaven. That's what I'm thinking. Why would they stop accepting it? Because I feel like they would just drag it out. If you decide, okay, well, I'm just gonna wait. I feel like they would be like, all right, well, we're just gonna sell out or find people for all the other apartments since you're stuck paying anyway, and we'll leave you for the last when we decide that we're gonna like find somebody for that apartment, and then you can kind of get stuck paying way more than 2 months. It's a gamble. Damn, Pearl Jam says I paid $117,000 for a house in Weston, Florida in 2000 and sold it for $345,000 in 2006. Then moved to North Carolina and bought a house cash. Amazing. Have a roommate. Hey, that's the way to save money. That's people doing these days. I mean, as long as it's not a crazy person, crazy roommate. Roommate from hell. My mother was kind of getting in on me too. She was kind of like, you know, you could be like putting money into a house, which the thing is I'm stuck waiting until I do my taxes, which I know I can do it now. I have to have 2 years worth of taxes done recent. I wanted to put these last 2 years. So,
It's going to be one of those things where maybe the prosecution connects all of these dots that they think are relevant and important in closing argument. But Michael Bryant, did it pique your interest at all? And this is my question. We'll get to the viewer questions in a minute. About he's saying the hose is not wound up, you know, in the crime scene photos like he would have wound up the yellow hose. We know that the hose was going in the 8:44 p.m. video of Cash that Paul took. So why on earth do you think anybody was using the hose? He had just been there at 4:30 in the afternoon and cleaned the kennels.
Yeah, and he was not happy that that hose in that crime scene photo was a little, disheveled there. So it begs the question. That's why I think this has been brought up. It's to make people say, well, what the heck was going on? Who would have touched that hose that was less retentive about it than Mr. Davis and just kind of slung it back on the wall? There was some water in the kennel area. Maybe that's attributed to dogs spilling a water bowl. Maybe not.
That's true, Femi.
Was it used to clean up in some way?
So I missed all that testimony. I think I missed 2 testimonies. Donna says, iCkEdMeL, what about subletting to someone coming there for a job or something, do an Airbnb for 2 months? Florida's not really that lenient with that stuff. They do that a lot in California. I really had thought about, I mean, I guess now I can't do anything right now because there's too much going on, but I had thought about like the whole Airbnb thing is a really nice investment type of thing where you buy an apartment or something, or some of these people they'll sublet, I guess, and rent it out, or they put it on Airbnb and they make some decent money. I've thought about doing something like that to try to actually invest in something that's going to make you money back instead of just having money sit there, just spending and not investing. I'd actually like to do that sometime. But like, I don't know how that subletting stuff works here in Florida. Oh well, definitely not in this. Yeah, this new place that I'm going to. Yeah, that's not gonna happen. Subleasing or whatever. No, for sure not. I think when I was talking to the guy, they told me like somebody can stay technically for up to 2 weeks. I mean, they're probably not. I'm sure they're not like they're counting, you know. But they said something like technically 2 weeks, and I'm sure that's to cover themselves from somebody actually like fucking like adding an extra person, just moving in and stuff like that, you know. Your friends do it? If I had maybe a house or something, but I've actually thought of like getting another property just to do that, like a separate place. Yeah, that with this place I'm at, trust me, they're not gonna they're not gonna be doing that. They're not gonna be. Oh, they run out their backyards too? Damn, hustling. Yeah. You're thinking of leaving Cali? I'd actually a little bit up north. Florida is cheaper. I wouldn't mind going a little more north eventually. I mean, right now, Maddie's settling in with school and stuff, but I wouldn't mind like a little bit north Florida. It's cheaper. It's just getting like ridiculous down here. Damn, they rent out closets? I got a walk-in closet in the new place. Got a nice closet in the new place. I could rent out the closet. Yeah, blue, that's true. Without a doubt. Oh, yeah. No, there's no backyard. It's on the second floor, but there is like a playground and there's a pool and all that stuff over there. Boca, I think it's like, I don't know, I think it's like 30, 40 minutes away. Boca's really nice. Boca Raton. Boca Raton. Boca Raton. Let's see, Avery here. James, did he have a 10 million? Did he have 10 million to meet Mark Tinsley's demand for the settlement of the boat crash? Bernie said he did not have 10 million. Then the state ended its questioning. Ooh. Guess I missed some good shit. I suggest you speak with a local real estate attorney worth the cost and will know all the holes to keep away. Speculation. I hope you're feeling. Let's see. I'm at the hospital with a friend getting her chemo infusion. Oh, I'm sorry about your friend. I used to work chemo. I used to see I used to work outpatient sometime, and you see the people come and they'll sit. They'll give them the IV bags or methotrexate, the yellow bag. Plantation is nice too. I thought about plantation. Stop touching your mic. Why? Can you hear it when I touch it? Oh, does it make all that sound? It shouldn't be making all that sound. Why is it doing that? Plantation's nice. The only thing for me right now for this year, I'm just doing this area because it's kind of closer to everything for now. But like in a year, especially when I look for a house, probably it might even be less than a year, but like within a year, I wouldn't mind going a little bit more like west or north, where it's a little bit cheaper, a little bit less crazier. Oh, you grew up in Coral Gables and Coconut Grove, Miami. See, Charisma says she loves Fort Lauderdale. I don't know about Fort Lauderdale. They have some nice places, but I feel like it's just too crowded too. It's like too much going on over there. And the traffic's crazy. The traffic over here is getting crazy too. You don't hear anything? Okay. I thought it was making sound when I touched it. Don't come to Chicago. Listen, I just want somewhere that has good internet and not so crazy busy. Like a little more north eventually. I like Florida. That's the only thing I think about that, like having neighbors. I don't know, who knows what I'm gonna be getting into in the new place, you know? Yeah, I am. Full time with the baby, pretty much. I've been to Vero Beach before. That's where Pink Justice, I think, stays at Vero Beach. I kind of do like, you can always move to a new country. I don't know. I feel like that would be complicated, especially with my daughter and stuff. Another country, and I have family here. There's a home in Northport, Florida that might be cheaper. Oh yeah, parents live in Vero. Yeah, I've been there. Vero's pretty. It's like chill and quiet. I like it. Who knows what's gonna happen in a year from now, huh? Even 6 months from now. You wanna do Nancy Grace? We got some time. Nancy Grace. I think there was a short one that I saw that was like 25 minutes we could listen to. Unless she came out with a new one. There's an hour one. Maggie Murdaugh's blood on hubby's steering wheel. Oh, damn, I forgot about Anna Walsh. I don't know if we need to do an update on that. I get a lot of people asking me for updates and this and that, but like, it's just really, the trial is really consuming, and then just trying to do other, like yesterday I really didn't do anything besides like YouTube and go out with my family, and like that was it. Murdaugh, I thought I saw one that was 20 something minutes. Me listen to Crime Online.
The Alex Murdaugh trial continues, and it has been very rocky today. Already we've lost 2 jurors to a COVID infection. The clerk of court, who is an awesome lady, out with COVID. But the evidence continues to stream from the witness stand. Now, the judge did something really smart. He got, I believe it was 6 alternates. Now, in some jurisdictions, that may be considered too many alternates. I think
Becky, thank you.
Perfect, because we're already using 2 of them. Now, there's some word that the state is going to rest its case this week. If we can just get that jury through, say, another week or so of the defense's case, then we'll be into closing arguments.
Let me just get this real quick. Chaos, I meant to say this on earlier. Thank you so much for the Apple Cash. He sent me a text and said, "Good morning, happy Valentine's Day to you and baby girl. It's my favorite day to celebrate with my babies. We do heart-shaped pizza, which that's really cute. And she said that we order. I wonder if I could order that tonight. I feel like I haven't been eating too good lately, though. But heart-shaped pizza sounds cute. I like that. Thank you for that. Betty, thank you for resubscribing on Twitch. Love your streams, Mel. Thank you so much. Betty Oop-a-Doop. Betty Oop-a-Doop. Chaos, thank you for the super chat. Says it's about love. Love yourself and love your family. True. Chris C, thank you for the super chat. You're a great dad. Happy Valentine's Day. You are my chat's Valentine. Thank you. I'm happy to have this little family. This is a date. This is for a date with baby girl. Thank you so much. I feel like I don't know. We need to do something this weekend, maybe. Pack. But no, we should go out and do something. M. Tice, thank you for the super chat. Says love is in the air. Try not to breathe. I got that. Thank you so much. Elsa Belsa, thank you for the membership. Mindy on Facebook, thank you for becoming a supporter. I hope you're doing good. Mandy, thanks for the super chat. Says Mel, buy a house. You're a celebrity. I don't see myself as a celebrity. People say that sometimes, but I don't. Jackie, thank you so much for the super chat. Happy Valentine's Day, Mel. To a great man, creator, and dad. You deserve the best. Thanks. Bloop, bloop. Thanks, Jackie. All right, I'm going to play this. I'm going to get a little bit of pre-workout, some caffeine going.
Arguments and deliberations,
right,
hopefully without losing any more jurors. But let's talk about the evidence. I know that's what you want to hear about. With me, high-profile defense lawyer out of Jacksonville, Dale Carson. The reason I love him is because he's a former FBI agent. You can find him at dalecarsonlaw.com. And then the director at the Cold Case Foundation, former homicide detective. I found him looking for Kohberger information during the Idaho search for the killer in the student's death on YouTube in the interview room. You can find him at coldcasefoundation.org. Gentlemen, let's just get down and dirty. Let's start with the blood evidence. The blood evidence that we're hearing about today, the steering wheel on Alex Murdaugh's Chevy Suburban, which he drove the night that his wife and son were murdered, has blood on it, tested positive for blood, according to a SLED, South Carolina Law Enforcement Division agent specializing in DNA analysis. Her name, Rachel Nguyen. Let's talk about that. 3 things I want to talk about, if you can, gentlemen. 1, the blood. 2, the precise location where Curtis Edward Smith, a.k.a. Cousin Eddie, shot Murdaugh. And 3, the rounds found at the crime scene and throughout Moselle, the hunting lodge. If we can get to all 3 of those, that will be a miracle. So let's kick it off with the blood. First to you, Dale Carson, what do you make of blood being on the steering wheel of the Chevy Suburban? Listen, I went to a Chevy lot this weekend and got into one of these Suburbans. It's like it's a houseboat. It's huge. It goes way, way back. They're ginormous. They're huge. And I'm wondering, and I did it just because I wanted to see what Alex Murdaugh was driving. But the steering wheel is a perfect place for retaining blood DNA. And, I know the state couldn't be happier. And I guarantee you it's going to be either Maggie's or Paul's or a mixture of Maggie's, Paul's, and Murdaugh's, or else the state wouldn't have brought it in. Go ahead, Dale.
This is all credible evidence to demonstrate his path of travel. Was he where he said he was when he was there? And if there's a mixture of the blood DNA analysis, then that indicates one thing. If it was only his blood, that indicates something else. But another favorite place to look is the key fob. And it's interesting to know whether or not they took that from him in the course of their investigation. And I haven't seen any evidence connected with that, so kind of doubt that happened. But another one is the seat adjustments. There are many other places to find that DNA from blood residue in an automobile.
Okay, you know what? That was all just... Have you ever watched a Charlie Brown series? Because you just sounded like the teacher. Wah, 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 wah. Because, listen, talk and regular people talk.
Sure. All right. Well,
why
we're
else
gonna know
would
whether
Maggie
Murdaugh's
and
lying.
or Paul's blood be on his steering wheel? How is he going to explain that away? I mean, is there some way he's going to say, I touched the bodies and I went back in my car and
Well, he
I
makes
beat
that
my head
statement,
against the
Nancy.
steering wheel? What? Who's that? Is that
He
Chris?
says that he checked for a pulse on his kid who didn't have a head left, and he could have gone back to his car to get on the cell phone. So there are any number of ways, but the question is, what did he tell the investigators, and does it conflict with what he told the investigators? Because that's where you can kill.
Oh
his
my God,
credibility.
Chrissy, I
What
forgot.
about it, Chris McDonough?
So Nancy,
I'm gonna
there's
try
a
to go
couple things
today.
going on here, right? Number one, if I think people have to
I need to
understand,
go get
if you're using a shotgun, then that creates a blast, which creates an impact, and then that impact moves blood and other potential evidence either forward or backwards. And a shotgun is known to go in all directions. So there's a couple possibilities. Number one, if that he was in the proximity of that shotgun blast, then blood could have potentially transferred onto him, and then when he got into a vehicle, that would have transferred into the vehicle.
Oh, stop. What are you trying to tell me? He sat on the steering wheel?
No.
He'd have to have
no,
blood on
not
his hands to get it on the
You're
steering
right.
wheel.
Oh, right. He could have had it on his hands, but he could also have had it on, sometimes, clothing, as you're getting in and out of a vehicle when you're touching the steering wheel.
When I
it could
get
have-
in and out of the vehicle, any vehicle, my chest and tummy so far don't touch the steering wheel. No, Chris McDonough, I don't like disagreeing with you because you can run circles around me when it comes to certain matters, but if he shot the gun, okay, let's pretend he didn't shoot the gun.
Right.
How would he have gotten, what's his excuse?
And I have a pretty interesting update to a story I covered previously. I'm going to do that later, though. I know people are going to be like, oh, tell us now. I'm going to do it later. Do a short little update video. Nancy Grace pokes, new evidence pokes holes in Alec Murdaugh's alibi.
For getting blood on the steering wheel.
I got
You're
some
saying
food
because
in
he
there.
tried to turn them over or check their
Air
pulse?
fryer.
That's
Right.
what he
Now,
said.
Yes, and let's remember, he introduced that narrative. All right?
Yes, he did.
So he introduces the narrative that he touches Paul, for sure. And then in that car interview, he said he went towards Maggie, but then he kind of backed away from that for a second, went back towards Paul, and that's where he introduced.
But here's the tricky part. Does he say he went back to the car after that? I don't remember him saying he went back to the car.
But you can hear a car in the background on that first 911 call.
Okay, that's a good
And
point.
So I think that's where the prosecution's going here.
Yeah.
They're going to try to connect him to that car through that call.
Here's
another.
another.
But the falsity of his testimony is in the very outset. I have never seen anyone go to a body that has been shot with a shotgun in the head to check for a pulse. I mean, why would you even think to do that? So that narrative, that statement given to law enforcement, from my perspective, is not credible. Now, whether the jury sees that or not is another matter entirely. And you may have to add to it to demonstrate conclusively to the jury panel that he is not being credible. And you do that with a discontinuity between the interview and the information he provided with that blood evidence.
I did a little poll in the chat, too. It says, is there enough? Well, I didn't even make sense. I meant to say, is there enough to sentence Alex as guilty? I put 4 guilty, but you get what I'm saying, I think. How are you guys feeling now? Weeks on in to the trial. Is there enough to find him guilty? Are we? And I'm wondering, are we getting Cousin Eddie today? Can we get Eddie today, or it's not happening? They got till tomorrow. Is Eddie going to testify?
Because it's either true or false that he went back to the car, and depending on whose blood is on that steering wheel will
Blood.
tell us a great deal.
Guys, previous witnesses have testified under oath that Murdaugh's hands and clothing were both clean the night of the murder, despite an incredibly bloody crime scene. So he did not have blood on his hands or his clothing when the cops got there. And remember, they put him in a vehicle and were talking to him. And we can see his hands. And he's touching his face. He does not have any blood on him. But I want to find out exactly what he says. I don't recall him saying he went and sat in his car. But that said, it's much better for the state that there is blood on the steering wheel than if there was not blood on the steering wheel. Do you agree with me on that, at least?
Yeah, I agree with you, because it shows that he went into the car, and that means he was present at the scene. Those were all, the defense hasn't acknowledged anything at this juncture. They haven't presented their side of the case. So the more tied down the evidence is by the state, the more effective they are against any kind of testimony coming from the defense angle.
You know what's a big mistake? And I don't know if the state's going to do this or not, but it's a big mistake to try to explain DNA to a jury. It's hard enough for scientists to really understand it, for lawyers to understand it, and to articulate it appropriately. But it reminds me of the first time I ever used a DNA analysis in court. I insisted that the scientists bring all of their photographs and slides and everything from the crime lab. And the woman put them up. And I took one look at them. You know what it looks like? If it's not under a microscope, it looks like film that you pull out of a camera that didn't quite have time to develop. It was just a bunch of dots. Well, I can tell you, I got that down as quickly as I could get it down. And I guess the defense, they assumed I understood it because they didn't touch it with a 10-foot pole. Thank heaven. Because if I had asked a jury to believe in that blobby mess up on the poster, oh, that was a huge error on my part. Never did that again. So we're talking about the blood on the steering wheel of Alex Murdaugh's car, his Suburban, the night of the murders. But also, let's talk about the shooting, where Curtis Edward Smith, a.k.a. Cousin Eddie, shot Alex Murdaugh. Now, Dale Carson, I don't know if you've seen this or not, but Chris McDonough has it laid out beautifully. And where can we see that, Chris McDonough? Where can the listeners and viewers actually see it in full?
They can go to the interview room.
Right.
I have it up there.
Really, really great job. And that's how I...
And so the poll, is there enough to sentence Alex as guilty? And 47% say yes. 53% say no. And I feel like the tides have kind of changed a bit, right? I don't know. I mean, maybe I'm phrasing the question differently than I was at the beginning, but now we have more information watching the trial. And I'm leaning with no too. I don't think they have, I mean, it's really hard to say what a jury is going to think or whatever. I just don't know that they have enough beyond reasonable doubt, because, you know, to me, you wonder, like, is there other people involved? Was there another person? I don't know. There's too many things like up in the air, I think. I don't know. And I really was thinking that they were going to come with more. I know they say it's a circumstantial case, but I don't know. Okay, let's keep going.
I first found Chris was because he did a drive-through through Moscow, Idaho, before I could...
So hold on. Ellen says, oh, come on, Mel, you heard the recording. So which recording are you talking about? Are you talking about the Kennel one? where you hear his voice by the kennels. So there's two different things that, and I want to see what you mean. I wonder if you're talking about that video, which video you're talking about, or the body cam, or which particular one. So I'm not saying I think he's innocent. I think he has some sort of involvement, whether directly or indirectly. That's what I've been saying. But it's a whole different mindset where you're a juror and you're supposed to be like, convict somebody. If you're going to convict somebody beyond a reasonable doubt, it's a whole different mindset than just like us here sitting on YouTube watching and thinking about our opinions or how we feel about something, or just, you know, you're supposed to just look at directly what's given to you. Not supposed to watch any documentaries. You're not supposed to, you know. The Kennel video. Okay. So that Kennel video, I think he lied about being over there by the kennels, right? But two, it places him closer, very closer, like a lot closer to the time of the murders. But that's still not enough to say that he's the one that murdered them, like definitively, like without a reasonable doubt. I don't think it is. The guy is sus as hell, and I feel like it totally fits into his MO to kill. I think kind of like he had somebody trying to shoot him, you know, but I don't know. There's a question of two guns, weapons, I guess, missing. The shirt, you know, no real blood on the shirt. I don't know what kind of evidence these people have. All right, let me play this. I'm going to grab my food.
Get there, and it was so perfectly done. Okay, tell me what you learned, Chris McDonough. We're talking about the Curtis Edward Smith shooting, the arranged shooting of Alex Murdaugh. Go ahead.
Wow, Nancy. So 9.2 miles away from the house, actually from the Murdaugh home, you take all these rural, you know, country back roads, and you come to this one spot that is
okay, wait a minute. 9.2 miles from Moselle, the hunting lodge?
Yes, 9.2
okay.
miles.
And when you say back roads, you mean it. Because, you know, I had supper I had made for the twins and David, and I wanted to have supper with them before I left to go to South Carolina. And I got in the car at about 7-ish. So I was on the road till after midnight. And the back roads, it was a 2-lane. It was pitch dark. The only thing I saw were 40 or 50, not kidding, deer and a lot of possums. Nothing. I mean, it is very sparse and very ill lit. Well, it's not lit at all. Okay, go ahead, Chris.
Yeah, dark, in the middle of nowhere, not a car for miles. We stood there for 15 minutes, didn't have a single car pass us. And you look at this area and you think to yourself, what in the world was going on here where all of a sudden you have a tire issue, you're off to the side of the road, and boom, a gunshot goes off, and allegedly you're ambushed. I just, you know, I had a hard time wrapping my mind around that from an investigative side. And I learned that even there was a citizen that had come by, an elderly couple, saw Mr. Murdaugh bleeding. They got weirded out and continued on. And my understanding is they had reported that to the authorities. So that's going to be interesting to hear later on down in the pipeline here during the trial.
So what struck you the most, Chris, when you looked at the spot where Eddie Smith admittedly shot Alex Murdaugh at Murdaugh's request?
You know, what struck me the most, it reminded me of a case we had years ago where a wife and a boyfriend had lured the ex-husband to a geographic region that was very scarce very similar to this area where this shooting goes down here. And it just struck me like this was the perfect location to kind of stage the perfect type of crime. But even in that case, they were unsuccessful. And this case, the fact that it went down.
And I thought it was I thought they had said that like Maggie didn't like going to the kennels at night. I thought really, you know. And the whole thing, why the reason they were there, even the both of them in the first place. I thought the documentary said that Alec had like told him to meet out there for dinner. But like, I mean, I haven't seen any text messages about that. Maybe he voice called him. I don't know. But that whole kennel thing is interesting.
Down the way that it did, you know, superficial gunshot wound.
And he was there.
To the head, treatment at the trauma center in Savannah. It just didn't look right. It just didn't look right.
On day one, I said, listen, I know this is a rural road, but it's got to intersect somewhere. Somewhere it hits a highway. And what needs to be done very quickly before it's erased by accident is to go to that intersection and see if there's any type of a camera. And sure enough, there is, I believe, a Baptist church all the way at the end of this rural road where it intersects with another road, and they happen to have a camera. And I'm very anxious to hear what the camera reveals. The fact that an unknown assailant would come along and just shoot Murdaugh in the head and keep going, that stunk on day one, Dale Carson, day one. But Dale, when you look at the video that Chris McDonough has made, you see just how far away it is.
I feel like they have to bring in Cousin Eddie. Because this whole thing of like this shooting where this guy tried to have himself killed, allegedly, but that's what he was really trying to do, to leave money to Buster. It just, to me, it shows that he would kill or do something like that for money. I mean, they have to bring in his testimony to show how like desperate or depraved he was. And so, I don't know. I hope that we get Cousin Eddie today. No Eddie? Why no Eddie? He's on the witness list. He's on the prosecution witness list. 2:15, they're coming back, so they should be back soon.
And how isolated it was. And also, it was not even remotely the easiest way to get from point A to point B, where Murdaugh said he was going. This was not the route to do that.
Well, that's exactly right. And of course, you're getting this testimony from two individuals whose credibility is clearly at issue, the shooter and the shootee. And so we don't really know what happened there. I agree that there are confessions, if you will, but we don't really know why they were there. Was it what's being told to the court, or not to the court, but to the investigators, or was it something else entirely? Were they meeting up there for a drug deal?
I think it was something else entirely, Dale, and I'll tell you why. If the plan was that Murdaugh wanted Smith to shoot him in the head for his surviving son, Buster, to get the insurance money, Smith would have shot him again. He would have shot him dead. 2 bullets. What is that? 50 cents? Bam, over. But he didn't. I really believe that Murdaugh's true plan was to make it appear as if the killer that killed his wife and son was after him all along, and that he intended to be a homicide victim. But then it all went down the crapper. That's what I think happened.
Well, I think you're probably right. Asking someone to shoot you is a little bit outrageous. And of course, you could accomplish that by shooting yourself, as occasionally happens in cases.
Yeah, but I don't think you get the money for that. Like the life insurance or whatever. I don't think if you off yourself, the money will be given to your family members.
So what he was doing was, I agree with you, a way to reflect away from the killings of the others.
Yeah. I'm looking again, Chris McDonough, at you flying down this, I think you're speeding, by the way, this country road. There's no way anybody else is going to come along for a good long while. No way. Did you say you were there for 15 minutes before anybody drove by?
Yes.
And the fact that this was not the shortest route to where he was wanting to go just makes it that more contrived.
Yeah, and one of the other things I haven't been able to confirm yet, Nancy, is I wanted to know, is that near the edge of his property? That property out there, because that's a big hunting area. So I didn't know what the correlation was to why he would have, come up that back road like that, unless there's a back entrance into his hunting area.
You just passed that church I was talking about. Guys, another thing I wanted us to talk about were the rounds found on the property there at the hunting lodge, Moselle. What about that, Dale Carson?
Well, at a minimum, they found other rounds there. And if you know about ballistics, which you do, there are often firing pin marks, and those firing pin marks on the back of the bullet at the primer can be connected to other weapons, and they can be found to be identical to other firearms. So you can trace those expended rounds that were left at the scene to other weapons and found on the property.
They did that.
And be identical to other, and that would tend to indicate that the rifles used the trace those expended rounds that were left at the scene to other rounds that had been found on the property.
They did that.
Tend to indicate they did, and that would tend to indicate that the rifles used, the shotgun used. I know the rifle for certain. I'm not entirely clear about the shotgun, but the rifle certainly was one of the rifles that lived at the estate. So the question arises, how the hell did anybody get a hold of that without being a member of the hunting club, part of the family, or an owner of those firearms?
Guys, think about this. The likelihood that Murdaugh leaves at 8:49, 8:50, that he leaves the location. Actually, I think he was still there texting, hey, I'm leaving to go check on my mom at 9:06. Or was that when he made the 911 call? Let me get out.
No, that's correct.
Let me get out my trial notebook. Yeah. And then he gets back and, around 10 o'clock. And in that time, someone has snuck onto the property, unseen by anyone, goes in the home, gets guns out, shoots them, and takes off with the gun. And then, lo and behold, I guess just as they were leaving, Murdaugh pulls in. And that, 45-minute window? And takes the guns with them? I mean, how? That's so unlikely. It's so improbable.
Well, and certainly they can look at the actual vehicle to determine whether or not it was, and they have, turned on and off.
Okay.
Yeah.
The transit times were. Those kind of things become hypercritical in a circumstance like that.
You know what? Speaking of that, we heard from the expert on the stand describing how they could tell when the car doors opened, when the car was put into park and out of park and in park and out of park. And none of that jived with his story that he got back, got out of the car, went and saw them dead, and called 911. It did not jive with what he said. So as you see the case as it stands right now, I believe we're inching toward the end of the state's case. What do you make of it so far, Chris McDonough?
Well, I think the state has done a good job, Nancy. I mean, you've tried hundreds of these situations where I think they've done a good job laying the foundation of the buildup here. And I think over the next couple of days, they're going to
Oh my God, you can hear it?
with the strongest evidence. What that is at this point, I don't know. But I do believe that his timeline, they've done a great job, moving that timeline around correctly and appropriately with, introducing the forensics evidence, and now we're into the DNA that's going to tie him, hopefully, to those victims,
Oh yeah, I keep
as well
mixing
as
up the Kennel videos.
his DNA or their DNA in the car, like we're hearing today, or the Suburban.
That's not me breathing.
So I think they've done a good job. I really do.
I think they have, and I'm telling. They are working up to a finale, and let me just say, it darn well better.
It better be good.
Big.
I'm still waiting.
I mean,
The prosecution, y'all need some.
To cousin Eddie. They better end with a bang. Do you agree, Dale Carson? I mean, you know how to try a case. You've got Chris McDonough,
Well, I do.
homicide detective. Dale Carson has tried many a murder case. You have to end on a high note. You cannot go out with a whimper.
Well, we have a precursor of what the end is going to be. And it's got to be something that aggregates all of this information together that they've been pouring into the jury panel's minds for the last 2 weeks. And I'm certain that if they are tactically as excellent as they appear to be, they're going to do precisely that. And then it's up to the defense to defeat those positions that are presented by the state. And of course, one of the things that struck me is that they never brought dogs out to search the property, which that's, something you would routinely do if someone had said somebody came onto my property and killed some people. That'd be one of the first things that you do. That never happened. And of course, the defense is going to make a lot out of something like that.
Well, we wait to see how they will culminate the case. We're going straight back in the courtroom. Dale, Chris, thank you for being with us.
Nancy. Okay, so we're still not back. Okay. Wow. Maybe it's 2:30. 2:20 right now. I mean, there's a lot of things, details that don't make sense or do make sense. Nah, puking, hell nah. Cousin Eddie, he could plead the fifth on some things, right? I didn't use the bathroom. Cousin Eddie. I mean, there was even rumors that Alec might take the stand. That would be wild. If he did, that would probably take a while too. On the stand. If you guys could hit the like button, I'd appreciate that. Thank you guys for hanging out with me today. Road to Nowhere. Did I read this earlier? I'm not sure. Road to Nowhere. What better way to spend Valentine's? Mel, murder, and pizza. Amazing, Tara. Tara, thank you so much. What better way to spend Valentine's Day? Mel, murder, and pizza. They cancel you for that. Why? What's so enjoyable about murder, huh? Yeah, that's sick and disgusting. That's distasteful. Ugh. Mel's fans are violent. I don't think Alex is going to come out. All right, let me see what else they got going on. What else is going on with Homeboy? Take a look at Avery. Nothing. Took a break. I probably should have just taken off the... I mean, I took half of it off, but...
was located at approximately 11:35 p.m. The suspect in this case was located at approximately 11:35 p.m. in the city of Lansing. The suspect was located by units that were assisting in looking for that suspect after the shootings. The suspect is deceased due to a self-inflicted gunshot wound, and we are prepared to release the name of the person who committed these homicides at this time. We have previously confirmed that he was 43 years old. He's a male. His name is Anthony. Last name is McCrae, M-C-R-A-E. Anthony Dwayne McCrae is a 43-year-old male. We would like to sincerely thank our community for their help. Because of our quick release of the photograph from the campus security cameras and the help from our community.
Michigan State. Age, gender. The demographics, let's see. This is just for the last 28 days. 75% in the United States. 4.6% United Kingdom, 4% Canada, Australia, India. 74% subscribed. Last 28 days, 25% unsubscribed, which is pretty good. For the last 28 days, 76% female, 23% male, and 0.2% unspecified. unknown. And then the age range, last 28 days, so 15% between 25 and 34, 24% between 35 and 44, 23% between 45 and 54, and 20% between 55 and 64, and 11% 65 and older. Huh. Interesting. Sweden. Let's see where you guys are at.
Okay, our witness.
.3%. Sweden, I think.
May bring the jury.
Okay, so back fresh. Ate a bit. Got things taken care of, responsibility taken care of for now. Oh, damn, I've had this thing recording for 4 hours.
Jury is present, sir.
Okay, very good. Cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Who's this guy?
Good afternoon, Mr. Burney.
Afternoon, Mr. Griffin.
I want to be sure we understand what you've done. You did a analysis of various bank accounts, seeing deposits in and money out. Is that correct?
So for the tracing, it was specifically the alleged stolen funds. I would just trace them out as they went through the bank accounts using that first in, first out method.
I mean, did you analyze any accounts that were stolen, what you contend to be stolen funds were not deposited into?
There's probably one or two accounts maybe stolen money didn't hit, but any account under Alex Murdaugh's name at Palmetto State Bank and Bank of America, those were the primary two accounts.
But, I mean, you're aware that he earned income as a practicing attorney?
Yes, yes.
And did you segregate that monthly income from?
Yes, so what I would do is prior to these funds going into those accounts, using that first in, first out method, I would completely deplete whatever income or deposit was in that account prior to, so we could separate each check out.
And you, in your testimony here today, you for the most part, limited your analysis to the $792,000 of the Ferris fee. Is that right?
Yeah, that's the only tracing we went over today.
Okay, and then at the end, you testified about essentially Mr. Murdaugh's. I guess it was a analysis of liabilities versus assets,
right?
About whether he had enough to pay A, B, and C.
Right. So what I did for the date of June 7th, the accounts we had, I looked at balances in addition to outstanding loans. So that's how I was able to determine that.
And that was just purely balances in financial accounts. Is that right?
That's correct.
And did that include any analysis of his 401k or retirement account?
No, in the balance sheet I had no, because those were in retirement accounts.
Okay.
So obviously, you have tax implications and penalties and fees. associated with those.
And did that analysis include the value of any real estate holdings?
So I was just looking at outstanding what he owed the bank.
Did that?
I didn't have up to date June 7th, 2021 appraisals for every land he owned.
Sure. And I think we all understood your answer, but your answer is no, it did not include an analysis of any equity in real estate holdings. Is that correct?
No, because I would not be able to determine that to the date.
And your analysis also did not include any interest he may have in real estate partnerships, correct?
Such as Redbeard and Zero United?
Well, let's start there. Redbeard and Zero United.
So I just had the loan statements and the outstanding principal on that, and as we know, they were charged off, I believe, in 2012, and interest was accruing, but this is just a principal balance that I was looking at.
Right, but you didn't look to see what the value of Redbeard was and the value of United was.
No, I had no idea what they would have been in June 7th, 2021.
And were you aware that he was had an equity interest in a real estate partnership that owned the PMPED law firm building in Hampton?
I became aware when I saw he was paid out of that account at the end in October, I believe. And then I would see occasionally, I called them rent checks. I think every month or so he would get a few thousand from that ownership.
But in your testimony of sort of a snapshot on June 7th, you didn't take into account the value of his interest in the PMPED law firm building, did you?
So I was looking at liquid assets, so would he have the ability that day to pay those amounts?
Okay. All right. And I take it then you also didn't take into account his ability to raise capital through borrowing money from Palmetto State Bank if he needed to.
So I was only looking at outstanding loans, so okay. I can't comment whether or not he could. We know after the fact he got a loan from the bank, but at that time I wouldn't know what he's eligible for or not eligible for if he wanted to take out an additional loan.
Well, we know before the fact that he had never been turned down for a loan at Palmetto State Bank, correct?
To my knowledge, no.
Right. And we know before the fact that he had paid Palmetto State Bank in over $4 million in interest payments. Don't we know that?
I've not calculated that myself, but if that's what you're representing.
Okay. Well, we know before the fact that the chairman of the board of Palmetto State Bank's position was, if Alec Murdaugh wants a loan from the bank, we'll make it happen. You're aware of that, aren't you?
That's my understanding.
So there was no, and just to be clear, you weren't telling the jury that on June 7th, Mr. Murdaugh's financial freight train was about to go off to the ravine. That's not what you were telling this jury, is it?
I was just looking at the account balances, outstanding loans, the fact that money had to be borrowed to pay back the Chris Wilson fees.
And he borrowed money from his partner, Johnny Parker. Is that right?
That's correct.
And you know before the fact that Mr. Parker frequently loaned money to other partners in the firm because the cash flow in their business was, not great until the end of the year.
I know Johnny Parker loaned Alex money. I'm not sure about the other partners, but you are correct. He did loan him money.
Now, in your analysis of the $792,000, you testified that that a large percent of the money went to associates, and then the rest went to pay credit card bills, right?
Generally speaking, without getting into a granular level.
Sure. Well, can you generally tell me approximately how much money of the $792,000 was sent to Curtis Eddie Smith?
From my tracing, approximately $500,000.
Of the $792?
Of the $792, yes, sir.
Okay. All 1 second, Your Honor.
All right.
You direct.
Next.
Mr. Bernie, you indicated that you were looking at liquid assets on June 7th, 2021. Is that correct?
That is.
Did I understand your testimony a moment ago correctly that that's what you were looking at?
Yes.
Mr. Bernie, do you own a home?
I do.
So you've gone through the process of purchasing land before, is that correct?
A couple of times, yes, sir.
A couple of times. When you were buying, or let me rephrase my question here, did you ever sell any real estate?
I have once.
Was it an instant process, or did it take some time?
It took months.
Months?
From listing to closing, yes.
So, did you get the money for your real estate right when you sold it, or did it take all the way to closing to get that money?
Took all the way to closing.
So if Mr. Murdaugh needed money from his real estate interests through sell, would that have taken some time?
I imagine, yes.
Did I hear you correctly a moment ago in your testimony, or acknowledge in your testimony the possibility that Mr. Murdaugh paid over $4 million in interest to Palmetto State Bank on various loans?
That's what Mr. Griffin represented. I had not done the calculations myself.
As you indicated a moment ago, what was your aim again in tracing these funds?
Looking at their ultimate dispositions, where the money went to.
Did you start with particular instruments and then go from there?
I did.
And in analyzing where the funds from those instruments went, did a portion of those instruments go to loan payments?
Yes.
At Palmetto State Bank?
Yes. Loan payments at Palmetto State Bank and to pay back loans from other individuals.
And did a significant portion of those funds go towards paying that $4+ million in interest to Palmetto State Bank?
Yes.
And did that represent a significant portion of where the stolen funds were ultimately disposed?
Yes.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Let me step down. Thank you. Your next witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Marion Proctor.
Who's that? Proctor?
Marion Proctor.
Do you swear or affirm that any testimony you give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God? All right, you go please, ma'am. Sit right up here. State your full name for the record, spell your last name, and then move the microphone where they can hear you, okay?
I'm Marion Proctor, Proctor.
Good afternoon, Ms. Proctor.
Hi.
Go ahead and tell the jury, do you have any relationship to Maggie and Paul?
I am Maggie's sister, and Paul is my nephew.
Can you pull that mic just a little bit closer or slide your chair up just a little bit so you don't have to lean forward?
Okay.
And is that a fresh bottle of water there?
It is.
Oh, it is? That's your water?
Yes.
Go ahead and, if you would, tell us a little bit about yourself, just where you grew up, and just a little bit about yourself, so they get to know you just a little bit, please.
Okay. I grew up in Wilmington, North Carolina. Maggie and I did. She was my only sibling. With 2 parents, and we both went to college, both married, both lived in South Carolina. We've been here ever since. I'm married. I have 3 daughters, and we live in the Charleston area.
Where did Maggie go to college?
South Carolina.
Did she go somewhere else and then transfer to South Carolina?
She did.
How far apart are you and Maggie?
5 years.
And your parents, what are their names?
Terry and Kennedy.
And do y'all have any other siblings, or was it just you and Maggie?
It's just Maggie and me.
Growing up, being 7 years apart as younger folks, was that a bit of an age difference as y'all grew up?
It was. For children, that's a lot. So, I was in college. She was in high school. So we weren't super close when we were children, but later on, as our lives became more similar, we became very close.
And how long ago do you think that relationship grew very close?
When the children were little, we did a lot together. It was easy. As they got older with, their commitment, sports and things like that, it was mostly holidays, Christmas, Thanksgiving. And then when we both became empty nesters, we were having a really good time.
Y'all talk almost every day?
Almost every day.
Tell the jury a little bit about Maggie. How would you describe her as somebody, just so they can get an idea of who she was?
Maggie was sweet. She was kind of a free spirit. She was always up for anything that was going on. She loved her family. She loved her boys. Buster and Paul were her world. She loved my parents. We joked how we would grow old together and take care of them. And she was just a really, really good person.
Was Maggie a tomboy at all, or was she more of a girl's girl?
No, she was definitely a girl's girl, but she made the best of having 2 boys. She was right in there fishing, hunting. She didn't grow up doing that. We used to laugh that she'd get in the deer stand with her Southern Living magazine, and the boys would tell her she was making too much noise turning the pages. And then, fishing, she loved going out on the boat. She loved being at the beach. She loved going to the islands. I don't know that she really fished that much, but she just wanted to do what they were doing. She wanted to spend time with them.
What about the Gamecocks?
She was a big Gamecock fan.
Are you a Gamecock fan?
I'm a big Clemson fan.
Y'all still managed to get along, though, right?
We got along great. We did. And we were together a lot on those Clemson, Carolina days. And we would have a big time.
Being kind of a girl's girl, did she like spending time with you and your daughters and getting a chance to do those sorts of things?
She loved it. She and my girls loved their Aunt Maggie. She always, said that she was their favorite aunt. And she just, loved catching up on all the latest makeup and, hair trends and shoes. And she just loved doing girl stuff with us.
Did Maggie work over the years, or was she focused on taking care of the boys and raising them?
She was mostly a stay-at-home mom. She had a little shop in Hampton for a while. She and Miss Libby did that together. So that was fun. She was real involved with the boys' schools, all their sporting events. I don't think she probably ever missed one. But she was mostly a stay-at-home mom.
What about Paul? Did you get to know him, obviously, as your nephew?
Yes.
Tell the jury just a little bit about Paul and what he was like.
Paul was a sweet, sweet boy. misrepresented in the media. He had such a kind side to him. He was always wanting to help. You know, Aunt Marion, does Uncle Bart need some wood? He'd bring us a load of wood. He was a kind soul, and I loved him a lot.
Was Maggie very involved in the family finances, to your knowledge?
Not at all.
Explain to the jury a little bit, if you would.
They had a comfortable life. Maggie was happy. It wasn't a lavish life, but it was a comfortable life. And, money just, it was never an issue for her that she knew about.
That she knew about?
Right.
I think you said you don't think Maggie ever balanced a checkbook because finances wasn't.
She didn't. So I was the sister who balanced it to the penny and went crazy if I made a mistake in my checkbook. Maggie's was in the floor of her car with all of her bills thrown all over it, and she didn't. Organization was not her best skill.
Mr. Randolph, Paul's grandfather, did you know him?
I did.
And then his spouse was who?
Miss Libby.
Towards the end of Maggie and Paul's life, can you tell the jury just a little bit about Miss Libby's health?
Miss Libby had Alzheimer's, and wasn't too bad at first, but she's been declining for years, and it's real bad now. I think she stays in bed all day. She doesn't recognize her family, and she has to be helped to do everything. She can't feed herself or go to the bathroom or do anything.
Back in June of 2021, was her condition similar in that regard?
Yes.
Back in June of 2021, was Mr. Randolph suffering any health issues?
Mr. Randolph was really sick. He had lots of different things wrong with him, and I think that his days were coming close to an end.
In the days leading up to Paul and Maggie's death, had the family received some not encouraging news about Mr. Randolph's prognosis?
Correct. I think that they felt like everything had been done for him that could be done. And I'm not sure Mr. Randolph wanted anything else done to him either. It had been a long road for him.
Backing up a little bit, the family, Alec and Maggie's family, properties, did they have a house in Hampton at one time?
They did. They built that house.
Okay. And did they have a beach house?
They did.
And where was that?
At Stowe.
And when did they get the beach house roughly? Do you recall?
Oh gosh. I really don't know. They've had it for a long time. 15. I really don't know. I'm sorry.
And what about Moselle? They had that property as well?
Yes, Moselle was their most recent property, and it was kind of a hunting plantation type place. Great setup for hunting everything, and lots of beds for Alec to have men come out and have hunts, and not Maggie's favorite place to be, but the boys loved it.
Sure. And in the summertime, where did Maggie typically prefer to be? At a Stowe?
She loved the beach, yes.
Are you familiar with what people refer to as the boat crash?
I am.
And to your general recollection, that happened around February of 2019?
Correct.
After the boat crash, did the family, and particularly Maggie, feel like what she felt some sort of backlash in the community or some sort of negative reaction that bothered her?
She did. That was a devastating blow for their family. It was a horrible accident, but it was an accident. And Maggie felt like the Hampton community had turned against her. And Paul was being mistreated. People would say mean things to him, call him names, social media, inappropriate things were said to him. Inappropriate things were said to him when he went back to school. And it was very hard on the family. It was very stressful.
Is that also part of the reason that Maggie preferred staying in Edisto?
I think so, yes.
During this time period, did Maggie start looking for a house somewhere else?
She did. They sold their Hampton house. She was looking in the Hilton Head, Bluffton area for something. She had been looking in that area for a while.
Okay. Did she find anything she liked?
She did. She found one house that she just loved, and she called me and my parents to come down and take a look at it. And I believe Alec was there too. And she really thought that they might make an offer on that house, but in the end they did not. I think Alec advised her that the timing was just not right with the boat case going on.
With the boat case going on? So we move closer to June 7th of 2021. I believe you testified that the family had received some bad prognosis on Mr. Randolph. Is that correct?
Yes. Maggie called me that day and said she was at Edisto. She had some men working on the house, and Mr. Randolph was not doing well at all, and Alec really wanted her to come home that night. She hadn't planned on it, but that he needed her to come home, and Paul was going to be there too. And I said, well, Maggie, I said, Alec and his dad are super close, and that's probably what you should do. Go be with him if he needs you.
She said that Alec wanted her to come home that night?
Yes.
And what was your understanding of Maggie's intent or what they were going to do that night?
I was under the impression they were going over to Alameda to visit his parents.
And that's why Alec wanted Maggie to come home?
Correct.
And that was from your conversation with her?
Yes.
She called you to let you know that that's what Alec had called her about?
Yes.
You said she was having some work done at Edisto on June 7th?
Yes, just maintenance work, getting it ready for the summer.
You encouraged her to go to Murdaugh?
I did.
Was that the last time you talked to her?
Wow.
Yes. Thank you.
You all right? You remember about what time of day that was?
I think it was around 4 o'clock in the afternoon. I think Maggie loved to call me when she was driving. She was always driving from, Moselle to Edisto to Charleston. And I think it was around 4 that afternoon.
What was the rest of your day like? Just a normal day?
Just a normal day.
Did you go to bed that evening?
Actually, we were not in bed. We were watching a movie. It was just Bart and me at home that night.
Bart, your husband? Tell me how you found out.
John, I didn't even realize this was going on. We were watching a movie, and Bart had gotten up to, I thought, go into the kitchen, and he had a text from John Marvin saying that a text from Randy saying that there had been a tragedy, and could Bart please call him on his cell phone. He had called on Alec's cell phone, but wanted Bart to call him back on his cell phone.
So what happened?
So Bart went outside and called him. So I still didn't know anything was going on, and told him that Maggie and Paul had been shot. They were dead.
What was your reaction?
I just couldn't believe it. I didn't think it was true. I said, there has to be a mistake. I said, there's got to be some explanation. It just can't be them.
What did y'all do after that?
We gathered up our things, and we went to tell my parents. And they live in Somerville. My mom had just had knee replacement surgery. So when we got to Somerville, I called and I said, Mom, we're on the way, and we've got some bad news to share, but I want to be with you. And so she was sitting in her recliner chair with her leg all bundled up, and so we got there, and both of my parents were there, and I think my mom went into shock. She couldn't be still, and she just kept making these noises, and it was just the worst.
Did you go to Moselle at any point?
We pretty much stayed with my parents all night. We went back home, showered, and then we all went to Moselle the next morning.
Over the next few days, were y'all staying back in Somerville and going to Moselle, or what were you and your parents doing in Bart?
So we had family coming in from Kentucky, and some of them were staying with me, some of them were staying with my parents, but we were in Moselle every day. We were planning the funeral, we were in Moselle every day after that until the funeral.
Did that shock of finding out last for a while?
I'm sorry?
Did that shock of finding out last for a while?
It's still hard to face.
When you got to Moselle, did you see Alec, the defendant?
I did.
Did y'all hug?
We did.
Cry?
We did.
Over the course of the next couple of days, or in the aftermath, as the shock was wearing off just a little bit, did you have any conversation with Alec about what had happened?
I didn't talk to Alec a lot. Alec was just really busy, and the whole town was coming to see him, and he was very, very, very torn up. I did at one point ask him if Maggie had suffered, and he assured me that she did not. Now, I don't know that I think that's true. And I asked if Paul had suffered, and he said no. And then later I asked him, I said, Alec, do you have any idea who's done this? I said, we have got to find out who could do this. And he said that he did not know who it was, but he felt like whoever did it had thought about it for a really long time.
whoever had done it had thought about it for a really long time.
Mm.
Does that strike you as odd?
I just didn't know what that meant.
Do you ever privy or have any discussion with anything Alex said about whether or not he went to the kennels that night?
I personally did not talk to him about that, but he told my mom that he had dinner with Maggie and Paul and then he took a nap, which he did. That was kind of a routine. He would lay down on the sofa at night after work and take a nap.
But he said he never went to the kennels.
Correct.
What?
After your conversation with Maggie, your last conversation with her, did it strike you as odd that she didn't go to the kennels or go to Alameda with Alec?
Yes.
And why is that?
Because that's the whole reason she went home that night.
Did you think from your conversation with Maggie that she was planning to see Mr. Randolph too?
I thought so. I didn't realize that Mr. Randolph wasn't there at the time.
That was a surprise to you?
Mm-hmm.
Alec, that's not looking good, Alec.
In the days and weeks following Maggie and Paul's murder, did Alec ever say anything about the boat case?
We would talk about the boat case, and he was very intent on clearing Paul's name.
What did he say?
He said that his number one goal was clearing Paul's name. And I thought that was so strange because my number one goal was to find out who killed my sister and Paul.
But that wasn't Alec's concern, main concern?
I know he must have wanted that too, but it just, I don't know how he could have thought about anything else.
But he talked about the boat case. Did he ever act scared or afraid that the real killers were out there somewhere or anything like that, or was he concerned with the boat case?
We were afraid. We didn't know what was going on. My family was scared. I was scared for Alec and Buster. I felt like they needed protection. I think everybody was afraid. And
feel it.
Alec didn't seem to be afraid.
So that's.
Did he also talk about?
That's damning. Kind of hurts. Yeah, that's a shot.
Getting Buster back into law school
Yes.
after the murders. Maggie loved those dogs, didn't she?
She did.
She liked going down there and playing with them.
She did.
Would she tend to walk down there, or would she take another way to get down?
If she was dieting, she'd walk. Sometimes she'd ride her bicycle, and she'd take her car. She'd go, just whatever she felt like. Take her car, take one of the golf cart things.
She wasn't a hunter, though, was she?
No.
What'd she think about those AR-style guns that the boys had?
She seemed to be fine with those. I remember when she wanted to give them those for Christmas, and I just growing up with girls and not in the hunting world, I said, Maggie, why would you give those boys those guns? And she said they love to shoot hogs, and which I understood that the hogs were tearing up their property, but it just scared me that that the boys would have such a dangerous weapon. But I know nothing about guns, so.
One second, Ms. Proctor.
Miss Proctor.
Thank you for testifying. Please answer any questions the defense may have.
Mr. Griffin.
Are we on? Oh, we on. Like Donkey Kong. Oh, we on like Donkey Kong.
Hey.
I think they're gonna try the compassionate approach, love, family, and sister. Oh, father he was.
I'm sorry, this is hard for me too.
Yeah.
Maggie was a very special person, wasn't she?
She was.
And she and Alec had a very special relationship, didn't
They did.
they? And they had a very special family, did they not?
They did.
Jim knows her.
And they loved to do things together as a family, didn't they?
They did.
And it just wasn't Alec and Maggie and Paul and Buster, but your parents were part of their family, right?
Yes.
And I doubt you've heard all the testimony here in court, but a lot of Paul's friends referred to your dad as Papa T. Is that what people refer to him as?
Yes.
And your mother as Grandma.
Yes.
And it sort of seemed like Paul and Buster's friends were part of your parents' extended family. Is that right?
Yes.
And you and your husband and Bart and your children, y'all would all vacation together with, not necessarily with Buster and Paul's friends, but with Maggie and Alec and Paul and Buster, and y'all did things as a family a lot. Did you
We
know?
did.
And Alec was really close to your parents, wasn't he?
Yes.
And he considered your dad as one of his best friends, I believe.
He was very kind to my dad.
Right. And and y'all would vacation. I think you and your husband have a house in the Keys. You would vacation there, right?
Correct.
And y'all would do a lot together. You place up in off Lake Kiowee, is that right?
Correct.
And you said Maggie was a girl, but she took to the boys and learned to be a mother of two rambunctious sons, right?
She did.
And you said earlier that about sporting events that Maggie never missed any of Paul and Buster's sporting events. Is that right?
Correct.
And Alec was there right by Maggie at every sporting event, wasn't he?
Coaching.
Coaching most of the time, right?
the weeks leading up to the horrific day of June the 7th, you had a family get together up at Kiwi.
We did.
And your daughter was, you're having a baby shower for your daughter, right?
Right.
You're about to be a grandmother for the first time?
Yes.
Yeah. And where was it?
When was it?
Where?
Where?
Yeah.
My daughter lives in Greenville.
Okay. And and it was the weekend, I think, of May 21st.
I think it was the weekend before Memorial Day weekend.
Right. And I'm going to show you a photo and see if you recognize this photo. And it's Defendant's Exhibit 122.
Yes.
Do you recognize that?
I took that picture.
You took that picture?
I did.
Your Honor, we would introduce Defendant's 122 in evidence this time.
No objection, Your Honor. Submit it.
Can you pull up 122, Doug? You know, I'm not sure, Marion, if the jury has actually seen a picture of Maggie in this trial. She's obviously the only female here in this photo.
Mm-hmm.
And y'all favor each other greatly, right?
We do.
And this was a weekend, just a couple of, I mean, you said the weekend before Memorial Day,
Mm-hmm.
right? And that's Buster on the left,
Yes.
and that's Paul,
Right.
and then Maggie and Alex, right?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. You can take that down. Did you see Maggie again after being with her up in above Greenville?
I did not.
So that was the last time you were together with her?
Mm-hmm. She, they were at Edisto for Memorial Day, and then the next weekend was my birthday, and we were back in the upstate. And then I got the call on Monday.
And you understand, the weekend after Memorial Day, Alec and Maggie went to Columbia for a super regional baseball game with Buster and his girlfriend Brooklyn.
Right.
You were aware of that?
I am.
And you mentioned that Maggie was a big Carolina fan and Alec was a big Carolina fan, right?
They both graduated from there.
And they went to a lot of the Carolina sporting events as a couple?
Yes.
Right. And leading up to June 7th, well, let me back up. I know we've talked about this, and I don't want this to come out the wrong way, but Maggie did a lot for Alec's mom and dad, but didn't it make her somewhat sad to go over and visit his mother because of her condition?
Absolutely.
And it was really not high on her list of things that she wanted to do.
Maggie went there a lot. She just didn't feel like she needed to go every day like Alec liked to go.
And Alec would go every day and sometimes more than once a day.
As much as he could, he did.
And but Maggie cared for Mr. Randolph, and I know she loved him. I'm talking about she would, prepare food for him and tried to spoil him, wouldn't she?
It was the no salt diet.
Right.
And they were all struggling to cook food that he would eat with no salt.
Damn.
And she experimented with different things, hopefully that he would enjoy, right?
Right. The whole family was taking turns and trying to provide meals.
And you know now that on the 7th, I think in the afternoon, and we'll establish this later, but around 4:30, Mr. Randolph got admitted back to the hospital in Savannah.
I know that now.
Right. And you said earlier that you expected from your conversation with Maggie that she was going to go over to Alameda and see Alec's parents on the evening of the 7th, but and you found it odd afterwards when you found out she didn't?
Correct.
But knowing that Alec's dad was not there and he was back in the hospital, it doesn't really seem that odd anymore, does it?
Probably not. You and Bart received an awful phone call on the night of the 7th about Maggie and Paul's death, right? We did.
And it was from John Marmon?
Randy. I'm sorry, I misspoke earlier.
And one of the requests was that you and Bart go and tell your parents in person, right?
Mm-hmm. Well, I don't know that they requested, but I knew we had to do that in person.
So you did that in person?
Yes.
And then the next day you came to Moselle with your parent?
Correct.
And Alex, was he grieving greatly?
Oh, terribly.
I mean, people have described him as being destroyed. Would you agree with that assessment?
Yes.
And Buster was there?
Yes.
Okay. And I jumped ahead, but leading up, Maggie enjoyed being at Edisto over Moselle in the summertime.
Correct. I think most people would.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Enjoyed it a lot more than being at Moselle.
Right.
But Alec had to stay at Moselle, or did stay at Moselle, because his work was right there in Hampton, right?
Right.
And Alec was constantly wanting Maggie to come back and stay with him at Moselle, wasn't he?
Perhaps. I'm not sure. I don't think he really liked being by himself.
But when he asked Maggie to come back on the 7th, I mean, you didn't think that was really an unusual request because he wanted to be with Maggie.
Right.
And didn't like to be by himself.
I did not think it was unusual, and that's why I encouraged her to do so.
Right. And you, from your conversation with Maggie, you knew that Paul was going to be there.
Correct.
Right. And do you know why Paul was going to be there? Had you heard?
I didn't know at the time. Okay. I know now.
That's it. But anyway, he and you encouraged Maggie to go be with Alec because his dad was in bad shape, right?
Right.
Now, after Maggie and Paul were murdered, Mr. Randolph died 2 days later, I believe, or 3 days. So it was a very difficult time for everyone, wasn't it?
Very.
And there were 2 funerals, one on a Saturday for Maggie and Paul, and one on Sunday from Murdaugh, right? And then after a day or so, did Alec and Buster come to Somerville and stay with your parents?
Yes.
And did they stay with your parents a lot after the murders?
Yes, especially Alec.
Yeah, Alec. And to your knowledge, did Alec ever spend another night at Moselle after the murders?
He did not.
She stayed with your parents. He visited with you and your husband and family down at Key West at sometime at the end of July. Is that right?
He did.
And then he and Buster came up to Greenville at one point in time.
They did.
And then and he was staying with his brother Randy at times. He was all over the place.
He was.
And, now you mentioned that after the murders that Alex said that he was very intent on clearing Paul's name from the boating accident, right? And you knew that Maggie felt very strongly that Paul was not driving the boat when the beautiful Mallory Beach came to her tragic death, right?
Correct.
I mean, Maggie was adamant. She was on a mission to clear Paul's name, was she not?
Sort of.
Sort of. And she was, and you're not critical of Alex for wanting to clear Paul's name after he was murdered, do you? Are you?
I'm not critical about that at all. I think that was his way of honoring Paul after he was gone. I just thought his priority should have been focusing on finding out who killed Maggie and Paul.
And how do you know that wasn't a priority for him?
We never talked about it. We never talked about finding the person who could have done it. It was just odd. And
Strange.
We were sort of living in fear because we thought this horrible person was out there, and we were mostly afraid for Alec and Buster, but we didn't know the motive behind the killings. We thought it probably had something to do with the boat case.
Right.
And we thought that up until September.
Right.
And then things started to change a little bit.
Sure. Were you aware that Alec started carrying a gun after the murder? You didn't know
Alec
that?
always carried a gun.
What's that?
He always carried a gun.
Bang!
But now on his person that he started carrying a gun. Were you aware of that?
I knew he usually had one in his car.
Right.
Oh, boom. What else you got? Weak shit. Come on. Talk about it. Talk about the incident with the headshot, the supposed alleged headshot. Uncle Eddie. Bring it up, baby. That's what she said. They started thinking different. Bring Eddie. Bring him out the cage. Greasy Uncle Eddie. Bring him out. Right, maybe tomorrow. Tomorrow's the last day, I guess. They said prosecution's supposed to be done by Wednesday.
Just some sort of one topic kind of questions. Bubba was Maggie and Alec's dog, is that right? Bubba could be a little hard-headed, we've heard. But
I'm sorry. Yes, Bubba. I think Bubba could be a handful.
But it's pretty clear that Alec could control Bubba pretty well.
Yes.
And And Maggie enjoyed going down to the kennels, as far as you know, to play with the dogs?
She did.
Right. And she was a dog lover?
She was.
And you're a dog lover?
I am.
And you'll have dogs, you know that they didn't allow dogs in the house at Moselle?
Correct.
Because of, I don't know.
Allergies.
Yeah, allergies.
Right.
And
but they had a big porch, and there were dog beds all outside on the porch, and
right.
You know, huge buckets of water. And when I was there, the dogs were always up there at the house.
Did you know there was an electric fence around?
I did not know that there was an electric fence, but.
And did Maggie and Alec let dogs in the house down at Edison?
I don't think so. They stayed mostly underneath the house. She had a
like
pen,
right.
big pen down there.
So they had a dog run type thing underneath the house?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And did you ever go to Edisto and visit with?
Yes.
With Maggie and Alec and their family?
Yes.
And would Paul's friends and Buster's friends welcome at
always
at Edisto and at Moselle?
Yes.
And
Maggie loved having the boys' friends around.
Right. And I think you mentioned this, but Moselle was Moselle Paul's passion?
Yes.
He loved that place?
Yes.
And Alec enjoyed being there with Paul? Is that
yes.
right?
He did.
And, one second, Your Honor.
What you saying, Alec? What you talking about? You need help right now. What you talking about? What's the plan? Alec, strategize to take her out.
Just very briefly.
Strategize.
In your own words, you tell the jury what you believe Alec's relationship was with Paul.
I think they had a very good relationship. They loved all the same things. They loved to hunt. They loved to fish. They loved to work the land. I think the plan was for Paul to take over Moselle one day, and they had a great father-son relationship.
And in your own words, can you tell the jury what you believe Alec's relationship with Maggie was?
It was good. It wasn't perfect, but Maggie was happy, and I think she was happy.
Thank you. That's all the questions I have.
You got right.
Lord.
Please, court, Your Honor. When Maggie called you on the afternoon of June 7th, 2021, she reported to you that her whole purpose for going home was to go with Alec to visit Alameda. Is that correct?
Objection leading.
What did Maggie tell you her whole purpose was in going home and Alec wanting her to come home on June 7th, 2021?
She was going home to be with Alec and visit his parents at Alameda.
And she never went.
Was it such a point of contention that you actually encouraged her to go?
I did.
You were asked some questions about
Little monkey.
You testified about Alec not being focused on trying to figure out who killed Maggie and Paul, and then something happened in September. Is that right?
Correct.
And that changed for you as you started to look at the motive. Is that correct? That's what you just testified, correct?
Correct.
And in September, he got fired from the law firm, right?
Correct.
And it started to come out about years and years of theft and misappropriation from clients. Is that correct?
Objection leading.
Objection sustained.
What came out in September that changed your calculus?
And objection exceeding the leading.
Jesus Christ.
Objection sustained.
What came out in September that changed your calculus?
And objection exceeding the scope of cross.
Objections overruled.
Please answer the question.
We were on our way to a football game, and we received a phone call from a friend of ours saying how sorry they.
This issue that has not been ruled upon.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll have you go to the jury room. Please do not discuss the case.
Oh, Lord. Let's get it, man. That boat accident, baby. I mean, he mentioned that when the police first came and pulled up on him, rolled up on him. The first thing he said was the boat accident. Before even talking about what happened to these people, his dead family. No, I don't know if it was before, but he did. That was one of the first things he did say. Boat accident. Revenge. Skeezers. It's like they all know each other, too. It's a small town, family. It's very touching, sentimental, hard. Everybody knows everybody. Everybody's family. And they kindly remind you as a witness, they know where your family lives. They know where you go.
Nature of the objection.
They know your kid, your daughter.
She was about to testify that she had heard about the roadside shooting.
And?
The state has not gone into the roadside shooting yet. Your Honor's not ruled on whether that's admissible or not.
It is.
We object to under 403 as to being admissible. And substantively, that is the objection. Evidence of the roadside shooting. It just opens up a whole new avenue of issues. Secondly, what she knows thus far would be hearsay, which is a technical objection. But certainly we object to any evidence of the roadside shooting.
Where's Eddie?
Your Honor, at this point, of course, this is responsive to a question that was raised on cross-examination by Mr. Griffin, in which she testified something happened in September. So for that reason, just to begin with, I believe that door is opened as to her to explain what it was that changed at that period in time, which was the nature of my question to her. Additionally, I think if we look beyond that, there is a connection, if we want to talk and have in-camera hearing about her answer and about 403 and 404, there is a logical connection between what happened in the roadside shooting and what happened on June 7th, 2021. And that connection is, of course, that the evidence will show that as the temperature increases, as there's a confrontation for Alec Murdaugh, then things like this happen. And that's what happened on September. But as it relates to this specific witness, this was an answer that came up during the defense cross. And it's fair to explore with this witness now what changed in September, which she's already testified to from a defense question.
And what was the question that prompted the response that you now indicate opens the door for this? Yes.
So in that particular question and in her response, he asked her, and he had been, of course, engaging in great detail about the family relationship and that sort of thing, and put up a picture and all the rest of it, and asked her about her assessment at that particular time, and she went in and started to explain that, and he was specifically asking about Alec being concerned about clearing Paul's name in the boat case, and then she explained further that, and he asked her if that was any big deal, and then she went on to explain her answer, and that's when she talked about how everything changed in September, and that was what I was exploring, what happened in September, which has been testimony before this jury, and I think now fair game for them to understand what happened in September.
All right. Yes, sir.
Your Honor, that was not the question.
I think it was a little different.
That was my question to Mr. Waters, and he's explained a whole lot. I don't know if he responded to my question. Maybe you will. What was the question that you posed that generated the response about her concern and her concerns changing?
The question that I asked related to her, I said, you testified previously that you didn't believe Alec was concerned about finding out who did this, or more concerned about clearing Paul's name. And then she says, well, it seemed odd he wasn't concerned about finding out who did this. And I said, why do you think he was not concerned? And then she goes into testifying, well, initially we thought it was the boating accident, and then after September, we thought perhaps it's something completely different.
That's what she said. Yeah.
And
something like that.
I mean, I was exploring her testimony on direct, and she offered up the issue of the roadside shooting. So
now the doors
I didn't
are
ask anything about the roadside shooting, Your Honor. I was asking her why she thought Alec was not trying to, what was the basis of her belief that Alec wasn't trying to find out who did this.
Which is probably on purpose planted to help the prosecution.
Mr. Waters.
But
and I apologize if I wasn't more clear. I don't remember the specific question, but what I do.
We have court reporters.
Yeah, let's go. Get a court reporter.
We'll have Ms. Harris, if you'll go back a bit to Mr. Griffin and his questioning of Ms. Proctor.
Okay. Patalic, thank you for coming a member. Eric Gray, thank you for coming a member. Shannon Lauder, Dan, thank you for coming a member.
Consumed about the, I don't know how far that was, Maggie being consumed about the boating accident. And
she gonna get it. Don't worry, leave it up to her.
It's not too far back from there on up to where you are now.
You're searching for. Let's get a can for the stenographer. Hold on. Get a can.
And if you need a break, we can take one for you to locate it.
We need a steno can. Hold on. All right, there you go. Girls looking it up.
I'm looking for the question.
Right.
Steno can. Let's go, baby. The new modern technology.
You're not critical about Alex wanting to clear Paul's name.
You need to be loud
Don't
enough for me
interrupt
to
her.
hear you, at least.
Stop.
Go ahead.
Sorry. Okay, this one. Okay.
Steno
You're not
can.
critical about Alex wanting to clear Paul's name. After he was murdered, are you? I am not critical about that at all. I think that was his way of honoring Paul after he was gone. I just thought his priority should have been focusing on finding out who killed Maggie and Paul. And how do you know that wasn't a priority? We never talked about it. We never talked about finding the person who could have done it. It was just odd. And we were sort of living in fear because we thought this horrible person was out there and we didn't. We were mostly afraid for Alex and Buster. We didn't know the motive behind the killings. We thought it was probably had something to do with the boat case, right? And we thought that up until September. All right. And then things started to change a little bit.
Yeah.
Were you aware that Alex started carrying a gun?
There you go. Back to the mouthpiece. Boom. All right, the stenographer.
All right, Mr. Waters.
Your Honor, again, these were in direct responses to his question as he was exploring her statement about his concern on the boat case. And in fact, the reference to September was actually in response to a follow-up question that the defense continued down that line of questioning. That answer has now come out, and I think that the witness, again, is entitled and is fair game at this point before.
Testify as to what changed in September?
What she meant by that. Yes, sir, what she meant by that.
And what changed in September?
The shooting, roadside thing.
Do you want me to talk to them?
Yes, ma'am.
So we received a phone call from a friend of ours who said he was so sorry to hear about my brother-in-law And the call came in to my husband, Bart, and Bart said, "What are you talking about? We don't know anything." And he said, "Well, your brother-in-law's been shot." And we literally stopped the car, pulled over on the side of the road, and it was just the worst feeling in the world, because I thought whoever had killed Maggie and Paul had now shot Alec, and I was horrified that Buster was next. So we made a phone call to Buster, and Buster said his dad had been shot, but that he was okay. He was on his way or in the hospital at that time, I can't remember. And then at some point, and I'm not sure, I think I was in shock. At some point, we spoke with Jim Griffin that day, and he told us that yes, Alec had been shot, that he had been fired from the law firm because he had been caught stealing money.
All right, thank you. Yes, sir.
Again, that's her explanation, and I believe that's fair game in this particular instance to this particular witness's testimony that had come out on cross-examination. And I probably would have one follow-up. Additionally, I should mention as well, I think there's two other matters that probably we should explore while the jury's out, in fairness to the other side and in court, that I wanted to inquire that were in reference to cross-examination. Those are different issues. I was going
into them. Tell me what they are. So.
Sure. There were obviously extensive cross-examination about the family relationship, and there's been extensive evidence offered by the defense on cross about the family relationship. And there were two questions I was going to ask her about fidelity concerns, and also the Maggie and the family wrestling with opioid abuse and pill usage by the defendant. Both of those have been issues that Maggie had wrestled with and had expressed to her.
Yeah, let's hear it.
All right, Mr. Griffin.
Yeah.
Well, as to the...
That's not Dick.
I don't know if you want me to address the roadside shooting, but that's certainly, I mean, that opens a Pandora's box at 404B.
Come on.
They want to introduce the roadside shooting as motive. How can you have motive after the fact? And so it's not admissible. It should not be admissible under 403. But just what she says is not that harmful, but they're not going to stop there, Your Honor. And I did not open the door. I said...
You're probing her about Alex's fears. Doesn't Alex, were you aware that he started carrying a gun? Well, he always carries a gun in his car. No, but then he started carrying it in his pockets. So you're having her, cross-examining her to suggest that Alex was living in fear, as evidenced by the fact that he continued or started carrying a gun, not in his vehicle, but on his person. And she, in her response, says, well, I never, didn't appear to me that he was living in fear. I didn't know anything about that and responding to you until in September when this occurred for whatever reason. Now, with the truth of what occurred, she's not testifying as an investigator. She said she heard he'd been shot. And that gave her, changed her reason for concern in some way, whatever that might be, I don't know.
I'm laughing about people wondering what the mouthpiece is.
Did you still have a reason for concern? Are you about Alex's safety, or was it changed? Was it altered?
That day, and for some time after that, we were very concerned for the family. We felt like someone was after them, but then we started
questioning things.
finding out about other
Yeah.
things that have
Yeah.
been going on
Just sus.
in Alec's life.
Skeezer.
And
And this is in part based on your conversation with Mr. Griffin?
this is everything that has come out since then.
Did you say that you had a conversation with Mr. Griffin?
That day that we found out that Alec had been shot, we did have a conversation with Mr. Griffin, and he's
Mr.
the
Griffin
one.
told you that he'd been fired and that he'd been caught stealing money.
Correct.
I mean, but supuesto.
Well,
Eso no hearsay. That's from you, buddy. That's no
what kind
hearsay.
of quandary does that put you in?
Ooh.
You're going to be a witness as well?
Ooh.
Well, that's a hearsay statement.
Nah, bro, that's you, bro.
Without a doubt, it's classic.
Bruh. Oh, I guess because it's coming from her.
The basis for her fear
Bruh.
or not having fear, which is something you, or fear or believing that Alex was in fear, that's something that you were probing. Aside from that issue, how about the family relationship issue, fidelity, opioid abuse, concerns?
Talk about
With
it.
regard to fidelity, I mean, we can hear what she says about it, but the evidence, as I understand it, is 10 or 15 years ago. I don't know how long ago, but it was more than 10 years ago. There was some issue about someone that Alec had known in college reaching out to him. Maggie got angry about that. They had a
Reaching out to him 15 years ago or recently?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And that Maggie got angry about it. Contacted the woman's husband, who says,
"Oh, hell nah. Hell nah.
It's not true. I know who she's seeing because I have a private eye on her." That led to a divorce.
You're now referring to a 15-year-old conversation.
Yes. And then the opioid stuff, Your Honor, is I'm not sure what information she's going to share about that, frankly.
Well, you had one earlier witness read a letter about him being in rehab.
Yeah, it's already in there.
That they introduced, yes, sir.
That you published.
Oh.
Well, it's already in evidence, Your Honor.
Right.
Over objection.
Go ahead, Mr. Waters.
So on both of those issues, first of all, with the first...
By the way, you can step down for a break. Don't discuss your case. You're fine? Okay, good. All right.
Oh, she good. I want to be here for this shit.
With the issue of the
Let's
first
get it.
matter, I think it's certainly a fair question to say, did Maggie ever express to you any concerns? Were there ever any concerns and issues with the defendant's fidelity? I think that's clearly in response to the extensive evidence been offered by the defense.
You said, has she ever, such as 15 years ago?
Well, I think that my follow-up question would be, was that something that remained in Maggie's mind over the years up until...
and she would know that.
I think that if I asked her that question, she could express an answer to that. Yes, sir.
No? What is the answer to that?
It was an affair that happened, or Maggie thought it was an affair that happened many years ago. They were able to resolve the issues, but Maggie still brought it up.
As recently as when?
A year ago.
Oh.
She did not think anything was going on. It still bothered her.
All right. Yes.
During when that event occurred, did she make Alec leave the household for a period of time?
She did.
Frame when this happened.
I understand. 15 years ago, or?
How long ago was that?
It was a very long time ago.
30
I'm not
years
sure.
ago. Damn. Tell you, the woman don't forget,
very
bro.
long time ago.
Putting all kinds of shit
I
on
think,
you.
again, I'm not trying to make it bigger than it is, but I think given the issues that have been squarely in front of the jury, the state's entitled, at least in a limited fashion, to offer this some testimony in this regard that that everything was not perfect, as the defense has repeatedly elicited. And so on that particular issue, I only proposed a limited question that, had Maggie ever had any concerns about fidelity, and had those concerns continued to bother her. And that would be the extent of my proposed examination of her on that issue.
All right. Anything else?
It's 2007 is our understanding. 2007, 15 years ago.
Well, 2007 was 15 years ago, yeah.
And that's when it occurred?
Well, that's been established. Give me something new.
Well,
other than repeating 15 years ago.
It's not admissible under 403. Unfair prejudice outweighs the probative value of this. Whether it still bothered her, I mean, she testified that they weren't without their problems like all married couples, but they had a good marriage. I mean, it's been addressed, and it's highly inflammatory.
That's why your questions have to not lead into things that might be inflammatory. We're going to be in recess for about 15 minutes.
Bro, they're taking L's, man. I don't know. Judge is kind of going hard. That's quite inflammatory. That's why your questions have to not lead into inflammatory. It's like, oh, whatever he says. I was like, oh, shit. Man. Lord almighty. You got to love that courtroom side fighting and shit. Fidelity, infidelity. Whew. Damn. So supposedly they had an affair, or was it an affair? Was it just that some chick reached out to him from high school or some shit, or that they actually had some sort of affair? Murdaugh affair. That's what I want. I want to know about the greasy shit. And we only have one more day, I guess, until what about Cousin Eddie? Who got the information on the affair? Let's talk about that shit. Or, I mean, and wouldn't Cousin Eddie bring up the whole situation too? Is that their gateway to bring in Cousin Eddie? That witnessed Cousin Eddie is by having her open, like hoping she would. And the other thing too, I was thinking is like I'm sure they talk to the witnesses and they're probably telling them like, hey, make sure you say this, or try to like get it, and so that person asks you something, remember to try to like mention this when they potentially open the door, so then we can bring in these other people like strategically. I want to know about the affair. Oh, what about this? The lady, the what's her, the sex worker that said there was skeezing and stuff. Damn, bruh. Inflammatory. What is saying over here?
Prosecution didn't refer to that may link these up. Talk to me, Bob. 30 seconds.
30 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, we're all waiting for Cousin Eddie.
Cousin Eddie!
The state's supposed to be closing their case in chief tomorrow. I'm assuming that Cousin Eddie's coming in. If this gets in, that is going to be a perfect segue to put some context to Cousin Eddie's testimony tomorrow. So we'll see what happens, but I tend to agree. I think the judge is going to let it in. Just in case people don't know, opening the door is inadmissible. What would otherwise be inadmissible evidence is now, because of the question asked by the defense, potentially going to be let in.
Oh, boy, I'm so glad both of you are here to talk about this, because along with me, we're all defense attorneys, and we know, and we all said it when it was happening. Oh, my gosh, go back to the September question, and we all agree the judge is going to let a truck be driven through the answer that Maggie's sister
It's going to be a
gave.
mess.
So with us on the other side.
Let's get it. It's going to be a mess. I'm here for the mess. I just said it. I think it's probably like a nice segue to bring in Cousin Eddie. And we still got time today, baby. We still got time. As long as they hurry up with this, whatever they're doing, and they get through the sister, I wonder if we can get Cousin Eddie today, or is it going to be like tomorrow? Or can we get like a piece of Eddie today? Just get a piece of Eddie today. Let's get the prosecution side of Eddie today. Crazy. I'm convinced sometimes they're telling people, like, make sure you just slip this in there. Even though the witnesses are not supposed to be able to, I guess, open the door, but I guess if you ask a question that can kind of somehow lead you there, I'm convinced these people have conversations and they're like, make sure you get this important point across if possible. Cousin Eddie's going to be the thing that sets the place on flames for both sides, probably, because I'm sure the defense is going to pull up all kinds of shit on Eddie. Cousin Eddie's been waiting to get his revenge. All this time he's been holding up, waiting to get back for being betrayed. Eddie failed the test. Perfect. Excellent. More reason to take the stand. No, just kidding. Yeah, I don't know. I did a video on that. We talked about it. Failed the polys. Maybe Cousin Eddie was just nervous. Maybe sled tampered with the testing of the polygraph. Sled is kind of skeezing too. I don't know, man. Get your sled. Skeezes. Skis. I know you. Let's see what else they got. Man, that was hot. I like that. Griffin asserts the alleged affair didn't happen, and either way, it was 15 years ago. But the thing is, man, like, all right, if the affair didn't happen, is Maggie still gonna be upset up to the point where she's telling her sister about it from up to a year ago? About just a DM? Sliding in the DMs? Or was there more? Like, could you be mad for that long, 15 years, just because of a DM message, but without nothing happening? Is there more? Sled. Murdaugh cheated. Not really any information on it, though. Huh? I saw it mentioned in the documentary, but Buster allegedly made a rude gesture. If I squat. Okay. Let's see what else you get. What you guys saying? A secret love child? Oh Lord. No, say it so. Alec. It was emotional infidelity. Oh Lord, that's true. They always try to get you with that shit. Emotionally cheated on me. So I think it made me think about too. I think what bothers women more, or you ladies, or people in the chat. Let me talk about this question because I've asked this question before. What's worse for you? Emotional cheating? An emotional affair. What's an emotional affair? You gotta be cold with everybody? Emotional cheating or physical? Like physical cheating. What's worse for you? You cheated on me emotionally. Is there a worse one? They say that for women, emotional is worse than physical, and that for men, physical is worse than emotional. Man, Adri said, either way, he's dead. That's the excuse they use. Hoke said, what's emotional cheating? That's the excuse when they can't catch you physically cheating. They just say, oh, but you emotionally cheated. You know? I'm just kidding. Kind of. Of course, it's like a 50-50 thing. So 45% say emotional cheating, 55% say physical cheating. Why we got to change the poll? How many more options do you want? Neutral or something? If we put both, all you guys are going to put both. You got to pick one. If you had to make a choice, which one would hurt you the most? If you had to really, really think about it, which one would hurt you the most? Try to pick one. I think both are bad for me, but I'd say physical for me. Isn't talking on the phone for hours with another man emotional cheating? Probably. I don't know. They probably put it in that category. You guys got to pick one over this both shit. So for some of you, it's the same thing. For maybe for two people, it's, oh Lord, cheating is cheating. Donation to show Eddie's mugshot with the evil eye. Thank you, Kelly in Oregon. Can we find that super chat? Did I miss this earlier? Angela Cook. I don't know if I saw that. Thank you, Angela, for the super chat. Happy Valentine's Day to you and Maddie. Thank you for keeping us entertained throughout your live streams. You're amazing, man. Thank you so much, Angela. Appreciate that. Gracias. The woman in the chat getting angry. What you mean, either or? They're both worse. Emotional is just flirting to piss you off because she wants your attention, Robbie says. Define emotional. Oh, please. I can't define that shit. We could look at Google. When you look her in the eye, it's emotional cheating. Emotional cheating is a type of infidelity where one partner shares emotional intimacy and connection with someone other than their partner. This connection crosses the boundary of a healthy platonic relationship and assumes a breach of trust within a primary relationship. I feel like anybody can define it to whatever they want to. You could just have a friend and they'd say that's emotional cheating, or you're talking to your friend. While some believe that emotional cheating, that emotional affair is harmless, given that there's no sexual relationship, most marriage and relationship experts view it as a form of cheating. Emotional affairs can also act as a gateway affairs, eventually leading to emotional and sexual infidelity. Emotional affairs are often a result of feeling neglected, misunderstood, or overlooked in a relationship. Facts. If a person believes, you should just go, but yeah. If a person believes that their partner does not value them or does not have time for them, then they might strike up a friendship with a new person who offers more emotional investment and support. That makes sense. Like if somebody's treating you like shit, but then you should just go, I guess. That's the right thing to do. Well, the chat's getting hot. Chat's getting hot. They're requesting to have an option to pick both. It's not a loaded question. Just pick one. What do you think is worse for in your eyes? Pick one. And I think depending on the person, there might be a different answer depending on what your personal experience are in life. You can pick one. What's worse, getting shower stat? Pick one. I mean, which one would you least like less? Or, I mean, not you like anyone, but sometimes in life you just got to make a choice. Physical is both. Oh, that's true. Physical is both, but you know what I mean. So then you pick physical, then if you feel it's both. You really got to think about it. Saying both is an easy cop-out answer. K. Petrie Fine Art says emotional context will always be there. A one night stand can be forgettable. Well, that's the thing. Like, if we're talking about a one night stand versus emotional, it'd probably be different. Like a repeated affair, like a physical affair versus an emotional versus a one night stand. You might actually have more of a connection with an emotional than a one night stand. Somebody that you're continually talking to and building a relationship with. Courtney, if we pick one, you can add both to compare results. If we pick one, you can add both to compare results. That's true. I know what you guys are going to do, though. Shot, it would be quicker. Nah, because physical then becomes emotional. Not always. Some of these people just, they do what they got to do and they dip out. Never see you again. Peace. Physical can lead to irreversible permanent life alterations. STI or baby. Well, Physical ongoing emotional affair. I'm going to have to call my PM's attorney for real. Well, I'm not saying, but the one night thing is an interesting thought. Check your messages. Check your messages. I sent you my life story. Oh, cash up. Let's see. That must be on the other thing. Let's see, hold on. Check the other email. So I got something from Susie. Oh, that is Turn Back Time. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. That was really nice. Cash App 25. Happy Valentine's for you and Maddie. Thank you. So yeah, let me know if you send me a Cash App and I don't see it. Because I get the notifications to my email, so I don't always see it. Thank you so much. Happy Valentine's Day. Stay blessed. Don't cheat. I think so. My thought is, I think for a lot of women it's emotional, but it seems like a lot of women here are saying physical or both. I thought for women it's like an emotion. They're more bothered by emotional, and men are more bothered by physical. Alex had an emotional affair with Sled. Hoax said I had a relationship with two, but was supposed to be one-nighters. That happens sometimes when you catch feelings, and it turns out to be more. Happy Hallmark Day. Thank you, Turn Back Time. Amazing. Thank you so much for that. BL and Diggs told me. I didn't know. Sled. Okay, so the final vote is 45% say emotional, 55% say physical. Okay. And a lot of people in the chat wanted both. Ooh, I like the way Gabby said. Well, with what subject? Well, let me just reply in text. Hey. Oh, it's okay. What happened? So they took a really kind of a long break, right? Hasn't it been more than 15 minutes? So I'm getting different messages too about the whole poll. So one of my friends feels it's subjective, but voted emotional. I think the answer is going to be different for everybody. I mean, I don't think everybody's going to have. I think it's going to be based off personal life experiences and feelings, and I mean, there's just a whole bunch of variations. There's not enough options in the poll to fit all the different particular variations. And I think both is just an easy cop out that everybody's going to hit both.
Be seated.
But some people, they might feel both is worse, but if you had to pick one.
The witness can testify as to her concern as to what occurred on September 7th that changed her concern about Alex living in fear. She cannot testify as to on the fidelity issue because that's too remote in time and would tend to confuse the jury. She can testify that she discovered that he'd been fired and that and that he had a drug problem.
So no vote?
Your Honor, depending on how the testimony goes, we would have hearsay objections if she's testifying as to what someone told her.
She's not testifying as to the truth of it. She's responding to why her concerns were changed based on, in part, of her conversations with you.
No, I understand that.
Agent for Mr. Murdaugh.
No, I understand that. My point I just stood to address is the family wrestling with opioid and pill use by the defendant. That is hearsay. If that's how she knows.
She already had a drug problem. I mean, if you want to talk about specifically, I don't know to what degree she discovered his drug problem, opioid addiction, or whatever it is, but it's already in evidence anyway.
No, I understand. I'm just advising the court that I will be making hearsay objections if that's she's testifying about hearsay.
Anything else before the jury comes?
Nothing from the state this time, Your Honor.
All right, bring the jury.
Let's do it.
All these issues.
It came a happy, over-commercialized, man-made holiday of single awareness. I hope everyone feels the love today, whether single, married, dating, etc. Know your love. Brittany, thank you for that. That was funny. Nice. Yeah, I wouldn't stew in any kind of depression. If anybody's out there feeling bad or sad or whatever, man, just, I don't know, go hang out with some friends, hang out with me, watch the videos. It's not that big of a deal of a day for me. I know it doesn't mean it's like that for everybody, but I have friends that like they lose, and I know
The
it's,
objection's overruled. You may continue.
but like,
May I please
I'll
call
talk
your
about it
honor?
later.
Ms. Proctor, when we left on the break, I was asking you what happened in September that caused you to change your assessment. Can you describe that to the jury, please?
On September 4th, we were headed to a football game, and my husband, Bart, received a phone call from a friend saying he was so sorry to hear about what had happened to my brother-in-law. And we had no idea what he was talking about. And he said, well, we've heard, he told us he had been shot. So we pulled over on the side of the road. We were all in hysterics. We called Buster, and Buster said yes, that his dad had been shot, that he was being airlifted to the hospital, that they thought hoped he was going to be okay. So we wanted more information, so we called Jim Griffin, and he told us that Alec had been shot in the head and that he had been fired from his law firm for stealing.
What was your concern when you heard that he had been shot?
Initially, I thought he might be dead. I had just lost 2 of the family members, and I felt like they were being targeted at that point. I felt like the family was being targeted.
Subsequent to that, did your concern that the family was being targeted, did that change as well?
Over the course of a few weeks, we were still on high alert, worried for Buster, but at that point, information started coming out about some things that Alec had done financially that we had no idea about.
And that changed your assessment about what you heard about him being shot as well, is that correct? Can you answer out loud?
The shooting, that was an event in itself. The roadside shooting.
Careful how you tread next.
You just stated that the shooting itself, the roadside shooting, was an event in itself. Did other information come to your attention that changed your assessment about the roadside shooting at a later time?
Yes.
Oh, they
changed that initial concern that Alec was somehow being targeted.
Yes.
They on edge. You see his team?
Did Maggie have a nickname for Paul?
His little, detective.
Little detective?
Mm-hmm.
And what did that mean?
She felt like that he was always looking to make sure his dad was behaving.
And what specifically was the concern?
Pills.
Ooh.
Prescription
Oh.
pain pills.
Oh.
And had Maggie expressed to you concern over time about the defendant's pill usage?
Yes.
How long had that been going on?
I am not sure, but I think it had been going on for some time.
And did that concern continue up until recent times as we moved to their Maggie and Paul's murder?
Yes.
And what did specifically little detective mean as it related to the pills?
If there were pills in the house that his dad was taking that he wasn't supposed to, Paul was determined that he would find them.
And did that happen on occasions?
I think so, yes.
Hold on for me 1 second. What specifically changed your perception of the roadside shooting after your initial concern?
The story that was initially told about what happened came to not be true.
The story told by who?
Alec.
By Alec? Yes?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. Nothing further.
Anything further?
They don't want that smoke. They don't want that smoke. Cadillac, thank you so much for the not super chat, the gift. 5 membership gifts. Thank you. Gracias, gracias. Aria Seleni, thank you for the bits on Twitch. Cheers. This chat is the best. Oh no, you're gonna cause a war with YouTube. Oh Lord, don't say that, girl. What? Oh no, you
call your next witness.
Cousin Eddie, come on.
Your Honor, the state calls Bart Proctor.
So that's the what? The brother-in-law? Brother? Oh no, the brother. Damn. So we're not getting Eddie till hopefully tomorrow if we get him.
Raise your right hand. Put down the Bible, please. Do you swear or affirm that any testimony you give today be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth so help you God?
I do.
All right, if you would please, sir, sit in that chair over there. State your full name for the record, spell your last name, and then speak into the mic.
My name is Barton Proctor, Proctor.
Proctor, good afternoon. Very quickly, tell the jury, are you Marion Proctor's husband?
For 37 years.
37 years. And obviously, over the years, as being part of this family, had you gotten to know Maggie and gotten to know Paul and gotten to know the defendant, Alec Murdaugh?
I have.
I don't want to belabor the points, but in the aftermath of Maggie and Paul's murder, were you also privy to some of the conversations that Alec had that your wife related to this jury today?
Yes.
And ultimately heard the same thing in those conversations that she related here today?
Yes.
Have you had an opportunity to review what's been entered into evidence as states 297, the Kennel video?
I've heard it.
May I have the computer input, please?
It was on there.
For the record, I'm going to play states 297.
Let's get it, baby.
Get out. Get out. Quit, Cash. Quit. It's okay. Come here. Come here, Cash. Cash. Hey, he's got a bird in his mouth. Hey, Bubba. It's a guinea. This is a chicken. Come here, Cash. Cash. Quit.
Do you recognize any voices on that video?
I recognize 3.
Can you tell the jury what voices you recognize?
I recognize Paul Murdaugh. I recognize Maggie Murdaugh, and I recognize Alec Murdaugh.
And when you say Alec Murdaugh, do you see him in the courtroom here today?
I do.
Can you point him out for the jury, please?
Yes,
or
sir.
describe him?
He's wearing a blue blazer and has his glasses on his head.
And how sure are you?
100%.
Thank you. Please answer any questions the defense may have.
Hey, Mr. Proctor. Were you ever shown a blue raincoat by any SLED agents?
Yes, sir.
And was that blue raincoat shown to you and your wife Marion, who just was here in the courtroom?
Yes, sir. It's a picture.
A picture of the blue raincoat. And did you recognize the blue raincoat?
No, sir.
Had you ever seen it before?
No, sir.
Did you ever see Paul wear it? The blue raincoat?
I never recognized it before.
Okay. All right. That's all the questions I have.
Let's go. Come on, Eddie.
Anything further?
Say, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir.
Eddie.
You have another witness today?
Your Honor, as you're aware, there was a circumstance beyond any party's control. No, because of a circumstance beyond the party's control.
Very good.
What's the circumstance, Eddie?
Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, there are no more witnesses available today. And this is Valentine's Day. So we will recess at this time and resume at 9:30.
Love is in the air. Oh, love is in the air. Why don't you love each other? Spend time with your family, your loved one, or yourself. Love is in the air. Yeah. Ain't y'all happy? So what was the extenuating circumstance, or who or what? Something wrong with Cousin Eddie? They better figure it out. What about the kiss?
Mr. Waters, the jury is gone. You can further explain if you'd like. You can further explain
the issue with the scheduling. Yes, sir. There's witnesses that are coming forward. There's a unavoidable, unfortunate personal event that has arisen that unfortunately has affected that witness's availability, Your Honor, and so that's why we had requested. We are late in the day, but had requested a recess for the day. Your Honor, I will say that with the side of the road issue has always been out there. And at this point, we believe there is some admissibility as to that, particularly a statement of the defendant related to that, in which there's actually a few statements, but there's one statement in particular. I don't know if Your Honor wants to proffer that at this particular time, since we have a little time available outside the jury's presence, but I do think that at some point that's a bridge, given developments, that needs to be crossed.
Yes, sir.
We've prepared a memo. We would be prepared to argue that motion, but we're not today. So we expected this to go through, no motion to be argued today. I apologize to the court, but we would prefer not to go forward with it today.
Yeah.
You said you're preparing or have prepared a memo?
Person preparing it.
Yeah, somebody over there coughing it up. Shouldn't that person have some decency to step out and just leave? Or maybe they've been going there back to back and they don't want to miss out. Like, they just take the day off and watch it from home?
Stop the jury and have them come at another time if need be, 10 o'clock, 10:30, whatever.
Your Honor, we're not done with that. We're hoping, we're not anticipating it coming up at all.
Can you all don't leave with the jury yet? If you can find out, are they gone or still here?
Oh.
You have them hold for a moment.
Oh, what's going on? Y'all just said Happy Valentine's Day. Oh, no, dog. Don't do that shit. Let's say Happy Valentine's Day and psych them. All right, let's see. Damn, man. So are they bringing Cousin Eddie or not?
We have completed the memo, filed it. Your Honor has it on the 404B issue. There's a section on the roadside.
Has it been sent to me or is being sent?
It was.
Your Honor, it was filed well before trial, and it's a consolidated memo. It addresses all the 404B stuff, the financial evidence that you've ruled in, and in the section of the memo, we do address the roadside shooting. We point out that it's after June 7th. We point out that he's been indicted for insurance fraud. As a result of that, attempted insurance fraud, their theory of motive is it is just another way for him to gain sympathy when financial situations turn bad, leave for him. But we point out that he has been indicted by Hampton County grand jury for insurance fraud for attempted suicide to obtain $12 million of insurance for his son Buster. And so we argue that it's not motive, and it should not be admissible under 403 as well.
All right, and I'm happy to talk about all of that and review what's been submitted overnight and review whatever the state may have for me to consider, and to hear any more argument about it in the morning prior to ruling. I've had them to stop the jury from leaving to find out how much time you all might need tomorrow morning, because otherwise I've told them to be here at 9:30. If they need to come at 10 o'clock, 10:30, Mr. Harpootlian.
Your Honor, I don't think this will take 30 minutes to argue. I would prefer to argue it in the morning simply because we haven't looked at it, and while Mr. Griffin is an extraordinary advocate, I'd like an opportunity to...
Want the jury to come in at 10?
10 would be great.
I would say 10:30 to be safe, Your Honor.
Yeah, he's like...
Why I'd argued against that. I'm trying to think of a reason, but I really can't.
So we're going to have the jury come in at 10:30 tomorrow morning instead of 9:30. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. In the interim, however, if you all have something you want me to read overnight, early in the morning, happy to receive it.
Yes, sir.
I have what was previously filed now. Defendant's memorandum in opposition to motion in limine re-evidence of other crimes and bad acts, and I've ruled on a majority of this already.
We may polish that up a little bit tonight, and if so, we'll email it to your law clerk, and she, I'm sure, will get it to you.
Page 9 starts the roadside shooting discussion.
I knew it.
Our initial motion, Your Honor, in the reply also touched this ground as well, but we can do the same thing.
Middle of page 9 through the top of page 12, so you have about 2.5 pages that you might want to, if you want to supplement it, it'll be fine.
Thank you.
If you want to. And how about from the state's perspective?
Yes, sir, Your Honor, and I think I just lost my glasses. Put them up. Your Honor, if you look at our response in opposition that was filed on December 8th, we on page 19 in the factual recitation, we talk about specifically the shooting on the side of the road in response to the confrontation with Chris Wilson And then, of course, from that point on, and prior to that, there is general analysis on 404 and 403. I believe our reply, which I'm trying to put my hands on, also addresses those issues, but we can also polish up some things as well for Your Honor. There is, thank you, Mr. James. There is, starting at page 15 in the reply, it is addressed as well, the reply to their response or in that particular series of filings. It's in there, and again, we can polish that up. There is, again, there's a recorded interview and a recorded statement that we certainly can provide to Your Honor for review, that ultimately we believe they're statements of the defendant, of course, that we believe would be admissible under the theories as argued there.
And what is the state's theory of admissibility of the roadside shooting?
Yes, sir, Your Honor. As we argued back in December, and as argued in those particular briefs, what we see is a chain of circumstances that are connected for an extended period of time that particularly highlight and start in June 7th. We've gone into, obviously, Your Honor, moving into the financial situation as it went into July and the efforts to shore up that particular money, the loans. Mr. Burney testified to that today. But of course, Mr. Murdaugh, there's already been evidence admitted that he was $192,000 short, and that Chris Wilson covered that. The evidence goes on that in that particular interim of time, and again with the state's theory, that he's able to do his best to try to cover things up in that interim period. But then everything comes to a head, as already has been testified to, in September 4th. Chris Wilson, of course, has also already testified that that particular day, on September 4th, that he finally got the defendant to agree to meet with him and confronted him about that 192, which again is right at the heart of the Ferris fees, which are right at the heart of June 7th, 2021. And had that confrontation with him. The admissions that were made have already been testified to. And then with a short period of time in response to that, that the side of the road shooting happened. You've already heard testimony here from Ms. Proctor that, of course, the initial reaction of everyone is, oh my gosh, the real killers are back. And that's precisely, under the state's theory, the effect that the defendant intended. And there will be, from these recorded statements, ultimately evidence offered that was not true, and he had told lies, Your Honor, about that particular. And that would be the recorded statement that we would offer about when he admitted that he had been untruthful to law enforcement about the circumstances of that shooting. I don't intend to go into great detail about that. I'm just trying to get from point A to point B and then get out. I'm not trying to use the term that I've used before, gild the lily.
The statement that you referenced, that you say you want to put in a recorded statement?
That's correct, Your Honor. Yes,
What's
sir.
the length of that recorded statement?
I don't know off the top of my head. I think it's less than 15 minutes, Your Honor.
No, it's longer than that. No more than 30. Mr. Griffin and I were there when he gave the recorded statement. We called them to give the recorded statement.
And the gist of the recorded statement is what, Mr.
Your Honor, okay, so Mr. Murdaugh had somebody shoot him in the head on the roadside to have a $10 or $12 million insurance policy paid to his son Buster. Now, he believed it was suicide contestability cause, so he had somebody shoot him in the head. No question they shot him in the head. No question the intent was to kill him. He fractured his skull, had a brain bleed, was airlifted to Savannah Hospital. It didn't kill him. He intended to die. And the recorded statement, he immediately went to detox because he was planning to go to detox anyway. Mr. Griffin and I went down to Atlanta. We met with him in detox. He'd been through a horrible experience, shot in the head, and then detox. And we informed him the police were looking for whoever shot him. And he, at that point, said, look, this is what happened. And I don't want them wasting, and literally he said, I don't want them wasting resources trying to solve this shooting when those resources could be used to find who killed Maggie and Paul. We picked up the phone. We called SWED. We put him on the phone with SWED to have him explain exactly what happened. This wasn't a result of a SWED interrogation. This was a voluntary statement. So they quit wasting resources looking for and he told them who shot him in the head, and a guy named Eddie Smith, who was his drug dealer. So that's...
And you all have brought his name up a couple of times through cross-examination. Is he on the state's witness list?
Yes, Your Honor. But, Your Honor, one aspect of that, and I think this is what highlights the relevance and the connection with this particular case, is that in the wake of the side-of-the-road shooting, Mr. Murdaugh's initial claim was that some unknown individual had a flat tire, and some unknown individual, supposedly under the guise of stopping for help, then suddenly shot him in the head. He went so far as to draw have with a composite artist to draw a composite photograph. Again, I'm not trying to get into too much with the detail, but that, of course, the immediate effect of that is that he's been targeted by some unknown individual. That was a complete lie, and that's the point of that statement.
If the issue here is that Mr. Murdaugh lies, I mean, really, are we at that? I mean, we've come $10 million through lies, and now this piece of evidence becomes relevant because it proves he lied again months after the murder. There's no, he didn't do it, and I think they will concede he didn't do it to get some sort of sympathy. He did it to be dead. That's why he did it. And unfortunately, Eddie Smith, at 4 feet, couldn't shoot somebody in the head and kill him. He meant to.
Nah. That's what Mr. Smith would say.
Yeah, that's not what Eddie would say.
Mr. Smith has given no less, I'm set up to cross-examine him, I know this, 6 different explanations for that and any other event you ask him about.
Let's go!
From
Eddie tomorrow.
There to I was there and I saw Alec, he'd been shot, to I was there and I tried to stop Alec, to yes, I shot him in the head. But the fact of the matter is the cross-examination of Mr. Smith is something I'm looking forward to now. But this particular event had nothing to do with what happened on June 7, other than he lied about something else. And 404, unless there's a specific, it's not motive. I mean, I don't understand what the 404, 403 analysis would be on this. I know what the 403 analysis is. The prejudice outweighs the probative. The 404 is what of the 4 things that 404 is admitted for, which one is this?
Your Honor.
I know y'all want to argue it in the morning, so I'm just...
Yeah, y'all doing this shit tonight.
Prelude to tomorrow morning.
It's going to be hot.
2 things. If Mr. Harpootlian wishes to stipulate in front of the jury that his client is a liar, the state's willing to accept that stipulation. The second thing is, Your Honor, is that what actually happened on the side of the road is not what's important to this particular case. What is important, Your Honor, is that it's in reaction to the confrontation with Chris Wilson about the fares fees that came to the head on June 7th, 2021, and it's about what the defendant said, that he was attacked by an unknown assailant as he was trying to change a tire, and went so far as to do a composite drawing, and it created the effect, as this investigation had gone on, that, oh my gosh, the real killers are back to finish the job. And that's precisely what he intended, and he ultimately admitted that was a lie. So the circumstances of what happened on the side of the road are not what the state is focused on. What is important is what the defendant said, how he attempted to use that, and that it was actually a falsehood. And you heard Ms. Proctor testify, it had that exact effect, that, oh my gosh, the real killers are back.
But I think the state will concede his object on the side of the road was to be dead. That's what the act was, to kill himself. Now, what happened after that? After he was taken to Savannah and had a brain bleed and a fractured skull, and when he came out of all that and realized, I'm not dead. How is that relevant to June 7. Your Honor, we can beat this dead horse a little bit more in the morning, but allow us to give you, I don't know, this crazy idea of giving maybe some more law to look at.
All right. Is this the sole purpose of Mr. Smith's testimony, or you have other things to talk with him about?
Well, he's on the witness list. I didn't say necessarily that we're calling him. What I'm trying to do again is to limit the presentation to just what's relevant to this particular trial that we have here today. And so I would have...
We're talking, discussing now this motion excluding testimony, but who's your witness to talk about what you're arguing?
We would have a law enforcement witness come in and testify as to the circumstances of that statement. And again, I'm trying to limit it to what's very focused to what's relevant to this trial, and that is the intended effect that he had and its reaction to the confrontation and the symmetry between June 7th and September 4th.
And do you have anything in addition to what you all provided a couple of months ago?
It's a bluff, right? I think it's a bluff.
We have those two documents. We don't have a written document prepared at this time, but we can certainly work on some additional discussion this evening, Your Honor.
All right. Okay, well, we'll reconvene at 9:30.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, very good.
I'm starting to think, are they really going to bring him, or they just got him there, they're not going to bring him? It's almost like they're not sure if they want to bring him. He's definitely... Dick said he looks forward to, like, yeah, I can't wait to cross-examine this guy. Oh, this is going to be amazing. Yeah, bring him on, please. And so now he kind of like backed up a little bit. And he's like, oh, well, I have an officer. I didn't say if he was coming or not tomorrow, or I don't know, bro. Damn. They're worried about his credibility. They'll tear his ass up, Cousin Eddie. Oh, no. We need a jailhouse interview. But we need some real shit with Cousin Eddie. What happened with what's the story, Cousin Eddie? Oh no. Come on, man. You can't do that and not bring this guy. Damn, he's just scared of them, huh? Ah. The gingers are escorted outside of the office, outside of the church courtroom. Look at him. Snobby Buster. Chewing in an odd way. Turning away from the camera. Whispering to his girlfriend. She doesn't seem too pleased. She slowly looks away and looks back. Notice the distance between them. Something's going on with them. He turns back to bring her in, to comfort her, to lure her in. She follows and as he takes charge. They're portraying an illusion of happiness when they're not. Happy Valentine's Day. Oh, they're fighting. Dick. Well, we made it. At the end of the day, man, thank you guys so much for joining me. Appreciate it, man. I'm gonna transfer you to tomorrow morning stream. I don't know for what we're gonna do tonight, if anything. Could do something, could not. I don't know yet. We will see. I'll definitely transfer you to the other stream. Please hit like on that stream. Thank you guys so much for joining me today. Truth or Spoof, thank you for the super chat. Says beautiful work. iCkEdMeL, thank you. Thank you so much for the support. Thank you guys. Pop Life, thank you for becoming a member. Appreciate all the super chats, man. Amazing. I'm a little worried because I was confident. I was thinking, damn, they're gonna bring Cousin Eddie, but the way the prosecutor talked right there at the end is kind of like, are you really gonna bring Cousin Eddie, or is that just some ish y'all were saying to pull along all the other stories as to why to bring in the roadside incident, but not actually bring in Cousin Eddie? Yeah, that's why you guys are desperate to find other ways to bring in the roadside incident beyond bringing in Cousin Eddie. That's just going to backfire. So you're trying to have all these other witnesses slide it in there to open the gate, open the door. Y'all don't want Eddie on the shit. Cousin Eddie. But yeah, I appreciate you guys so much, man. I'm going to go chill for a little bit. I have a little bit of time with no baby for a little while. And we went really hard yesterday, so I really probably should take off tonight, but I don't know. Might do a short video. I don't know. We'll see. Who knows if imagine there's a chase. Be right back. But anyway, love you guys. Take care. Peace. Bye. Adios.